And then the last thing was around technology consolidation. And we've, as you've heard me say, this is one of our strategic goals to not only better align our data, but to reduce the overall number of applications that we have, and to make and build capacity within our staff to be able to support the applications. So eating our own dog food, we've been looking at the applications that we use as the Agency of Digital Services ourselves. And the example I will use is our project management portfolio tool, where we store all of the different data on the different projects. We were able to find and build a Salesforce solution that's going to save us, I think, about $35,000 a year by switching off the platform that we were on onto a Salesforce platform. And we're doing that for all the agencies, but these are the things that really went into our overall allocation and skinny budget number. And that's really where we are as far as the work that we've done to get our costs to meet the guidance of finance and management at this point.
Mr. Chair.
John, I see Representative Sevilla has her hand up. Laura, did you want to ask her a question?
Yeah. So, John, thank you, or Secretary Quinn, thank you very much for this presentation. And I think I'm following in terms of part of the positions, how you're reducing those positions, like your kind of the strategy there. What I'm interested in knowing is what are the positions that you are now hiring for? Like, are you hiring for, what are the?
Well, so right now we're in a hiring freeze. So any position that we want to recruit for has to go through the Secretary of Administration and get approval. And we have, I'm going to give an approximate number of about 35 to 40 positions that are open across the agency. So the ones that we've chosen to fill are in areas that we can just not go without. One being security, another in database administration in the Agency of Education, where we have a number of different projects going on where they use their data to really determine some of the school costs and overall education fund costs. And then in human services, we've had some needs that just can't go unmet. But for the most part, we've left those positions open and plan to leave those positions open for the quarter and see how it goes. See if we can meet our service levels without them.
And have you done any further consolidating of services across, like, have you been able to do consolidating of services across departments and agencies to do anything with your staff here?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think part of our model is in the way we set up our agency from a billing standpoint gives us the flexibility to use people across the enterprise, which really didn't happen all that much before. So, you know, in this response right now in COVID-19, we have people from all different agencies helping the Department of Health or Department of Public Safety or the Department of Education, Department of Labor, depending on the need. So we've been successful in being able to move people, you know, throughout state government, which was one of the goals of creating this agency. So as far as further consolidation goes, yeah, we have a number of projects going on and that have finished, and all of those are in our annual report each year. We report on the number of projects that we finish and the strategic goals that we've set out. And I think this year we have a 10% goal of legacy systems to move to modern platforms, things like Salesforce, things like Workday, things, you know, like on-base imaging, our core platforms that we're trying to build upon to make it a little easier on our staff and to be able to build capacity to do a better job maintaining the things that we do have.
And then, are there any with the current budget guidelines where we're at? Looking at special funds, et cetera, projects. I know you cannot answer this question specifically, but are you putting on hold any security projects that you had been planning, cybersecurity projects?
No. In the current environment we're in, I see security even more important than it was before. We are in a, for all intensive purposes, a bring your own device type of environment now, where we do have some people using home machines. We have people using state laptops. We have all kinds of devices connecting to our network from, thousands of locations across Vermont. So I would not feel comfortable reducing my security budget by even a penny. In fact, some of the money that we had put aside in the 21 budget around security, we left in there and didn't cut out. We cut out other things like exempt positions instead, to make sure that we can still fulfill those security needs, and that we're doing all we can to protect the data that we have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Laura. Representative Yantashka, did you have a question? Mike?
Yep, trying to unmute there with the full screen. John, Secretary Quinn, do you project that the work that you've done in setting up the skinny budget will amount to reductions in your overall fiscal 21 budget by the time we get to August and September? Or would you say that your 21 budget will be similar to what you projected before?
No, I think the reality is that, I think probably in best case, and this is my own personal view, that I'm going to be lucky to get my FY20 budget in 21. And that's kind of the direction ADS is headed, is to make sure that we can still meet our service level goals around the things that we offer to the best of our ability. And where we have to make tough decisions around the services that we offer, we're doing it with enterprise in mind and not specific agency in mind. So consolidating where we can, looking at the overall network circuits that we have, whether or not we have extra in this type of environment that we don't need, shifting some of our storage needs to online where we already have paid for those types of things. And these were things that we were working on before. It just wasn't as fast as we are now, right? So we have a number of agencies moving their stuff to OneDrive for Business and to SharePoint, where the storage is already paid for. So by them doing that, they can free up costs for their storage environment. So, and by them doing that, we then in turn don't need to buy the next cycle of equipment to meet the expanding needs of our storage arrays.
So I guess what I was wondering is, you see your total year fiscal 21 budget is going to be less than the $12 million that you've shown on the previous slide there, or
yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. Unless if our revenues come out a lot better than projected, I'm planning on, realistically aligning to my FY20 number, which is 11.5.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate your answer to my question.
Yep.
Secretary Quinn, I don't want to let you out of the witness chair without asking you about some of the things that have been going on at the Department of Labor over the last couple of months.
Okay.
And, very specifically how that might affect your budget going forward. I'm not sure if any of the additional work that you probably didn't anticipate 12 months ago, that obviously has occurred in working with DOL. What does that work look like going forward? Clearly, there's a meaningful project that has got to occur in the next, I don't know if it's year, 2 years, 3 years, in terms of bringing the Department of Labor's unemployment insurance system into the 20th century, maybe the 21st century. But can you speak to how what's been going on at DOL in the last couple of months affects the outlook for this budget in the next year or the next quarter?
Yep, I can. And anything that occurs in the Department of Labor, for the most part, will end up in that demand line. So they'll be responsible for paying for that, right? It wouldn't end up in the allocation line spread across our headcount. It would be in that demand line. So if we went out for a new UI system, just for example, and it was $2 million, that would show up in us needing spending authority under the demand line item here for an additional $2 million. But the Department of Labor would have that in their budget as well. So increased need, yes, but I think we're dynamic enough now as a agency to be able to respond and meet their technology need, given the money's there, without a lot of problem. That's probably not coming out exactly right, because I mean, well, why haven't we done it already? Because we did have some money there, right? But right now, my deputy Sean Naylor is assigned to the Department of Labor to assist them in making sure people get paid. My shared services director is assigned to the Department of Labor. My chief technical officer is spending about a quarter of his time there, as well as many other members of my staff, to really prop up that department and to make sure that we get payments out. So the next phase of that is really, and I think that ADS will be really leading this and pushing this, is how do we get their claimant portal? How do we keep the momentum going? And how do we upgrade the next parts of their system on the same type of Salesforce platform that we built PUA on, that in large part from a technology side went very successfully, and we had up in a matter of days. On the rules engine side, where you talk about workflows and adjudication and all of that type of stuff, it becomes a little bit more tricky. But on the technology side, we're able to stand some of these platforms up in a hurry. So my team is putting together estimates on what it would look like to continue the momentum and build the next phase of this in the Salesforce platform.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'm almost a little surprised that there's not an anticipation of more demand there. I'm happy to hear that we think we're covered, which is great. But so thank you for that. It's helpful. Laura, I see your question. Your hand is up. I'm not sure if that's from before or if you've got another question. Nope. How about Mike? I see your hand up as well. Do you have another question? Representative Yantacha?
Yep.
Okay.
Trying to unmute there. So I guess with respect to the Department of Labor computer system, the UI system there, do you anticipate, I mean, we had, I guess, 2 attempts at upgrading that system that we were working with a consortium of other states, and they kind of fell through. And I'm wondering, what's the best approach to use to bring this into the 21st century going forward? Is it going to be another multi-state attempt, or do you think we should try doing that on our own?
It's difficult to say at this point. I think we're still exploring the options of doing another consortium. Doing a consortium with other states is not something that I'm necessarily in favor of, but the U.S. Department of Labor has all but mandated that that's what we do in order to get money from them for a system. So it puts us in this difficult position of, do we take the US DOL money and join other states and potentially, be years and years from actually having a system that works and another potential failure? Or do we go off on our own and build off a modern platform like Salesforce or, one of these newer age platforms by ourselves and take the brunt of the cost on as the state of Vermont? I think we need to explore all the options a little further and really, think about, what's in our best interest financially and for the long-term, impact of the system. Unfortunately, there's no easy answer there as far as which.
So,
I guess if I had my own way and we had all the money in the world, I would say let's do it on our own. We'll have something up in a year.
right. So how much money did Vermont invest into those 2 attempts?
I don't know the first time. It was about a decade ago. I don't think a lot. I don't think it ever got out of planning stages. And to my knowledge, that consortium that we were originally a part of still has not produced a working product a decade later. The second consortium that we were a part of, I don't have the exact numbers, but I can certainly get them for you. But yeah, I'm not going to have the right number for you off the top of my head, so I don't want to throw a number out. Yeah, I can get that for you.
That would certainly influence a decision on whether to and how much it would cost to do it ourselves.
Well, yeah, and I think that's what we're trying to explore right now is, we originally had one back of the napkin estimate from a company that we knew is fairly expensive, but does a lot of business with the state of Vermont and has been successful. And I think those numbers were north of 35 million. So we're exploring other options right now. But the situation I don't want to put Vermont in again is Vermont trying to develop something with our own developers, it just doesn't work out for us in the long run. I mean, our developers retire, our developers leave. We end up with a code base that we're constantly trying to update. It's not a modern way of doing anything.
And are there any other states that have similar requirements or setups that we do, as opposed to the ones we've tried to work with? Because I understand that, was it Iowa or Idaho was one of the members of that consortium that was kind of like driving the requirements, but didn't quite fit with Vermont's requirements?
Yeah, I'm not the UI expert, but I think the simplest way to think about it is, 60 or 70% of the car would be built the same way. And that's what Idaho had going for them, was they had a version 1 of the system that was working for them that we'd call 70% complete. And version 2 of that was supposed to have the Vermont specific modules and an updated system for Idaho. And what we found was Idaho was updating the main system and our requirements weren't necessarily getting processed at the same speed. And overall, we weren't finding the code to be worth anything. It was filled with bugs. We had security problems. I didn't feel comfortable with the direction that we were headed, and fortunately, the governor stopped it when he did.
Okay, thank you.
In the queue, I've got 2 more hands up, Representative Chestnut Tangerman and Representative Campbell.
Thank you. John, I'll try to make these quick, and they're general questions. One was I heard an estimate just on the street of $80 million to replace the UI system. I'm just wondering if that is possible, within the realm of possibility, or does that entirely depend on what kind of system it is? And the second question, which may be a piece of this, is Rhode Island was praised for their UI response, and they said a lot of their success was in having a cloud-based system. And I'm just wondering your thoughts on both of those.
So the Rhode Island system isn't in the front of my mind as far as what it's built off from. The $80 million number I believe to be high, very high. I do not think it's that much money, but you know, I think there's a lot of risk for companies as well working with the state of Vermont on a UI system if our business is not ready for a new system. Meaning if they don't have their processes leaned out and efficient and they don't have the staff dedicated to put on the project's going to flounder, right? So, you know, when we get RFP responses back, some of the big companies, you know, they know that, you know, 4 times out of 5, you know, the state, whomever the state is going to need to put in a dozen change orders, and there's going to be a bunch of risk to the project, and their costs end up inflated to deal with that risk. I think the number's probably more between 35 and 40 million for a new system, depending on who builds it. But that's my opinion. But we're working on that now, and I think we'll be able to bring you back something, hopefully, when you guys come back in August.
Okay, thank you.
Scott, go ahead.
Hello, John. I was just wondering more about partnering with other states. It seems like this is a problem that all states have. And isn't there some other state or states that have sufficiently similar UI systems that we could partner with to either purchase or adapt an existing software? I mean, that seems like that would be far more reasonable than trying to develop a one-off system for Vermont.
Right. And I don't want to develop a one-off system for Vermont. And I think that's where the original guidance from the U.S. Department of Labor came from, was saying, listen, you know, there's 50 of you guys out there that are looking to essentially do the same thing. Partner up and let's see if we can build something that multiple states can use. But
right. Well, I mean, but my question is that apparently working under the guidance of the federal government hasn't worked, and it's gotten worse. So, you know, maybe this is a place for states to handle it on their own.
Right. I think that's some of the exploration that we still need to do. But when I've asked the question in the past, because there is one working consortium that has produced a product, my question keeps being is, why don't we join that consortium? Why can't they just turn over that code, since it was paid for by the feds, which is kind of the plan, you know, which was kind of the plan, give us the code and the working system and let us develop the Vermont modules if that's the fastest path. And that hasn't gained any ground with that consortium partner. And I think that's, again, we have further exploration to do around that, but we're certainly not ruling out, you know, taking someone else's system if they have something that's working.
Maybe time to call the Attorney General. Just joking. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Mike, I see your hand is still up, but I'm not sure if that was from the question before. Yep. Okay, great. John, thank you for joining us today. I don't see any other hands up in the queue, so we're gonna let you escape the witness chair. Thank you for taking the time with us today. Just out of curiosity, do you know if you have time scheduled yet before the Appropriations Committee? I haven't kept up to speed with what the pace is that they're moving ahead at.
I don't believe we do. Our appropriations lead has reached out to us, and I think we have to have essentially this skinny budget presented to her by the end of Tuesday, I believe. So she can look through it. And then I'm assuming that we'll be scheduled after that.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yep.
So thank you and Kate for joining us today. I appreciate you guys taking a few minutes at the end of the week, and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. If the
Thanks all.
committee could hang in there here for just one more minute. I just want to give folks a heads up that next week we have 3 committee times scheduled during the week. And generally speaking, I can give them to you. One is on Wednesday morning, a second is on Thursday morning, and the third is on Friday afternoon. The Friday afternoon time I know is 1 to 3. I can't cite for you exactly what the Wednesday and Thursday morning times are. They'll be on the website. In fact, they might even be already. The things that we're going to turn our attention to next week, as I'd mentioned, we've got some budget presentations that the Appropriations Committee has asked us to do. Again, things we do every year for state departments and agencies that are in our bailiwick. So we're going to have a few presentations on those, I believe. And then secondly, and maybe more importantly, we're going to turn our attention to S301, which we have paid a little attention to in the last month. But now that that bill has finally come out of the Senate, and that bill deals with pushing the sunset on the 248A exemption, or the 248A, the 248A sunset, excuse me, farther out into the future. And then part of the bill deals with E911. So we are going to take that bill up next week. It is a bill that is a priority, actually, for the President Pro Tem, the Speaker, and the Governor. So that is high on the Speaker's list of legislation that we move through. So we'll take that bill up next week. And my hope would be that we will go to the floor with that bill probably the following week, which is the week of June 1st. But that is to be determined in consultation with the Speaker. But I wanted to give everybody a heads up as to things that are going to start to move onto our workload next week. So any other questions before we adjourn today? No? Okay. Well, thanks for your time today, and everybody have a good weekend. I hear we're going to have good weather for the rest of the weekend, so take good care.
Have a good one, y'all.
Bye now. Thank you, Peggy.
And good morning, everyone. Just for the YouTube audience, this is a joint hearing between Senate Economic Development and House Commerce and Economic Development. We're here today to speak with Commissioner Joan Goldstein from the Department of Economic Development and the Agency of Commerce and Community Development to learn more about the program that the administration is putting forward to assist businesses in the state during this COVID-19 issue. And so, Michael, would you like to say anything on the Senate side?
No, we're all good to go. We're all here, and we anxiously await even more details from the commissioner.
Hey, Commissioner Goldstein, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you, chairs and committee members. I apologize, but should I first start out by saying, do you all have a copy of the package? If not, I could send to the assistants right now. And apologies, I don't have that taken care of already.
Amy, did we receive anything from Joan?
Nope, I don't have anything yet.
Yeah, it'd be
Peter
great if you could.
Sterling sent it out yesterday to the Senate.
Hold on, let me just, well, maybe what I could do is,
I can quickly forward it to everybody, I think. Or
that would be great, thanks.
Is Denise on the call? She can forward it to everybody. It came from Peter Sterling yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe I have it. Can I get in the meeting? I'm not in the meeting.
You should be. We
Yep.
hear you.
Oh, I am? Okay.
Yep.
I'll forward it to Amy and Amy can send it. I'll forward it to everybody.
Okay. Are you
Thank
gonna, Joan, are you gonna work from that document?
I thought it would be a good place to refer to so that it's just not, you're just not hearing me talk.
Would you like to, we could give you co-host and you could share your screen?
I could do that, yep.
Okay, why don't we do that?
Sure.
That way the people that are watching on YouTube can have the opportunity of seeing it as well.
There you go.
Not sure, let me just.
Aren't you called the? Why isn't the House Committee on Commerce popping up?
You know what, maybe I'll just start talking so that I'm not having everybody wait, and then I'll make sure that we get this sent to you all.
I'm sending it to Amy, and Amy,
Okay.
you send it to everybody because it's not popping up on my thing. So I'm just sending it to Amy.
Okay.
Okay, and you're now co-host, Joan, so.
And I'm actually not sure what that means because I actually don't operate through Zoom at all, but.
Okay, well, if you go down at the bottom, there's a share screen.
Which
So
I
if you-
sometimes see, but I don't see today.
That's okay. As soon as I get it, I'll put it on my screen.
All right.
Okay.
Oh wait, I do see it. I do see it now.
It's been sent.
Okay. Did that work? I don't know.
We've got it. Yep.
Okay. Problem is I can't operate through it. I can't scroll down through it. Anyway, so as we all heard yesterday, we were able to describe in more detail a little bit more about the recovery package. The idea behind this package is to get the funding out as quickly as we possibly can to the businesses and others that need this as soon as possible. You both committees have probably heard from the various business groups that are in dire need of help, especially since many of them are still closed or at least only partially open as we lift restrictions. The first segment, the financial assistance box, is the lion's share of the funding for this phase. And those consist of a couple of different methodologies to get funding out. The first we're calling emergency action grants, which are kind of, I'm going to say automatic disbursements, but there still will be a process to make sure that these people are qualified to get the funds. And it's basically through Agency of Agriculture will take the agriculture grants, and the tax department will be assisting in dispersing the grants to the food and accommodation services and retail sectors. The idea behind it is to get the funds out as quickly as we can, make sure that it's paying for fixed costs like rent and utilities and other expenses that have not been taken care of by either insurance or PPP loans that they may have received. So that's kind of the first order of business, those sectors. The other program as part of this would be a Vermont Economic Development Authority package, which would entail money for deferrals that they are currently doing, funding for origination of loans and grants, and we would design the grant to be equivalent to the grant payments in the first segment. So for example, in the first segment, if we use 2.5 million as the threshold of gross receipts, and that would mean that the maximum grant size in the first segment would be like 62,500. We would want the equivalent sort of grant size in the VITA program. This way, other sectors would have equity when they go to apply for the VITA grant/loan. The other part of that is if they need additional funds, the loans could go out 20 years, 0% first year, no payments the first year, and then low interest rate for the following years. And the other part, since we know that there's going to be demand for this, is what we're calling Vermont Restart Loan and Grants through the regional revolving loan funds. There are probably about 20 to 25 regional revolving loan funds throughout the state. They're locally based. They're sometimes through a nonprofit or an RDC or the municipality. And we think we could divide and conquer properly by including them in this process, where they would take care of some of the smaller businesses like 0 to 5, let's say. That's the biggest chunk of money. The other segment, which is incredibly important, would be the technical assistance portion. If the government is going to intervene and provide funding, we need to make sure that the businesses are getting the ample advice that they're going to need. This is such an unprecedented occurrence. It's not like any other thing anyone's experienced before. And we know that post-COVID will not look like pre-COVID for many sectors. So people need help, specialized types of assistance. So again, we've got a technical assistance provider network throughout the state, and that's great. This would be to help those providers provide the specialized experience, meaning, we may need CPAs, we may need attorneys, we may need turnaround specialists, they may need digital strategists to get their online systems and delivery systems up to speed so they could operate in a sustainable manner and make them viable. And we're anticipating that would look like an RFP process where we can get those, we can get an understanding of it. I'm going to leave housing and marketing for my fellow commissioners. And if I could, I'm not able to scroll down the page. There are several pages in here, and you'll see when you get the package delivered, as Allison is delivering it, we'll go into more detail on each. There's write-ups on each segment.
Joan, we should all have it now.
Okay, perfect.
And so maybe Amy could put it up on the screen, because I think, Mike, you said Amy was a co-host, and then we could see a better version of it, and she could scroll up and down on it.
All right, so should I stop sharing then?
Yep. And also it's on our committee page for the viewers on YouTube.
Great.
Perfect.
Super.
Sorry about that.
Representative Marcotte, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. May I
Yes,
just ask a process question in terms
Sure.
of, do you want the presentations to go first and for us to hold our questions to the end? How would you like to structure it?
I think so. We're together for an hour.
Okay.
And so my thought was that we have the presentations, and then at 10 o'clock, we're going into our own committees. And then I think we can start our questions from there, if that makes sense to everyone.
Yeah, I think it does. We have Joan scheduled around 10:30, so we're thinking that you might have her for a half hour, and then we would have her for a half hour. So I
Okay.
think it's a good idea to let her finish her presentation.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I was going to be ready to take questions so that, yeah, I mean, I can go into more detail, but I think I'd rather hear what you have to say.
Well, I think maybe we need more detail before we get into questions. Do people have questions?
I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, but I think I want more details before I start asking mine.
Okay.
Can you go through the second page, Joan, in a little bit more detail that breaks
Sure,
down
Okay, you're gonna scroll down. Okay. Okay, so on the 150 million, the emergency action grants, again, I'm gonna leave the Agency of Ag to talk about the agricultural piece. They have a grant program worked out. And what I've been working on with tax department is figuring out a way to enable these sectors to get the grants dispersed kind of during a kind of tax filing. So think about the retailers and the food and accommodation services have to file monthly or quarterly taxes, and throughout that VT tax system, we'll be able to, I think we'll be able to pre-qual. You know, we have a few questions that they're going to need to answer in terms of were they impacted and by how much, and did they receive PPP grants? There's a few questions that we're working on figuring out what the pre-qual would be. And then based on that, tax would be able to disperse checks. So that's how we're envisioning we involve them, because we thought that would be an easier way to, not so much easier, but a feasible way to do it, because if we, as an example, if we put the threshold at 2.5 million, we know that we could impact like 11 to 12,000 businesses. So there's no way possible that the agency would be able to handle that without doing something with tax to be able to help us filter and disperse. The way that we designed it, at least so far, was that the operator tax would have a way of backing into what their gross receipts are, and we would pay a percentage of gross receipts. So I think what we're at, let's say a $2.5 million business, we'd pay 10% of that gross receipts for the 3 months, thinking that people have been closed on average 3 months, approximately. And we would look back at 3 years of revenue to see what kind of, what the mode of the size of the business. We wanted to make sure this was meant for the small businesses, and typically that's a number of employees, but that's a very difficult thing to do right now since people are closed and their employee counts are severely reduced. So the way we thought we would do it would be through gross receipts threshold.
Can we, Mr. Chairman, can we ask questions on these specific segments as she's finishing up?
Sure, whatever people would like to do, I'm fine.
We talked a little bit in our committee about the Restart program yesterday, and we were surprised to hear that the $2.5 million threshold would only exclude 50 businesses. So we were wondering, because that's what we heard. So we were wondering whether that $2.5 million in receipts is over a year or over a quarter of a year.
That is over a year. That would be yearly. That would be annual gross receipts.
So we only have 50 businesses in the state of Vermont that have gross receipts.
I'm sorry, that was in each segment. Retail is much more, but for the rooms and meals, which accounts rooms, meals, and alcohol, we were excluding just the top 50s. But again, we're not excluding them entirely. They have the option to get funding through VITA. It's just through this automatic mechanism, we would not be able to, process an application per se through tax. So we're not excluding them. It's just that from this automatic distribution, it's a way of just filtering.
Okay. So the idea, and we haven't gotten to the second one yet, but the idea between these two programs is to treat the businesses comparably or equitably or similarly, but because retail and rooms and meals are tied to the tax department already, that produces a lot greater ease and efficiency in administration. So you carve them out to go that route. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And the 150 million includes 50 million for ag? So it's
Yes,
only-
it does. It does.
So there's
Yes.
$100 million left for the other groups. Okay.
Yes.
More questions? Allison?
Thanks, Mike. How do you, so there won't be an application, is that my understanding, Joan, that they will, how are they going to apply? I understand the ease of using the tax department to disperse the money. How are they applying?
Yeah, it's by virtue of their tax filing, and I have to actually continue in my conversations with tax about the mechanics of it, but the thought process is that the pre-qual, or what you're calling an application, but a pre-qual would get filed at the same time they're filing their taxes. So the idea would be what are the mechanisms we could put in place that VT tax could implement into the system. You know, so it's not, think of it as, we want it to be a little bit more straight through. They go to file their taxes, they answer these questions, and then there's an eligibility determined, and then they could get the payment, as opposed to a application that goes out and has to get processed by people individually. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why we think it's faster. So we have to work with them to figure out how to build up that infrastructure to make that happen.
Well, just following up the challenges that all 16 of us, as of yesterday, will be inundated with questions about how people get this. So if you would be kind enough in the next day or so to let us know what time frame, you know, what guidelines and time frame you have for that, so that we can respond to constituents who are going to want to access this ASAP. So that we can be actually helpful in responding to them about when it's ready to actually rock and roll.
Yeah, so I think it's fair to say within a month, you know, within a month of giving the green light. Tax might be throwing darts at my picture right now, but I think it's fair to say, I mean, we've been talking about this for a while, and now we have to put some finishing details on what pre-qual looks like and how that interacts with the existing system. So, you know, we're working through it.
And then we have to enact this legislation. I mean, the next step is doing that, and we have to pass it through. So you're envisioning, in an ideal circumstance, in about a month, this money would be available for people.
Yes, that's what we're envisioning.
Okay, great.
Lynn?
Yeah, thank you. When you talk about the tax department and their tax filings, are you talking about 2018 or 2019? My experience is that a lot of people, for a variety of reasons, haven't filed their 2019 yet, or may not yet, but their taxes aren't due, and everything's been extended back to July.
So even though taxes aren't due, we would want them to file in order to get this. Okay. So it would help with understanding, you know, kind of the status.
It will be the 2019. They can't use the 2018, they have to use the 2019.
So my understanding, and again, this is taxes territory, but my understanding is that we're looking at, there are people who file monthly and quarterly sales and rooms and meals and alcohol. And so ideally we'd want to incorporate this into that monthly or quarterly filing process, so that it's a little bit more, it's streamlined, you know.
Yeah, that would be up to date for 2019.
Yeah.
Did the rooms and meals go in April? They had a delay on that.
It was delayed. I think everything was delayed. So, and that's part of the problem with the delay, and what we don't really have the reporting of what is the actual picture. But so this would be a way to get that reported, and also to do the comparison. There's an easy way to check to see whether or not the revenues clearly have declined. I mean, we know that they have, but to be very particular about the individual claimant.
Yeah,
applicant.
I think all the businesses were required to file. They just, if they didn't have if they were one of the non-essentials that had to close, they didn't have to send in their payment. But they did have to file, so it should be on file now. Charlie and then Senator Ballant.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I understand. So it's businesses that have less than $2.5 million in receipts for rooms, meals, alcohol, and sales. And there's 11 to 12,000 of those businesses in Vermont. Is that what I understand to be the case?
It's what we're estimating. Like on the retail side, we're probably estimating it wouldn't be 100% participation because some have been open. On the rooms, meals, and alcohol, we're expecting 100% of people answering just because of the, oh, maybe not 100%, but a much larger percentage than the retail. So it's not that it accounts for that it's 12,000, that 2.5 and below. It's just that we expect 12,000 applicants.
Right.
That's our expectation based on records and percentage of uptake.
And then you don't have any restrictions on the use of those funds when they receive them. Is that right?
Well, we're discussing that right now as we speak. Different states have done it different ways. You know, it could. I think that the way it's described in the federal guidance is that it has to be for expenses borne, kind of disruption caused by the business interruption and not already paid for or reimbursed by other federal programs. So I'm not sure we have to define what they spend it on, but we have to avoid duplication of payment. So whichever way we could do that neatly, you know, it might just be like subtracting out what they've already received. It could be dictating what they spend it on. You know, we're defining that right now.
Thank you.
Senator Ballant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joan, I'm wondering if you could help me understand where higher ed might fit into all of this. We know that they're going to be, so many of our institutions of higher ed are really struggling, and they also need technical assistance about creating new models and shifts in the way that they're going to be delivering their programs. And so many of our towns are tied to the fate of those institutions in the town. So I'm just wondering, I'm looking through the different proposals here, and where do you see them being able to fit into this package?
So I think that the VITA will be able to lend to nonprofit institutions. So we expect that the Economic Injury Disaster Loan and Grant Program would apply. I think at the time of this writing, I think VITA could go a little bit higher in terms of the maximum loan than what is stated in some of the materials, but that we just learned yesterday after we've published this. So there may be even more flexibility on the VITA side than we originally thought if we're able to appropriate this $80 million, but that's where they would fit.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Charlie, did you have another question? No, okay. Anyone else?
Mike, Cheryl.
Cheryl, go ahead.
Commissioner, I noticed under the technical assistance, there's employee assistance program. Is there anything else in this package that's directed towards employees?
So in this package, no, not necessarily. I mean, you know, there's employee assistance, there's housing program, and there's marketing program. It's not directly to employees. We do know that in phase 2, we are contemplating a retraining effort. So taking people who are unemployed and retraining them into certification programs and certificate degree programs if necessary for being able to get jobs in where there are businesses looking for people as opposed to staying on unemployment. But we don't have that ready to launch just yet. So But no, not necessarily right in here. I mean, the idea is to get businesses opened, get businesses sustainable so they could rehire people. And yeah, there's nothing specifically addressing employee, but.
Thank you.
Jim? Whoops, sorry, Michael. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Goldstein, would there be what businesses, if any, would be excluded from applying for this? And what I'm really thinking in the back of my mind is, big retailers like Walmart or some of the large grocery chains.
So a couple of thresholds that are necessary here. In the first segment, we have the threshold of size, so they would not qualify. Even in the second and third, there does need to be a demonstration of need. So yeah, they would not be eligible. I mean, I could making a general statement, but if they're doing well, nope, this is not for them. This is for people who are impacted.
Good, great, thank you.
Senator? Senator Sorokin?
Yeah, along those lines, it sounds like you just indicated that it'd be for businesses that are in need of this money to reopen. So is there going to be a threshold question, some sort of attestation that people are going to use this money for reopening and not just cover potentially personal loss during these 3 months or during this period? And what kind of guardrail would there be in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, it gets to the intent, like, can we have an attestation that says we intend to reopen or we intend to survive? I mean, I don't know what that looks like. We have it noted as, the intent of this is to help pay for fixed costs, not for personal, expenditure. So what that looks like in this either attestation or pre-qual, I don't have that yet, but we're adding these kind of things as we discover more and more and dissect the Treasury guidance as an example. But yeah, I mean, I guess really what we're looking for is some sort of guarantee that they're going to go back in business. But we think that this will help them with that, and maybe we have to have them attest that they intend to. We'll look at that. We'll consider it. Yep.
Thank you.
Joan, one of the struggles I think that we had prior to COVID and that are even more pronounced now are daycare. And I don't see anything in here that addresses anything with daycare. And if we're trying to get these businesses opened, and their employees can't come back to work because they don't have anyone to take care of their children, how do we do this?
So basically, it's interesting. As we were discussing this for the announcement yesterday, we could not list all sectors, but basically anybody who's not specifically stated is eligible under the sort of second two bullets, right? So if it's a daycare center, if it's a educational institution, if it's a manufacturing concern, if it's a construction company, if it's any sector could go under the VITA, that second one, or the third regional RLF situation, depending on the size of the entity, because we did not want to exclude anybody. This is not meant to exclude any sector. It's just certain sectors have an ability for us to get this done in a different way, in a filtered way, and in a quicker way. And then the others will have the opportunity through VITA and the regional RLFs.
Okay. And I know we're trying to get the money out quickly. And we know there's going to be some failures. But is there a way that we can, that when we're putting the grant dollars out, that there's some look at how the business was doing prior, that if it was already marginal, and does it make sense to try to prop up a business that was on the brink of going under anyway?
Right. And so when I say quick, I don't want it to sound like it means that we're disregarding, relevant facts and figures. The tax department, we were going to do a look back of 3 years to see what the gross receipts and payments have been, to get a sense of it, so that it's not, people who weren't viable to begin with.
Okay.
So there is some sense of that,
Okay. So there'll be some bumpers around how the money gets deployed. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. More questions for Joan? Okay. Did you want to go on with more on the slides?
Sure. Are they back on the screen? Okay, great. Do you want to, actually, I just heard from Cassie Polimis. I don't know if you want to hear from her on the Vita side, or did you're good with all the financial?
I would like to hear a little bit more detail on the second bullet on how that would be administered. I don't know if it's you or Cassie, but we have you here right now.
I could do an overview, and then if you want more detail about what Vita would do, but basically, so we want to have the capability to disperse grants upfront and loans. So everybody who wasn't mentioned in the first bullet, as an example, would go to Vita. If the maximum grant in the first bullet is 62.5, as an example, we want that to be the same maximum within the Vita program. This way we have some sort of parity or equity. And then the application gets underwritten for the rest being a loan. And the loan could go out and amortization as long as 20 years. The first year would be 0%, no payment. I think the second year is 2%. And then it goes out to the Vita variable rate. So the idea behind this is to get kind of, low payments, no payments in the beginning, low payments going forward, give people some breathing room. This is the expectation that even with these small grants, there are still going to be people who need to get through the next year, just because business is not going to be back to normal even when they reopen. So this is what that is a recognition of. We are working with them to get the detail on what they need from us and what that should look like. And same thing on the grant, there's probably going to be some pre-qual questions that they will need to cover.
So I guess, are you saying that people who are going to Vita can get a grant the same size as the Restart grants and then can apply for low interest loans in addition or afterwards?
We want to do it at the same time. This way it's just one application. And it'll be like one application, and they have the ability to get, a portion of their unmet need in this grant form and a portion through a longer term loan.
But if the emergency grant program or the Restart program caps the loan at 62,000, would the combination of grant and loan under the Vita portion, would that be also at 62,000, or could it go higher?
The grant portion would be capped to an equivalent amount, but the loan would be capped. I think Cassie and I have been discussing it. It might be 1 or 2 million cap on the Vita loan. So they, it's a recognition that businesses will need more funding, but we wanted to keep the grant amount consistent with what we were doing in the first portion.
Okay, so I think I'm starting to see that the people who apply for Restart grants could also go to Vita for the loan portion.
That is correct statement. I think what we want Vita to do, though, is give priority and preference to those who did not get anything in the first bullet, just because we know there are other sectors that, like we just mentioned, childcare and maybe personal care, that did not get this. We have to come up with better names, right? Did not get the emergency action grant. So, even though we know that whatever we give on the emergency action grant, it's probably not going to be enough for everybody, that they probably will end up applying for VITA or the regional loan fund grants and loans. But we want VITA to give preference to those who did not get anything in the first bullet.
But if they're not getting anything in the first bullet and they're getting up to $62,000 grant in the second bullet, aren't the people who go to VITA getting priority and preference compared to the restart people in terms of long-term loans?
Yeah, I suppose that's a true statement. The expectation, though, is that the need is for grant money that they don't have to pay back. So we were concerned about VITA processing loans for people who already got a grant as opposed to those that didn't get anything.
Okay.
Mike, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Joan, what percent of the 12,000 businesses you've identified roughly will benefit from this from these programs? What percent do you think will be taken care of through the emergency action grants versus then needing the additional VITA loan?
I think it's fair to say we know that the emergency action grant is not going to take care of all the unmet need. And I don't have everyone's individual situation, but the restaurant group has made it clear as an example that the needs are much greater. So I think we fully expect that there will be need for more loans. Based on that, I can't give you a percentage. Just based on their aggregate numbers, it's.
It's just that you're hearing. You are probably the best to have an understanding statewide of what people are saying their financial needs are, and I was just curious if you had a notion of how that 62.5 helped fulfill X number of, the vast majority or a half or, whatever.
I mean, I think it'll help everybody because it's money they don't have to pay back. It's just that it's not going to be the full deal, right? I mean, a lot of it depends on whether they're going to reopen when they can. And when they reopen, how much revenue are they really going to be able to generate with limited capacity? So just based on that, we know that there's going to be a need for more loans, which is why, we're not talking about phase 2 today, but phase 2 is maybe we'll even need more kind of loan capacity at the banks and the credit unions to do some sort of guarantee program. So
yeah,
we're a little bit like we want to act as expeditiously as possible, but we also want to be mindful that there are some things that have to still unfold in terms of the federal PPP and what's going to be forgivable. We want to see how these emergency action grants get taken up and used. People have to start reopening. Like there's a lot of kind of things happening on concurrent basis, which is why we didn't do everything in this first step.
So, John,
Go ahead, Michael.
Is that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Then Charlie.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand how the CRF funds would work here in terms of the loans. Is that money used for, I can't remember the terminology, for to buy down the interest rates and to give greater security in terms of reserves? If you give out $1 million loan, if VITA gives out $1 million loan, that's not all taken from CRF funds. And also, I assume as that loan gets repaid, does that mean that any dollars that gets put back into VITA have to get repaid to the federal government?
I think our understanding as of right now is that we grant the money to VITA to then further lend. As for guidance on repayment and whether or not they need to keep it or pay it back, we've not seen that spelt out. So for right now, the question is make sure that we, spend it down, by the end of the year, make sure that those loans get out there. These are longer term. So, yeah, I'm not sure, when they get it back, are they able to keep it or do we owe the federal government money? It doesn't say that you would owe that back, but that is all being dissected as we speak as well.
Thank you.
Charlie?
Yeah, Joan, thanks. The question about the revolving loan funds, was it your idea or the idea of the group that you would be covering some of the micro business lending programs from community action agencies?
Yeah, the Restart Loan and Grant Program idea came about because we know that there are revolving loan funds around the state that had unused balances. So the idea was, how do we, get those out there as quickly as we can, and how do we increase the capacity of those entities, because in many cases they're very small. So yeah, I think a micro biz agency could be a possible recipient for sure.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Any other questions for Joan right now?
I had a question, Mike.
Yep.
Yeah, I got my hand. Hi, Joan. Thank you. Mike, am I okay to go?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Joan. I've been hearing recently, especially from the agricultural sector, that we have gaps in the commodity supply chains, and specifically around storage, and that we're having a hard time. The part of the challenge with our agricultural sector is the inability to get products to market, which is of course impacting their bottom lines. So I'm wondering if I looked through this and didn't see anything else that would where loans or funds could be potentially used to create more storage or correct or fill the holes in the commodity supply chain. But it feels that it's we can't really restart if we don't fix these problems first. So I wonder if that was part of your discussion at all. Yeah, and if there's something that I missed later on in this presentation that talks about how we can work to address those issues.
So I think that I'm not sure if the agricultural component would take care of that. So that might be a question for Secretary Tebbetts, but we understand that supply chains have been disrupted throughout, like almost every sector, if you will. So I guess to the extent that they are a Vermont producer, they'll be helped by these Vermont funds. I don't have more detail on that. We'd have to know who. But we, the set aside of $50 million for agriculture is a recognition that the market just fell apart for them, in addition to the existing issues and problems. So that would be something. I don't know if you maybe that's the Ag Committee that I guess is taking that up. I don't know.
It's a good. I think that if we throw money at it and we haven't resolved the underlying issues, then we're just essentially wasting that money. So I think it's worth consideration. But it sounds like you guys are thinking about it, and I appreciate it.
The other thought would be then maybe that's where technical assistance comes in to try to reconfigure or repurpose the way, the operating models, so that, we're not just continuing in a broken system. So.
Thanks, Joan.
Joan, just a process question. What's your plan on draft language? Are you planning on including everything in one bill, or are you going to have ag sit on its own and broadband, well, broadband is in the second package, but
Yeah,
or
I
are
think
you,
our goal is one bill, and we are drafting that, and we expect to have that on Tuesday.
well,
So-
are you, I want to make sure that you're working with David on this, because we need, if we're going to look at language, we need it going through legislative council.
Yes, of course. We haven't worked with him just yet. I think on certain pieces he has, but not the not this big ask just yet. I think we want to put into some semblance of order, and then we can get it to him.
Okay, I want to make sure that we don't overwhelm David, so that we get him, you know, what you need drafted, so that but I want to make sure that it's not at the last minute, that, you know, if the expectation is to get it to us by Tuesday, then he should have, and I think David can weigh in when he would like to see the product, so he can draft it. If the goal is to have it to us on Tuesday. And David, I don't know if you can weigh in. I know you're on. I think you were on. He may be off now. No, he is on. Maybe. But we'll touch base with David, and we'll have, if you can touch base with David, find out what his timeline is, would be really good. I don't want to put additional pressure on our legislative council right now, at all possible. Is there anything? Yeah.
Michael?
Yes.
I'd just like to build on Charlie's question, because the Community Action Partnership has presented a really terrific micro business proposal. And I'm just curious if the technical assistance you built into this includes some of their ideas about hiring people who specifically will be working with very small businesses, 5 and under, on this. I mean, is that what you're envisioning, is incorporating some of their proposal in? I mean, I assume you've incorporated some of it in here. Just, it looks like you have.
Yeah, it's theirs is a very good proposal and very detailed, and so we appreciate that, because it helps formulate kind of the thinking around how do you do this, and how do you bring this about, and it's a very coordinated approach. So yeah, I don't know if we're just going to write that so-and-so gets X amount of funding yet. You know, I don't know if that's it, or whether we put out the RFP and they're at the ready to respond.
Right.
Curious about what you think about that. We just know that there's this need, and then we also know that there's a provider network out there, and then it's a combination of how do we, again, most efficiently, you know, get it out there with impact. So I think we were of the mind, the agency was of the mind, that maybe half of this is going to go to some of the providers to get this help right out on the ground, and then perhaps the other half is reserved for other providers that we hadn't considered, you know, that may come out and want to do additional specific work and tasks.
Yeah.
Well, and going on that yeah, once then Zach, going on, continuing on what Allison was just talking about, I know the restaurant group has put some thoughts out, as well as the Vermont Brewers Association. Are those all things that you have looked at, that some of those thoughts will be in this package, or at least talked about? We're going to get it when the language comes out. We're going to have a lot of asks of us to include, and so I think we're going to need to try to figure out, how do we, you know, do we leave it up to you to deal with that, or deal with some of that in the bill?
Yeah, we've been in touch with the various industry groups. We are aware of their ask. I'm not sure we have everything in this proposal, but we have a lot of it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're going to have every last ask in there. I think there are a variety of we'll fit some of the most immediate need, I think, with this. So I'm gonna put it at that.
Okay. Thank you, Joan. Zach?
Thank you, Joan. I just had another thought. I was thinking about the Vermont Economic Injury Disaster Loan and Grant Program. Great name. So perhaps Cassie can help with this. But I think there's something else later in this bill that talks about using some of these funds, or this proposal, excuse me, that talks about buying down interest rates for loans. And then I'm also thinking about that we recently just passed some legislation that allows for some of the CARES funds to be used to buy down the interest rate loans for municipal grants to cover, to balance out their budgets essentially. I'm curious if it's possible, instead of going to buying down interest rates, if we're able to put some of these funds directly into VITA so that VITA can provide these loans at 0% interest, and so that we're not spending CARES funding on interest rates for the private sector and just putting it right towards the loans where they need to go. I don't know if perhaps that's if CARES funding can't be used for that type of thing, but I wondered if we needed to, if it was possible to for VITA to provide those types of loans and to inject money there, and if CARES funding would potentially be available for that type of thing.
It is. That's why we're asking for $80 million for VITA. That second bullet is really for VITA to do all of that. The idea behind the smaller 20 million is, again, to divide and conquer. We don't want to create bottlenecks in each of these areas. And we think that the regions play a role, and microbiz, as an example, would play a role to get the funds out to the, let's say, 0 to 5 employee type businesses that only the local RLF will know better, and we won't cause a logjam at VITA. So we recognize VITA. We think they're an important partner in this entire package, but we also recognize they're not going to be able to do everything. And we think the regions play a role in doing that.
I think that's really valid, and I appreciate the bottlenecks, especially dealing with the Department of Labor UI and PUA issue. But I do think about if we could provide $20 million in loans as opposed to buying down interest rate, that we would get a bigger bang for our buck. I wonder if we can expand VITA so that they have the capacity to deal with this. I would almost be more inclined to expand VITA than to use other lenders and just and be able to send out $20 million in loans as opposed to interest rate buy downs.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I mean, so maybe is the point more about using the 20 million for additional loans as opposed to buy downs, and your preference is VITA, whereas our idea is to divide and conquer and make sure that the regions and the other lenders get some piece of this, so that we're not just entirely dependent. So, for example, Vermont Community Loan Fund, Community Capital of Vermont, these are some very experienced lenders. VCLF, as an example, for childcare loans and expertise, and Community Capital for very much the micro business community and smaller loan sizes. So I think we could tweak that, perhaps that's new origination as opposed to buy downs,
Yeah, it's just expanding our loan capacity and not putting the money towards interest rates. That's I just want to put more money out to people to have access to, essentially.
Okay, I'm taking
Thank you
notes,
for considering, Joan.
Okay.
Okay, probably last question, Stephanie.
Hey, Joan, just a question of clarity. The micro business loans, so is that the same based on the same program that the Offices of Economic Opportunity we had discussed earlier in the session, like that organizations like Bratt manage.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and then would single towns be able to apply for that so they could start their own revolving loan funds?
I think that we were basing this on the people who already had the existing infrastructure up, only because, again, in the interest of time, it was like, okay, they could probably start one up, but they'll need to get their ducks in a row. And so we wanted to utilize as much infrastructure as that is already there. Like there are towns that already have some, there are nonprofits that have, there are these micro biz agencies. So we want to utilize what we have and then just kind of give them more capacity.
Okay, my second question is about the Vermont Economic Injury Disaster Loan Grant Program name. And I guess I would just caution about using a similar name to a federal program. And I just see maybe you are doing that on purpose, but from working on the unemployment insurance problems, the repetition of funding amounts is a huge confusion.
Yeah.
I don't know if this might present another confusion.
Yeah, that's a point. I mean, I guess we thought it was a good idea to call it vital instead of idle. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a comment.
We put this together and then I realized we really need names for all of this and we're just out of time. But that's a good point.
Okay, so we are at 10 o'clock and I think it's time for us to go on our way. And Michael, I think it's...
Is that a different Zoom call? Sorry. That's a different Zoom call? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
You'd be Zooming all day.
So I'm Zooming to House Commerce now, and then I'm Zooming to Senate at 10:30. Okay.
Okay.
Great.
All right.
And
Thank
the
you all.
plus is you don't have to leave your chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Greetings, welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. This is one of our first shows during the COVID-19 crisis, and we're trying to get back on track and talk to the policymakers and people in the news here. Today, we have a special guest. We have Lieutenant Governor David Zuckerman. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Mike. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. David, most people know, and I don't want to assume it though, that you're a farmer. It's early in the morning, so I'm assuming you've finished chores for today.
Well, I've done
Good
some
morning.
myself, and I've got a couple crew that come in to do the pigs and getting some plants started. Some of the crew are here, but yeah, I was up around 5 setting up the chick brooder. We had a new arrival of 275 meat bird little yellow chicks, so we give them fresh fresh shavings, clean water, a good start with heat lamps, and I went to the post office and picked those up at 6:30, and
Uh-huh.
nicely nestled in today.
Yeah. So wanted to ask, as a farmer, diversified farming seems to be the future of ag in Vermont, at least a growing part of it. Can you tell me what kind of things you raise on your farm?
Sure. I know that actually your county, Windham County, is the most diverse ag county in the state, which is a nice little hallmark to have. Obviously, I think we still want dairy to thrive and need to figure out how to remedy the multi-year challenges that they've been facing. But on our farm, we grow about 50 different types of crops, maybe even 150 types of cultivars, because there's, say, 3 varieties of carrots and 12 varieties of tomatoes. But we also raise meat birds. We do this year, we're going to do about 1,300, almost 1,400 meat birds. And we raise some hogs. We sell piglets in the spring, probably about 100 this year. And we've got some laying hens, not as many as we'd like, but we grow a range of things. We don't do any cheese or dairy at this point, and probably won't, because we're pretty full busy. And we also grew hemp for the first time last year, and now we make some salve and sell hemp flour as well.
Yeah. The question leads to a question that I get a lot. Can Vermont feed itself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bill McKibben visited my farm over 20 years ago when I was in the Intervale. And I said we can. We certainly have the land, we have the equipment, we have the ability. We would need a big shift in our systems to do it, however, because right now it would take far more labor than currently works on our farms. And we would probably have to import some more vegetable or grain type equipment, because we have a fairly dairy type equipment focused situation. But as far as having the land open and ready to be planted, I think we certainly could, but it would be a transition. Some of those hay fields and cornfields would need to be a wider range of products. But we're seeing that experience and expertise grow in the state with some really innovative farmers and grains, even a rice farmer. And then our extension agency is having a broader and broader set of knowledge. So if we had to on a dime, I'd say with 1 year notice, and we could get our hands on the seed, if people were ready to get out there and work or volunteer to get that food grown, if we were in a we need to produce our own food moment, we could, but it wouldn't happen on a flip of a dime.
Now, we've got some, as you said, some amazing growers down here in Windham County. People like Paul Harlow in Westminster, Jack Mannix at Walker Farm in Dummerston.
Yeah, great.
And one of the things they mention is we would need to boost our storage.
That's absolutely right. That certainly, to maintain food throughout the year, we would need to be able to put it up, whether it's root cellars, whether it's canning, whether it's freezing. You know, we have some pretty big storage units on those apple farms, but when you actually think how much food we eat, I'd give you an example. Our farm, we're pretty excited in the fall when our 3 coolers in our warmer room are full. We probably have 100,000 pounds of food, and it's mind-boggling to look at that much food. But when I do the math, I live on the very edge of Chittenden County and Addison County. That's less than 1 pound of food for all Chittenden County residents for 1 day. And I'm not as big as Paul Harlow or Pete's Greens, but I think according to the Farm to Plate survey, I'm in the top 5% scale. And so if I've got not enough food for, you know, a sixth of the population to have 1 pound for 1 day in storage, then that really, I think they're absolutely right. That is a massive pinch point, and we would need to construct significant storage.
So as we look to get our economy rolling again, especially ag, you know, as you mentioned before, dairy is struggling, and, you know, dairy certainly has its challenges. For a while there, last year, milk prices were finally up around $19, $20 a hundred, but now they've crashed, and we're looking to help people diversify. Is this the way to help the ag economy forward?
Well, I think there's a combination of things. I don't know whether we try to differentiate Vermont's milk from commodity milk. We do that with our amazing cheeses, and we've differentiated that value-added product from other cheeses around the country and the world. We're getting awards from around the world, competing with France for the best cheeses in some categories. And I think our dairy can continue to thrive if we differentiate it, including our fluid milk, and if we put some parameters around grass being a bigger part of their diet, live grass, field access, and worker conditions. I think there's a southern New England market that would pay a premium that could reward our farmers for their work. At the same time, I think we have a real opportunity in diversification. This current pandemic is putting a big spotlight on what are the most critical and basic things that we need in society, and obviously food and healthy food is about as basic as it gets. And so this reliance on the global system, while it is a very good system, I think we've tipped the balance a little too far in the ability to ship and move everything wherever we think we can around the world. And maybe we should build a little more resilience into our own local food economy.
Yeah, well, getting the economy going is a big thing. Any other ideas on what we can do to kickstart our economy?
Well, I know right now there's the beginnings of the conversation between some restaurants, some food shelves, and food distribution networks that I've been working with. And the Skinny Pancake was one of the first folks that did it. They're doing, I think, over 4,000, almost 6,000 meals a day is their plan to produce and distribute to people who are food insecure. And maybe, and this is a topic of conversation to figure out, with the COVID relief money, an expense created by COVID would be the need to deliver food to people. So what if the state were to buy, at this point, commodity food, because our farms don't have it, we're at the end of the storage season, but if they were to buy food in, give it to the restaurants who are larger facilities to then make meals and or can, freeze, and store food, and then the employees of those restaurants who right now have no jobs could be delivering those. And maybe the COVID money could also augment that pay, because restaurant staff workers' pay is a fraction of the minimum wage. And so the PPP money doesn't go far enough for that. So maybe there's a way to create at least a short-term feeding program with the federal money that would put a lot of people back to work, so that when doors started to open, those restaurants would still have their employees. Some restaurants could shift over, we could sequence it, and the restaurants would have income from this project to pay their other bills, because we really don't want our restaurants to go out of business. There's a huge concern about that. Then we have the opportunity with the unfortunate, obviously, situation around schools and unequal education right now in rural areas where broadband doesn't reach. Teachers might not have good hookups, students might not have good hookups, and we certainly don't want to become reliant on a remote education system. I think there's so much more learning opportunity and socialization in the classroom and all the dynamics that happen. But certainly could pay a lot of people who have either engineering or mechanical skills to run that fiber up and down the valleys and into the nooks and crannies of the state of Vermont, and not only get that education opportunity back up and running, so that if in the fall this continues or re-continues, but also that would be a huge boost for the economic opportunity for people throughout Vermont to take advantage of being able to bring high-skilled work into their home with clients in Boston, New York, Connecticut, just a few hours away, especially for you in the South, where, once a month, once every 2 months, they could drive a couple hours, meet with clients for 2 days and a night, and then live in Vermont for a month with their kids and their families.
Or bring more people to Vermont, knowing we have that infrastructure.
Well, that's right. That kind of job, that kind of lifestyle would be possible. And I think that could really help, especially southern Vermont and actually up in the Northeast Kingdom, where the 89-91 corridor gets people pretty fast, because there's a study out there, a Harris poll, that shows 39% of urban dwellers are rethinking whether they want to live in urban areas or move to rural areas after this crisis. And we only need 5,000 or 10,000 or 20,000, which is a fraction of a percent of the people in southern New England.
Yeah, it's interesting that after 9/11, we had a similar bump
Exactly.
where people started looking to us. And then there's a lot of speculation that climate is going to have people looking to a place like Vermont for a safe refuge. So we need to be ready for that.
Can I touch on that for a minute?
You
One of
bet.
the things, being ready for that is a critical point. We have had an economy that had been doing, pretty well with low unemployment, although half our state was living paycheck to paycheck. So for me, that's not the definition of a good economy. But we were doing relatively well. So we could sort of coast on that. And I think our administration did coast on that. But if you're thinking ahead and you're planning for the future, you've got to be doing more. And one of those is if there's a big influx of folks to Vermont from other places, if we already think housing is too expensive now, our housing market is affected by pure capitalist models of supply and demand. And people that are coming from Boston or New York or New Jersey, they can sell a 2,000 square foot home, and up here can buy a 3,000 square foot home with 30 acres for less money. And so the affordability that the governor talks about for Vermonters, it's going to be like a statewide gentrification. We're already seeing that. So unless as a state, we put in policies to really invest in affordable housing in our village centers and even perpetually affordable housing, more than just straight up affordable housing, so that Vermonters don't get displaced by that migration with higher money, then we're really doing Vermonters a disservice. And that takes planning, foresight, and investment. And that's part of what we need to be doing.
Oh, well, I totally agree. And it touches on something I wanted to bring up as well. One of the things we've been burdened with that slowed down some of the work in the legislature is we've had to fight back against Trump policies where they've pulled protections for the environment, attacks on women's reproductive freedom. When we have to backtrack and try and push back against Trump policies, we can't move our own agenda. But you make a good point. When I think the Times just released a list of 100 places where Trump has pulled back EPA protections for the environment. In your administration, where's the place of the environment balancing those pieces you just mentioned?
Well, I think actually it's right up there. When I announced I was going to run, one of my top items is the climate crisis in our rural economy. And I think we have tremendous opportunity. One of the things about Vermont that is great, but is also a challenge, is that we are one of the most geographically spread out populations of almost any state in the country. And so doing that means we have higher per capita mileage on our cars. It means that distribution of key goods or public transportation is more difficult. But if we were to invest, rebuild all of our village centers, or invest, not necessarily rebuild, but build in those village center areas and have, 6 and 8 and 30 unit dwellings, built into some of these village centers, you would have an economic opportunity to have enough people living in the area to have a coffee shop or a gas station again. If you have good broadband, you would have people not having to drive the kind of mileage that people have to drive, which is both an environmental solution and it's a personal, better life situation. If you have to drive 40 minutes each way to work every day, think how many hours of your life are spent in a car. Whereas if you could work out of your living room or a community technology hub in each village center, maybe at the schools, turn our schools into community centers that include a health aspect and or Agency of Human Services connection, so that the schools wouldn't have to carry all the social service costs, but have that be on the broader tax base. There's a lot of ways that we can make our villages really thriving that would allow the whole town to thrive in a reborn kind of way, but in a climate conscious way. And part of the climate conscious way also includes our agriculture. We actually, across this country, the greatest opportunity to take carbon out of the air is through agriculture. It's through growing plants that breathe carbon dioxide. And instead of just burning those plants off or taking everything, put those cover crops back into the soil. Grow more no-till crops. There are ways that we can actually help the climate crisis fastest by really shifting agricultural production. And I think Vermont can be a model for that. And that also would mean we would have a value for our product, because there are people out there that recognize that they have to put their money
Yeah.
where their mouth is to save the environment.
Yeah, and right along with that village development, I think the Transportation Climate Initiative would help us develop a public transportation system we don't have right now. And it's a little disappointing that this governor has been so reluctant to get behind the Transportation Climate Initiative. What's your thought on the TCI?
Well, one of the things that has not been made clear is that if the TCI goes through in the general region and Vermont doesn't participate because the governor says we're not going to do it, our prices of fuel are still going to go up because we are part of this regional cost system. And so the wholesalers aren't going to suddenly, figure out how to sell the Vermont trucks less costly fuel. So we're going to pay for it either way. But if we join it, we would actually get the receipts from it to be able to put back into the community. Now, I happen to think we should make sure those who are working class, struggling Vermonters, rural area folks, they ought to get a rebate or a deduction on their paychecks, so a deduction of the taxes on their paychecks, so that they are made whole. Because it is a difficult tax for working class paycheck to paycheck people to pay. And so we do need to make sure they're maintained and whole. But it will still give us an extra chunk of money that we would be able to invest in things like public transportation or recharging stations or various other climate-friendly transportation alternatives and adjustments.
Yeah, it's a win-win situation, I think, for us. But you pointed out the challenge is how to make this so it doesn't feel regressive on working Vermonters.
That's a key piece for me. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, David, I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. One of the other things we've had to push back hard against with the Trump administration is their relentless attacks on women's reproductive freedom. Vermont has consistently supported a women's right to choose. We trust the women of Vermont to make these decisions themselves, and yet in state after state, the Trump administration has organized efforts to put that aside. Where are you on this issue?
Well, I've been a staunch supporter of women and women's reproductive freedom since before I can remember. My mom was a strong leader and actually did biochemistry work back in the 60s researching women's endocrinology. So it's been a topic in my household since before I was ever in politics. And I've supported every Roe v. Wade resolution and each bill that we move towards women's reproductive freedom, autonomy, as well as economic situations, because actually women don't make as much as men in the same jobs on average, and therefore they're also not as well situated to be able to have the freedoms and autonomy that some men have. But ultimately, we've also just passed in the Senate, and I think you passed it in the House, Proposition 5, which is to enshrine in our Constitution those rights for women, so that no matter what happens at the federal level, with the federal courts and the stacking that Mitch McConnell has just done in an egregious way, that we would be able to protect women here. That may be another reason people actually consider moving here, is based on some of these just draconian policies of the Trump administration that have really been such a step backwards for the progress we have been making, not only on women's issues, but like you said earlier, on the environment, on human rights, and so forth.
And a fair economy.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the Trump administration tax cuts, they primarily benefited the wealthy. If you look at the Vermont supposed savings for Vermonters, it was about $500 million, of which the top 5% was about 250 million of it. The top 10% was about 350 million of that. And so, this trickle-down theory of Reaganomics that we've been living with for all of my adult life, the past 40 years, has clearly failed working people. And there's a reason working people are angry. I still don't get why they flock to someone like Trump in terms of for the solution, because it's the top-down financial policies that Trump is the epitome of that has left working people stagnant for wage growth, while the upper, middle, and top class have grown and grown under this trickle down. I mean, the way I explain it is, you know, if someone already has a couple of houses and pools and nice cars, you give them more money, they're not going to buy another pool and put that in. You know, so this idea that wealthy people will create jobs by expanding what they have. When I look at the current situation with the direct payments to people under the stimulus plan, when people have money at the bottom level, they buy food, they pay their bills, they pay their rent, they pay their car payment. Well, that means the person that works at the auto dealer and all these different places, they get paid, and then they get paid. So the money actually bubbles up far more through our society when it's down at the bottom than when it's inserted at the top. It doesn't really trickle down. And we've experienced this for 40 years. We can't keep drinking that Kool-Aid and thinking it's going to taste different.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned that how we would do well to help people down at the lower levels. And one of the things we did in the legislature this year, or we tried to do, was pass a Paid Family Leave Act. This went through the Senate, went through the House, but the governor does not support this. And at a time like this, it shows how important something like this could be. Now, where are you on paid family leave?
Well, it's interesting. I would put paid family leave and raise the minimum wage in the same boat as far as the governor vetoing bills that would have put working people in a better position to weather this storm. When you don't pay people enough that they can barely meet their basic needs, the minute the economy crashes, whether it's 2008, whether it's a pandemic, no one could forecast a pandemic. I don't fault the scale of the situation at all on this governor. I don't think anybody can or should. However, in a regular economic downturn, our systems would have failed. Our UI system didn't have the computer system and the resources to deal with it. I get that some of that's federally based in terms of how many employees are there, but the ramp up of augmented supplemental employees was very slow. I know that's a slight sidetrack. We can get back to that in a minute. But if we had paid family leave, the number of people that would have been immediately backlogged in the UI system would have been fewer, because some of those folks who were trying to take care of or protect their vulnerable family members would have had the opportunity to potentially use paid family leave as an economic augmentation for those first few weeks while the UI system was dealing with the backlog. If you had a higher minimum wage, 50 cents a year, an hour, is $1,000 a year more in someone's pocket. My understanding is the 2-year raise that was going to happen, that we actually we overrode the governor, but is about $5,000 over those 2 years. Well, he had already vetoed a minimum wage bill last biennium. So you add that on, how many people would be better off today if they had made $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 more in the last 2 years? Quite a few would have gone into this situation less precariously on the edge. So these decisions have impacts, very real impacts.
Yeah. And the reason for paid family leave is for unexpected events.
That's right. That's a good point.
David, we've only got a few minutes left here. I just wanted to say, I appreciate you taking the time of going back to when I first came into the House and you sat behind me in the House. I've appreciated working with you. And I just want to say that I look forward to working with you as governor. And I want to offer my support for your candidacy and hope we can move Vermont forward in a way that brings you and the values that you want to share with Vermonters. Are there any last words you want to share with the people of Windham County here?
Well, certainly, thank you for that. I do appreciate it. And I also want to just say, recent news broke that your district mate, Nodder, is not running again, which I think is really unfortunate. He brought a lot in this one term. I think his wisdom and his breadth of knowledge and his measured thinking process and presentation were just really an asset for the building. And I hope that there's an opportunity for him to return someday, because your district really had a gem there. along with you and of course his predecessor, David Dean. But so I want to thank him. I want to thank you for both the endorsement and of course the work that you're continuing to do. And I look forward to it. I think what we could do with a deliberative, thoughtful process looking towards the vision of Vermont and sort of the rebirth from this pandemic is really a unique opportunity that we could do amazing things with.
Yeah. Well, thank you, David. And I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you down here in Windham County.
And if anybody wants to visit, it's zuckerman.forvt.com. And you can get information about me. You can reach out to the campaign and learn more about what my vision is. You can, of course, contribute, but zuckerman4vt.com. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. And thank you to the people at BCTV for bringing this to the viewers down there. So have a great day. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Welcome graduates, family, friends, faculty and staff, members of the Board of Trustees to the Landmark College May 2020 graduation ceremony. Now, this is not a virtual graduation ceremony. This is a real ceremony, and we're so proud of everything you've done, graduates. Given the disruption we've all faced in our lives due to the coronavirus public health crisis, and when thinking about you, our graduates, and how you handled the disruption to your lives and to your learning, My thoughts today are brief and simple. It's not what happens in life that matters, it's how you respond. That's what matters the most. Life is uncertain. Anything can happen. You can find yourself in extremis at any moment. You can't control that. But you can control how you respond to adverse conditions. What does it take? Courage, persistence, confidence, and a willingness to adapt. A willingness to adapt, even when it may be uncomfortable or difficult to do so. You, our graduates, you responded to a very difficult situation. You took it head on. You didn't give up. You completed your college requirements in a completely different format. You have proven that you have what it takes to handle whatever life throws at you. And that says something important about you all. That's what makes you different. We talk a lot about learning differences. That's not what makes you different, learning differences. What makes you different is you have what it takes to respond to adversity and to succeed. Congratulations to every single one of you. Now, before we get started, as always, we want to mention our recent faculty retirees. This year, Steve Carmichael, Lena John, Cindy Tolman, and Jim Balcom. You will be truly missed. In our ceremony today, students were given the opportunity to submit photos and speeches. They'll be shown during the conferring of degrees. And we also have a shout out from a special guest and friend of the college. Now, we'll move into the presentation of awards. Thank you.
The Community Service Award is given to a student or students who unselfishly gives of themselves to the activities of Landmark College or the greater area community. Today, I am honored to present this award to Julius Adochi. Julius, you have come a long way during your time at Landmark College. At first, you weren't sure if Landmark could give you what you needed, if you were in the right place, and if you fit in. We knew you were, of course, but like all of us, a sense of place is something we have to discover for ourselves. And you did just that when you became involved with the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion. But you didn't stop there. You used your experience and your position as a trusted mentor on campus to help so many others who needed to know that Landmark was the place for them. Through the programs that you have sponsored to the individual outreach that you have provided, you have helped so many students think about their place in the world, understand that what they say and what they think matters, and that they make our community stronger. With confidence, I can say that Landmark would be less of a place if not for you and your contributions to our community. Congratulations, Julius.
At each graduation ceremony, I have the opportunity, on behalf of the faculty, to present the Academic Dean's Award. This award is given to students who have best demonstrated the qualities that define academic success at Landmark College. Academic success can be defined by those measurable achievements, such as grades, but it also includes those intangible characteristics, such as creativity and scholarly engagement, honest self-awareness, and mutual respect for others, leadership and resiliency, hard work, intellectual development, and responsible citizenship. This year, the student who best exemplifies these characteristics is Stephen Vitt. During his time at Landmark College, Stephen has become a thought leader on campus. He is an influential neurodiversity advocate because he speaks from the heart with a moral center that includes everyone, not least those who are vulnerable in society and not possessing his advocacy abilities. He has been a pioneer, helping the college to create the Center for Neurodiversity from the ground up. He has served on the center's steering group, participated in outside panels, provided media interviews, and invested his energy in faculty-student research projects, including creating online research guides for the library and evaluating dictation software. The general consensus from those who have had the opportunity to work with Stephen is that he is a real partner in the learning process, and that is ideal for academics. His academic work is used as exemplars in classes. His scholarship is a valuable resource for others, and his advocacy for social justice and willingness to act clearly demonstrates that potential to make life better for others, including the next generation of children as they move through their own educational journeys. Please join me in congratulating Stephen Vitt, this year's recipient of the Academic Dean's Award.
The Charles Drake Award is awarded to a student who has inspired the Landmark College community by his or her personal qualities. This student is not a quitter, but someone who lives in the tradition of Dr. Charles Drake, whose lifetime of vision and courage helped to found this college. This is a student who gives 100%, who goes the extra mile, and who perseveres in the pursuit of his or her goals. This student also helps the rest of us realize that we have far more resources to draw upon than we may think, and therefore helps us keep going when we feel discouraged. This year, we have 2 Charles Drake Award winners, Jenny Beller and Katie Maroney. Jenny and Katie, I know you're watching today. You both deserve this award so much. We're so proud of you. Everything you've done here over the years has been an inspiration to many. Keep doing exactly what you're doing, and you'll succeed no matter what you choose to do the rest of your lives. Congratulations. The President's Award is given to the student who best exemplifies the principles we believe in here at Landmark College. This student is talented and energetic, meets difficulties head-on, works hard, and is dedicated to his or her studies. On the other hand, this student also finds time to contribute to the well-being of other persons and to the life of the Landmark College community as a whole. This year's President's Award winner is Erica Loveland. Erica, I know you're watching. I can't think of a better recipient this year than you, Erica. You've touched so many at this campus. You've succeeded in every realm. We think the world of you. Congratulations.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. Olivia Ames.
Like many of you, Landmark is my second college experience, but previously I had felt left out. Everyone seemed to be moving through life with great ease, and at Landmark, although I need to use my scooter, I felt more included. I knew everyone there were facing challenges of their own. Landmark has helped me with my time management and procrastination. I'm still a work in progress, however, as I waited until the last minute to work on my speech. But there's a quote I love. Don't give up. You had a bad day. Forgive yourself and do better tomorrow. Landmark has taught me that with effort and perseverance, tomorrow will be a better day. I'm so proud to be part of the 2020 graduating class at Landmark.
Jake Baskin. Andrew Blanchard. Hugh Devers, Phi Theta Kappa.
We finally made it to graduation. To be here is surreal because at times I didn't think I was going to make it with my grades hanging on by a thread, but as you can see, I'm here as a college graduate, as a Landmark College graduate. I've met many friends here that I have just absolutely adored and will probably continue to know for the rest of my life, as well as teachers that I hope to keep in contact with and use the lessons and skills they have taught me in life in the college I will go to and continue from here. I'd like to say a special thank you to Eric Maddie for all the public speaking and communication skills that I use in my personal life as well as academic life. And a special thank you to John Rose for being too cool for freaking school and being the man. Thank you for all the strength, for all the lessons, and everything you have taught me. Stay awesome, stay cool, and keep contemplating jazz. Thank you.
Morgan Doyle Elwell.
I would like to say thank you for the school for giving me the opportunity to come here during the last few years. Thank you to my family for always supporting me, and my mother for being my biggest advocate both growing up and even now.
Zachary Dunn. Matthew Goldstein.
My time in Landmark may have come to an end in a way that we all didn't want, but I'm just so glad that I was able to come here. I grew as a person in such a way that I'm more confident with going out in the real world, making friends, getting a job in an environment that doesn't collar you for having learning disabilities, but pushes you to be better and to be more comfortable with who you are. I hope everyone stays safe out there, and I also hope that you find a way to celebrate, because you've all done such a great job, and we've all gotten through this together, and we're gonna go out and do great things out in the world. I also want to dedicate this to my friends who I'm mostly leaving, that I hope you have a good time too without me, and I hope you stay safe.
Gordon Graham. Oscar Held, Phi Theta Kappa.
Hello, everyone. I don't have much time, so I will be brief. I have learned many things here at Landmark. I have learned how to cooperate with others more in terms of school, and made many friends, improved my billiard skills and my basketball skills, as well as the qualities that a leader needs to have. These qualities are very important, especially in these trying times. We need more leaders if we are going to survive this, or just in life. We need them to inspire us and keep pushing forward. And since I believe I have those qualities, I will do my best from now on. Thank you.
Alexander Call.
I have been in Landmark for a time that seems so short yet so long. As Mother Teresa said, yesterday's gone, tomorrow has not yet come, we have only today. My first day at Landmark was very different from my college that I went to before. The teachers were much more accepting of us students with LDs, be it dyslexia or on the autism spectrum. I've met students just like me with similar LDs, though we all learn differently. I now know that I can accomplish things that I did not think I'd be able to accomplish before, all thanks to Landmark. In these times, there are only two things I can say: stay well and stay healthy. Thank you.
Kevin Knowles. Christian Loreno, Phi Theta Kappa. Catherine Maroney.
Hello everyone, and congrats to the class of 2020. I know I'm repeating a lot of Landmark graduates when I say I truly didn't expect to make it this far, never mind under these circumstances we're facing. My experience at Landmark was unlike any I could have imagined after too many years of frustration and failure over my learning difference. At Landmark, I found solidarity, compassion, and a whole new understanding of myself as a student, one who is capable despite the little voice in her head telling her she's not. I still remember my very first day as a Landmark student, and after just one taste of failure, I was ready to pack my things and go home, because I thought that meant I was just not meant to be successful. But here I could reframe my thinking. Just as one failure could affect me, so can just one piece of feedback, one hello on the quad, or just one instance of understanding to interrupt the vicious cycle. Thank you, friends, family, faculty, and staff at Landmark for never giving up on me. Thank you.
Hannah Marshall. Nicole Metzgar.
I wanted to say a big thank you to my family for helping me get to this point. I also wanted to thank the teachers and Landmark staff members who were kind and encouraging and who helped and supported me during my 6 semesters here at Landmark College. This was my next big step after graduating from high school towards proving all the people, teachers, peers, including myself, and probably a few people here, wrong. And I plan to continue proving them all wrong as I continue my educational journey at my next college and earning my next degree. But before I leave, I wanted to say a special thank you to a few select people, to my mom and dad, my sisters, my few close friends that I made here, along with Brian Cohen, Adrian Major, Ann McCloskey, Rebecca Maddie, Alice Vogel, Kathy Burris, and of course the amazing Jim Balcom. Thank you.
Eric Nordstrom. Dylan Riley. Rosie Rose. Daniel Rosenberg.
Hello, everybody. I don't know how these speeches are eventually going to be organized, but I know if it's alphabetical, then I'm pretty late on the list, so I'm going to keep it brief. I didn't come to Landmark straight out of high school. I, like many other students here, spent a semester or two failing out of a local college, feeling awful and unworthy of an education. Also, like many other Landmark students, I struggled with executive functioning and attentional challenges throughout middle and high school, and like every student graduating today, I still have a learning disability and I still struggle with these things every day. But today, I'm graduating with an associate degree, so I think I've come a long way. And I'd like to thank Landmark for helping me make that happen. The support I've received from the teachers, advisors, executive functioning coaching, from tech support staff and librarians and Res Life, that support is what made this day possible for me. I've always believed that everyone is deserving of an education and capable of achieving it, but somewhere in the process of struggling through school, I was convinced that that statement somehow didn't apply to me. I'm grateful to Landmark for proving me wrong.
Anne-Marie Scalfaro.
Today I'm graduating and I can't believe I've gotten this far. It wouldn't have been for the help of my mom and my dad and my family. I also want to thank Landmark College. You guys have been an amazing support system, and I wouldn't want you guys to change that. Thank you, teachers and faculty, for being kind, helping, and understanding. It really means a lot, more than you would ever know. Thank you all again.
Erica Shea.
I would like to thank Franklin Academy, my parents, my friends, my boyfriend, and Landmark College for believing in me. Today I received the greatest achievement of my life, which is my associates in liberal studies. But I am not done. I am a shooting star that keeps continuing to thrive. Elton John once sang, "Don't you know I'm still standing, better than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time." I am not the only one that is still standing here today. All of you are too. Congratulations to all the graduates. Thank you.
Julius Adochi. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Arts in Business Studies. Brendan Lemieux.
Hello all, this is Brendan Lemieux here. I'd like to take the time to thank all my family, friends, and all the faculty at Landmark that have helped me while my 2 years there. I'd especially like to thank Dr. Landon for helping me with all my business courses, as she's always easy to email and help out if I have a question. I'd also like to thank my parents who have helped support me throughout my time at college, and I'd also like to thank Charlie, Dan, Eric, Tim, and Guitar for always supporting me. I hope we keep in touch and have a great summer. See ya.
Corey Zaruki Cohen. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Computer Science. Gil Bornstein. Christopher Farena. Caleb Strauss. Justin Willis, Phi Theta Kappa.
Hi, my name is Justin Willis. My time at Landmark College has taught me to never give up. I have to push myself every time I need to get work done, and I couldn't do it alone. The help and support I received from the Landmark staff was unbelievable. I was blessed to have been able to work with students who share similar struggles and professors who understood how we were wired. I want to thank the Landmark professors who put their heart and soul into embracing those of us who learn differently. Their mission to help us takes patience, passion, and extensive knowledge of multiple learning disabilities. And finally, I would like to thank all Landmark staff for making Landmark College what it is today. And a special thank you to my advisor, Ann Wheeler, for not only dealing with my unscheduled visits, but also getting me to where I am today, a cap, tassel, and a degree, and the confidence to move on to my next challenge. Thank you, Landmark.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associates of Science in Life Science. Daniel Meadows.
Hello, my name is Daniel Meadows, AS. First, I would like to thank my parents, my family, and friends for supporting me during my time at Landmark. I would also like to thank my advisors, Gene Fulton and Todd Miller, for helping me navigate my courses at LMC. Finally, I have to thank folks like Doug Lynch, Kim Coleman, and Cindy Tolman for being as caring and committed as they were in class. All of the chances you've given me and all the patience you have had have allowed me to give this very speech. I came to Landmark College with so many expectations, and so many of them have turned out to be wrong. The location, the school, the staff, and the students surprise me every day. Campus is funny that way. The greatest surprise that I felt every day was my own progress. I earned my own self-respect and my place within the professional world, even during the current pandemic. In closing, I would again like to show my gratitude to those who've given me the love and support that I needed to excel, even with my learning differences. Thank you and good luck to all of those still stuck at home.
Sabina Breitbard.
Hello, I'm Sabina, and I'd like to thank everybody who supported me in getting my degree in life sciences. I'd like to thank my Aunt Nancy and my Uncle Alan and my friends and family. I'd also like to thank the STEM department, who really care a lot and are very accommodating. I'd like to thank Professor Stein, who was my professor for 4 of my classes and also my mentor. I aspire to have a similar career that he has, and going forward I will be studying conservation biology. Thank you.
Justin O'Brien. Nathan Santana.
I just wanted to thank Landmark College for all the support throughout the years. And of course, the teachers have helped me succeed. I wanted to thank my friends and my family for everything they have done for me. I wanted to give a big shout out to Mark Thurman and the Rise Up Center and everything that they did to help me succeed and grow as a person. And now I'm looking forward and moving on to the next chapter. Thank you, Landmark.
Daniel Shin.
Hello. First, I'd like to take this time to thank everyone for supporting me throughout my entire journey here at Landmark College, especially to all of my instructors, my academic advisor, Denise Higgins, who always urges me to get all the work done. Also, thanks to all the staffs and decals, the librarians, and all of my classmates that helped me out in some assignments. I also would especially like to thank my family for always supporting me. Next, I really loved and enjoyed every single minute of the opportunity for all the school events, such as being a radio DJ, a member of the Arcade Club, the Student Government Association, and the Campus Activities Board. And I'm also grateful to work for Emily Northa and the numerous opportunities that she had offered. Finally, I know that this will be my last moment as a student here at Landmark College, and that I thank everyone for treating me like a family member of the campus community. As President Eden always says, don't give up and keep moving forward, and always believe in yourself that you can always do it of achieving your goals. Thank you, and good luck to everyone in your next journey that's part of your future. Go Sharks!
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual is the first to meet the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership. Wyman Jackson.
It is exciting to have our first Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership graduate this spring 2020. Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership, abbreviated as COML, draws from and combines the communication and business fields in some really interesting and meaningful ways. The major is grounded in current organizational theory and leadership best practices with multiple opportunities for real-world application. Now, the foundation of the major is built upon courses such as marketing, management, interpersonal communication, and media production. Now, students then can go on to focus in two different ways. One is called Leadership for Organizational Social Change, or the other is Multimodal Communication and Storytelling. We anticipate our graduates with this major to be prepared to move in multiple directions, all different kinds of careers and professions, including advertising, public relations, human resources, sales, broadcasting, new media. It goes on. Again, congratulations to our pioneering first graduate, Wyman Jackson.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. Erica Loveland, Golden Key.
Landmark, thank you for being part of the development that has made me proud to be dyslexic, for being a place where I could explore various leadership roles and participate in many fun activities. I am so grateful for the connections I've made from faculty and staff to, of course, my friends. Thank you to my peers for showing me different perspectives. Thank you to my boyfriend and his family for giving me a second home on the East Coast. And of course, thank you to my family for the endless love, support, and encouragement. I will cherish the memories that I've made at Landmark, from cultivating mushrooms with a couple science professors to traveling Africa. Landmark is a special place, and I'm so honored to be a part of this family.
Sean Noonan, Golden Key. Jenna Pavajak.
Thank you to my family, friends, and the great faculty and staff for making a huge impact on me. It's hard to believe that after all these years, my school life is coming to an end. My life has sure been interesting, to say the least. From repeating second grade to skipping seventh grade to now graduating college in 4 years despite this pandemic. Thank you to Landmark for the continuous support, the opportunities you've provided me with, and the great lifelong friendships I have made. I did it!
Christoph Rozicki. Jessup Strauss, Golden Key.
I want to thank everyone who stood by me, especially when things got hard. Special shout-outs to my parents, my various teachers from over the years, and all my close friends, whom I shall never forget.
Stephen Vitt.
First of all, congratulations to my fellow graduates. I would like to thank all the professors I've worked with over the years, in particular Peg Alden, Dan Miller, and Solveig Schmolsky. They've given me not just knowledge, but confidence in my own abilities. I would also like to thank everyone at the library, with special mention of Kathy Burris, who has been not just supportive in my academics, but a good friend as well. Speaking of friends, I would also like to thank all my peers that supported me over the years. Most of all, I want to thank my mother and grandmother for their endless support. I love you, Nunny. Mom, thank you so much for always believing in me. I could never have done this without you. Turns out you were right about my potential. Have fun bragging.
2 baccalaureate students will graduate today with a major in psychology, the first to do so at Landmark College. Psychology students explore the many facets of human behavior and the human mind by reviewing scientific studies of each, as well as learning the varied research methodologies of this far-reaching discipline. At Landmark, of course, there's a special emphasis on neurodiversity. Through coursework in cognitive, educational, and developmental psychology, as well as basic neuroscience, applied statistics, and human biology, students in psychology develop the foundational background knowledge that will help them pursue any number of career options, including counseling, education, research, and business. In fact, the study of psychology underlies almost everything we know and will continue to learn about human interaction in an increasingly complex world. Congratulations to Emily Bartlett and Gianna Eisenberg.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, The following individuals are the first to meet the requirements of the Bachelor of Arts in Psychology. Emily Bartlett.
Hey guys, it's Emily Bartlett here. I just want to thank all the people who got me here, all the friends that I've made. I'm definitely gonna miss them. All the faculty and staff, my family, my advisors, everyone. And I'm definitely going to miss all my friends that I've made here, as mentioned before, and definitely gonna miss doing study abroad. That was one of my favorite things that I did here. Ireland, New Zealand, Costa Rica, most recently London, and yes, they're all in that order. And I am super psyched to be one of the first graduates of this BA in psychology. And on that note, I'm going to throw my cap in the air. Whee!
Gianna Eisenberg.
Congratulations, class of 2020. I just wanted to thank my professors and advisors for helping me get to where I am today. I really want to thank my friends for all your support. I want to thank the people in the business office, the RAs and RDs that I got the opportunity to work with. I love you all so much. I want to thank my boyfriend, Nate, for all his support and going through this college journey with me. I want to thank my moms for making it possible for me to come to Landmark. I love you guys so much. And I want to thank my emotional support guinea pig, Oreo. Congratulations, class of 2020. We did it.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Studio Arts. Jenny Beller, Golden Key.
Good afternoon. Every day is a great day to be a shark, but today is an especially great day. Thank you to everyone I've met at Landmark. I truly believe it is the people that make this college so great. A special thank you to the art department and the residential life team. I am so proud to be graduating alongside a bunch of my friends and fellow RAs. Yay, class of 2020. Thank you.
Alyssa Casey.
I'm afraid I'm not very good at public speaking, even with the benefit of multiple takes. I'm inclined to keep this brief for my own sake and the sake of the viewer, but I will say this. Graduating has been a struggle and a half, and I wouldn't be able to do it without support. So I really want to thank my parents and the rest of my family, Amma and Umpa, Auntie and Uncle. I couldn't have done this without their support, emotionally and financially. I have no money. Thank you for putting up with my procrastination, breakdowns, and constantly changing my mind about my future career. I think there was a month there where I legitimately wanted to be a circus clown. Sorry to say, you'll be putting up with school, Alyssa, for another few years as I aim for my master's, but at least one step is sorted. Moving on to this next chapter in my life, I'm daunted, but I couldn't be more excited despite my fear. This has been a very weird semester, but I'm glad to say we all pulled through in the end.
Maxwell Cornell.
My time at Landmark has made me appreciate the value of self-reliance as well as the values of camaraderie and cooperation. When I first came to Landmark, I had no idea which way to turn, and over the subsequent semesters, I have grown a deeper appreciation for the people and things that challenge me to be my best self. I would like to thank everyone who has supported me on this journey as I continue to find my way and develop as an artist and a human being. I am proud to have been part of our Putney community, and I am humbled by the talent, goodwill, and gentility I have seen in the students and professors I have met along the way. While at this moment we may be separated geographically, we are all in this moment collectively, and I hope we can all continue to share the moments of our lives with each other. Thank you all so much.
Vikas Mitchell.
Hello, faculty, fellow graduates, friends, and family who are here with us to share this amazing moment. I want to send a message to everyone out there who has any sort of learning difference. If you focus on your strengths rather than your weaknesses, you will be successful. I have always been timid to disclose my LD because I believed that it would take away from the opportunities I could have been given. I feared I would be looked down upon and not be able to succeed. Landmark College has proven that wrong. I want to thank everyone at Landmark College for granting me so many wonderful opportunities. Thank you to my fellow students, friends, and faculty for being so caring, understanding, and supportive. You will all be missed.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual meets the requirements for the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. Nathaniel Gully.
Congratulations, class of 2020. We did it. I just want to give a shout out to all my friends that I met along the way and all the friends that I have in California. Thank you for being there to support me along this whole crazy journey. Shout out to all my family back in California, and most of all, shout out to my mom and dad. Thank you for pushing me and getting me to this point. I wouldn't have made it here without you. I'll shout out to my girlfriend, Gianna. Thank you for helping me through this whole college journey, and I can't wait to see what's next. P.S. Nate, hope you packed everything. It's been a crazy month.
And now we're going to hear from a special guest of Landmark College.
Hello everyone, it's Ewan McGregor. I'm sending this message to all the graduates at Landmark College this year to wish you all my best and to give you all my congratulations for the hard work over the last 4 years. I'm really sorry that you've had to end it in this odd way during this lockdown situation with the coronavirus, and that you haven't been able to finish together at the college. It's a shame that you haven't been able to do that, but I know that it'll be very special nonetheless that you're graduating in the way that you are, virtually, online. I got to know Landmark a little bit over the summer. My daughter Jamman came there to do the summer course, and I saw what a special place it was and what special people go there. And I could sense that it was a very wonderful atmosphere, and I bet you've all had a great 4 years there. So I just wanted to wish you my best wishes going forward, and my congratulations for all the hard work that you've done, as I've said, over the last 4 years. And they told me to say congratulations to the May Landmark College Associate and Bachelor Degree graduates. And I had to write that down because I would never remember it. I remembered a Shakespeare play once, but I couldn't remember that one line. Anyway, lots of love to you all, and congratulations, and well done. Cheers.
By the power vested in me by the Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon you the Associate of Arts degree in Liberal Studies, Business Studies, the Associate of Science degree in Computer Science, Life Sciences, the Bachelor of Arts degree in Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership, Liberal Studies, Psychology, and Studio Art, and the Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science on this day, May 30th, 2020. I hereby present the May 2020 class of graduates who are now officially welcomed into the Landmark College Alumni Association.
Good afternoon, and congratulations, Alumni Sharks. On behalf of Landmark College and the Office of Alumni Relations, we are proud to now claim you among our alumni ranks. I feel a deep sense of pride to continue to serve you as you further your educations, start careers, and embark on new life paths. There's a motto in alumni relations. You are a student for just a few years, but you are an alum for life. The focus of these points of life start and end with dates. But what matters most is the dash that's in between those years. The dash represents all the time spent working hard and learning more about yourself. We heard from you today all the great things you did with your dash as a student. Trips to Botswana, pioneering one of our new degrees, and making friends that will last a lifetime. And if you're anything like me, in your undergraduate dash, there were some hiccups too. My hope for you is that you know how much this dash is worth as a student, and now how much more it will mean as an alum. The mentors you just thanked, the moment that you found yourself while you were here, learning that perfection does not exist, but motivation does, are the things that will guide you in your next dash. In your alumni dash, you have many more years, even decades, to give back in the ways that you were afforded to as a student here. I'm excited to be the one that officially welcomes you to start your alumni dash. And to officially start this dash, we mark this moment with the gift of your alumni pin. This pin is exclusive, and it represents your continued connection and commitment to Landmark College as proud, productive Sharks. It also symbolizes a sense of security, knowing that no matter where you are, wherever you go, that you will always have a spot and a place back at Landmark College. We ask you to wear this over your heart, where Landmark will be for the rest of your life. Congratulations, welcome to the Alumni Association, and most of all, welcome to your new dash.
Here's a message from our board chairperson, Bob Lewis.
On behalf of the entire Board of Trustees of Landmark College, congratulations on achieving your college degrees. Graduation is always a highlight for me. Congratulating you and hearing about your paths to get here, your hard work addressing your challenges, and the appreciation you all show to others who have helped you. They are all reminders for me on how I should live my life. As you move on from here, remain thankful and supportive of this great institution, Landmark College, its unique mission, its faculty, and its staff. And at this truly defining moment in all of our lives, let us all take from here the realization that the future will hold unexpected and uncharted challenges, always. What we make of those challenges defines us as the human race. Let education, study, science, and research guide us, and let us use our mature, informed judgment based upon those things to make our society a better and safer place for all who need our leadership and service. That's what lifelong learning is all about. Congratulations, and we wish you all the very best.
Wow, that was amazing. Congratulations, graduates. We're just so proud of every one of you. Fantastic job. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't provide some thanks to a number of individuals and groups. First, the faculty and staff. Everything you've done this year is just, words can't express our gratitude and the wonderful job you did. Also, thank you to all those who put together this fantastic graduation event. Very meaningful. Well done. Ewan McGregor, you're the man. We love it. Thanks so much. Hope to talk to you again soon. Now, as we close out this ceremony, there's one thing and then a look back at your time at Landmark College. Thank you for joining us today. Take care.
out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 373rd edition of Energy Week. We are recording this on the 28th of May, 2020. Our first day of news that we're reporting is from the 21st of May, which is a week ago today on Thursday. Every day, I go to the internet and get whatever news I can about energy and climate change, and I post them at a blog, geoharvey.com. And you can go there and find the stories that we are reading. We'll keep you apprised of what the date is that these things appeared on the blog, and you can go to the blog and click on the date on the calendar and find the stories. And there are also, there's what I call a script, which is, you know, the stuff that we say is not really scripted except for the titles and the synopses of these stories. But the titles and synopses are available on a file online. Actually, there's a Energy Week blog, and you can go to posts for that, and the address of those posts is on the show's end material that is below the place where it is played online, and then also. BCTV puts up the entire script with the photos, so that a person who's hearing this but doesn't have a television or whatever to watch it on,
they watch it on a computer.
They can watch it on the computer and look at the well, they could watch the show on the computer, but even without access to the show itself, they can look at the slides on that. So
well, some of these are well worth looking at. There's a couple of them this week are good. Some of them very, very long this week.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Tom. Tom reads everything.
So I'll try to call your attention to some of the better ones, because some of these are almost must-sees, you know. They're awful close to it.
Yeah, they are.
And
so, should we just go into it, Tom?
I think we should. I'll catch up with my head in a little while.
Okay. For anybody who's listening to this, Tom and I are doing the show from our homes, and it's being recorded on a regular telephone link. And then Brian at BCTV is putting the show together with the slides that I provide him. So we're starting in London, and we have an item from Green Queen Media.
That's what it says.
That's what it says.
Unilever, H&M, among 150 companies worth $2 trillion, urging net zero pandemic recovery. I don't know what Unilever H&M is, but
Unilever is a big.
We'll figure that out. Unilever, I know what it is.
Big company. Okay, in a CEO-led climate advocacy effort backed by the UN, 155 multinational companies with combined market capitalization of over $2.4 trillion signed a joint statement urging world governments to align recovery efforts with climate science. And
well, what they're trying to do here, they're calling for policies that will put net zero emissions at the center of post-coronavirus rebuilding packages.
Yeah.
Will benefit business in the long run. It'll benefit all of us, really.
Yeah. One of the things that I find really interesting about this is that this isn't a bunch of people showing up at the annual meetings and demanding something, you know, kind of kooks sitting in the back of the meeting holding signs or something. This is the CEOs. These are the people who are actually running these companies. And
movers and the shakers.
They are indeed. That picture, by the way, is a picture of what is called Sustainable London. And it is...
looks pretty green.
It looks pretty green. I find it kind of frightening, to tell you the truth, because it looks like all they really did there was plant trees all over the place and sprinkle islands in the Thames River. And I think we have to do more than that. But, you know, they're trying.
Let's hope they do.
Yeah. So should we move on from that story, Tom?
Yeah, we got another picture here. Hey, we got a whole bunch of, what are these things anyhow?
Oh, those things, the wind turbines?
Oh, wind turbines, huh?
Oh, wind turbines. Who'd have thought?
I don't think you'd be watching this show if you didn't see a picture of wind turbines and pump jacks.
Yeah, but you know, one thing that I want to point out about this picture, there are, well, there's actually 5 wind turbines. You just see a blade of one of them sticking up in the air. But if you look at the kind of horizon, which is actually the top of a rise, a little hill or something, there's a tree there to the left of the left-hand-most wind turbine. And,
yeah, funny-looking tree.
And that tree is probably a full-grown tree, and the mast of that wind turbine is on land that's a whole lot farther down. Those turbines are gigantic. So this is from Forbes Advocate.
Well, they've been getting bigger. We're going to be talking about one that's probably now the biggest in the world, or a bunch of them. You know, one model that's the biggest in the world. Well, let's move along. We'll get there. Coalition Energy Roadmap for gas over coal.
Australia's government has highlighted gas as a crucial energy source to back up renewable energy power generation over the next decade. A long-awaited roadmap to meeting the country's emission reduction commitments uses gas and pumped hydrogen to back up solar and wind capacity.
It's a form of storage.
It is. And I should point out that there's a lot of different kinds of gas, and the government of Australia is actually pushing natural gas to replace coal as a backup, and there are a lot of environmentalists who are really upset about this. Gas can also be hydrogen. And
right, definitely.
Yeah.
And it seems like parts, at least, of Australia have put their bets on hydrogen.
Yeah, they have. Absolutely, they have. And not small amounts of money, too. We're talking about, in some cases, upwards of $10 billion. You got anything more on this?
A quick takeaway, this comes from the article. The government will focus on technologies where the nation has a competitive advantage.
Yeah.
It looks like they think they have a competitive advantage in hydrogen, and they're moving in that direction.
Well, I think they do. I think they do have a competitive advantage for hydrogen. And they're right about that. But as I said, they're pushing natural gas too, and that does not please me. Forbes Advocate, by the way, doesn't have anything to do with Forbes magazine.
Oh, no?
No, I think it's actually related to a town called Forbes or something like that. I'm not sure. I did look into it and I forgot, but I think, okay, I might be wrong. I think it doesn't have anything to do with Forbes magazine, which is an American publication. The Advocate is Australian.
Okay.
So, are we going on from that one?
I think we should. We got another slide coming up of what are these things?
I think they're maybe the same ones we saw on the first slide. The last slide, I'm sorry. No, they're not. And the cells are shaped different.
Yeah, they are. Well, it says UK renewables output overtakes fossil fuels. Where have I heard that one before?
This is from Renews. In the UK, renewables generated more than fossil fuels for the first quarter of 2020. We're talking about 3 months here. In February, UK wind farms averaged a 50% capacity factor for onshore and 60% for offshore. Drax Electric Insights tells us this. By contrast, gas had a capacity factor of 34%, and coal had a capacity factor of 17%. Now, nuclear had
you'd have figured they would have a very high capacity factor.
Normally they do. But here's the deal, Tom. They're not running normally. They're running abnormally.
Yes. Well, we'll talk about that a little bit, I think, too.
Yeah, the capacity factor of nuclear was 59%, so even nuclear didn't have a capacity factor that was as high as offshore wind, which is mind-boggling.
Well, the nuclear plants are supposed to run all the time, aren't they?
They are indeed, and they didn't.
Well, for a quick takeaway, renewables output was higher than fossil fuel generation for the first time ever.
Yeah.
That must be just in UK.
Well, I'll tell you something, Tom. It's been going on in the United States, too.
Definitely. It is going on in the U.S.
Absolutely. But
output from wind was boosted by winter storms that made February the windiest since records began.
Well, that does make a difference. But the thing that I find interesting about this particular report is gas. We're talking about well, there's different kinds of gas, but baseload gas should be running at about somewhere around 70%, 80% capacity factor. Load following is going to be far below that, and peaker plants sometimes run as low as 9%. But when coal is running at 17%, coal usually runs 65 or 70%.
Yes, it's usually on all the time.
These plants are just losing money like mad. It's like, you know, we're seeing with the coronavirus pandemic, we're seeing stores that are not open, and imagine, you know, or stores that you can pick things up at the door, like the Everyone's Books. You know, you can call in an order for a book and pick it up at the door. But you know, that's the way things are in Brattleboro. But you know that's cutting into their business. And when you are running at 17%, there's no profit out of it. There's a big loss out of this.
The times they are changing, and they're changing big time.
They are. So should we go on?
Yeah, let's go on. We got one coming up for Friday, the 22nd of May.
Yep, and we have an item from...
They have a battery.
That is a battery, and I want to call attention to the fact that there's a little thing to the right of the battery that has some words on it, which I can't read, but...
Well, it looks like it's about an 8.5 by 11 sheet.
Yeah, and so if that's the case, this is a big battery, physically large.
Looks like it would fit in the back seat of a car, right behind the seat or something like that.
It kind of looks like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So this is from Clean...
Well, if that's an 8.5 by 11 sheet, that's just about exactly what it is.
Yeah. And I see the number of amp hours that it's on there, but I don't see a voltage, so...
Well, I calculated that it had to be 6 volts, which doesn't make sense to me, but...
I don't know.
Well, we'll see what it has to say.
Okay.
China's S-Volt announces a cobalt-free battery production launch. That's important.
That is. S-Volt, a Chinese battery company founded in 2018, announced in 2019 that it would build a 24 gigawatt-hour cobalt-free lithium-ion battery. It seems to have made good on that promise. S-Volt says the technology will work in a car for 15 years or up to 1.2 million kilometers.
That's 746,000 miles.
That's right. So, you know, these are long-serving batteries. They have a long product life, and they don't have any cobalt.
Well, the new battery has a range of over 500 miles. I guess that's per charge. And over 50% of the cobalt that is consumed worldwide is presently used in lithium-ion batteries.
Very easy to...
Cobalt's expensive.
Cobalt is expensive, and there are big issues about how people get it. Because
there's child labor involved and stuff like that.
That's right.
A completely cobalt-free and cost-effective battery will help revolutionize the energy sector. Well, that's a fact.
I think it is. The question is, does this battery actually work? If they've actually produced a 24 gigawatt-hour cobalt-free lithium-ion battery, then this battery has to work. There's no doubt about it.
I would think, and all of their competitors are out there taking their batteries apart, trying to figure out what they're doing.
Which is called reverse engineering. And sometimes you can do that, and sometimes you can't. Okay.
Oh, we got another picture coming up here. It looks like it's Lake Erie. That's Cleveland in the background.
That is Cleveland. We've actually seen this picture on the show before. It was a couple of years ago. And this particular item comes from Renewed.
And that's called the Icebreaker Wind Farm in Lake Erie.
Yeah.
And the article starts off by saying turbine restrictions may be fatal to Icebreaker.
This is one of those kind of infuriating articles. The Lake Erie Energy Development Corporation, the developers of the 21 megawatt Icebreaker offshore wind farm on Lake Erie, said it is stunned by the regulators' approval of the project on the condition that the 6 turbines are switched off from dusk until dawn for most of the year.
Why are they doing that?
Well, you know, this article was very short, and it really didn't explain, but and unfortunately, you know, when I got the article, it was available online, but it was about the only thing available online. So I put the article into my blog, and it took until a couple of days later that I found out why they did this. They're doing it to protect bats.
Oh.
They're doing this. The wind farm would have to be off from dusk until dawn. My recollection is that it's the 1st of May to the end of October, which means that they're going to have to be off a lot of the time.
Well, it's 8 miles out into the lake. They're going to protect the bats. The bats aren't even going to be there.
Tom, I don't understand it either. Maybe bats do go out that far. I would think that they would have done.
If there's bugs out there, there's bats out there.
If what?
If there's bugs out there, there's bats out there.
If there's bugs. Now, are there bugs 8 miles offshore?
That's what I'm thinking.
There could be, and it might depend on what kinds of bugs they are. But
well, whatever they're doing, it makes this project economically unviable.
Right, and it was actually, that was the big one of something like 33 things that they stuck on, saying you can't do this, you must do that. But the thing that was really infuriating about this was that LEEDCO, Lake Erie Energy Development Corporation, and the regulators had actually come to an agreement. And the agreement, it covered the question of the bats and shutting the wind turbines down. And this was a big surprise. The regulators were going back on that agreement when they made the conditions.
I would figure bats are perfectly capable of avoiding wind turbines.
I don't know. Bats are funny creatures. Honestly, Tom, I think probably not, because they operate on the basis of sonar, and as those turbine blades go around, they're going to be coming toward them and going away, and they're going to have funny ideas about where the blades are.
That may be the bottom line. I don't know.
Yeah, but why bats would be 8 miles offshore, I don't know. As you said, if there's bugs out there, there would be bats, but
I mean, if bugs hang around vegetation and stuff like that, they don't hang around lakes much.
Well, that's true. And even, if I'm thinking about going out on a boat on a lake, you don't find mosquitoes out in the middle of the lake usually. You find them near the shore.
Bingo.
So,
yeah. Look at a nice picture coming up here.
Yeah, tropical forest. Nice picture.
Scientists find climate change tipping point for tropical forests. And that's a tropical forest.
That's a tropical forest. That's why their picture is there. This is from the Irish News. Ireland is
tropical forest in Ireland.
There's lots of forests.
No tropical forests in Ireland.
They're not usually tropical. No. Although I'll tell you, I lived in Devonshire, which is always called Devon by the local people. And in Devonshire in the 1960s, we had bamboo growing in the yard, and there was a park not far from where I lived that had native palm trees in it. And by native, I mean British palm trees.
Yeah, there's native palm trees in Ireland.
Yeah.
And in parts of Ireland, you can even see cacti.
Can you? I didn't know that. Is
I
that
think
why
there
they
is
call it Emerald Isle?
Huh?
Is that why they call it the Emerald Isle?
I don't think so. I think the cacti have been introduced.
I think so, but in England, on the South Shore, there are scorpions, believe it or not. And I think they've been introduced too. But let me read this.
Yeah.
You read the title. Tropical forests can still act as effective carbon sponges in a warmer world. A team of researchers coordinated by the University of Leeds found rainforests can continue to absorb huge volumes of carbon if global warming remains less than 2 degrees Celsius, which is 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit, above pre-industrial levels.
Interesting picture there of men on a giant tree. And the tree got to be 10 feet in diameter.
Are you talking about another picture at this article?
I'm talking about on this article.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can't see the picture here, but it's in this article.
Yeah.
It's a big tree.
When I think about the big trees, I think about the movie, the Big Trail, which was a John Wayne movie from when he was very young.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that one.
It was the Oregon Trail, and he went out on the Oregon Trail to Oregon. And when he got there, they wound up being on the edge of a forest with trees that were utterly gigantic. And he and the young woman he was in love with go spot each other in this forest. And I think those trees must have been 20 feet through thick, at least.
Well, you got trees that big out in the West.
Yeah.
They got roads running right through a tree.
Yeah. Yep. So should we move on, Tom?
Well, I got a quick takeaway here.
Oh, good.
World's tropical forests store an estimated 25 years' worth of fossil fuel emissions in their trees.
Yeah.
Currently, 25% of tropical rainforests are above the threshold and store less carbon than their cooler counterparts. And from the article again, nearly 2 million measurements were taken from 10,000 trees in 10,000 species of trees in 24 countries across South America, Africa, and Asia. So they did their homework.
They did their homework, and that, by the way, is something that I think that people who don't understand science should ponder, because we have a lot of people attacking science these days, and they seem to think that scientists are guys who get in the back room and smoke a cigar and say, well, what are we going to tell everybody next? And in fact, 2 million measuring points.
Takes a little bit of time to do that.
Yeah, well, even if you've got computers doing all the measurements, and then you have computer programs putting them into spreadsheets or whatever, this is a huge amount of work, even with the computers. So,
well, let's move along. We got a nice picture of Miami.
Yep, Saturday, May 23rd.
Miami's fight against rising seas.
And this is from the BBC, just down the coast from Donald Trump's weekend retreat. And I got to tell you, it's not far down the coast. The residents and businesses of South Florida are experiencing regular episodes of water in the streets. The battle against rising seas, the region is becoming ground zero, and it has more to lose than anywhere else in the world.
This is a very long article.
It is.
It's interesting. There's a lot of pictures involved.
There are.
If you've got about 2 weeks, take a look at the article.
Good idea.
It is a good article.
Yeah.
Well, I got a quick takeaway here. With tides higher than they have been in decades, many of South Florida's drainage systems and seawalls are no longer sufficient. Miami has the most to lose in terms of financial assets of any coastal city in the world, just above Guangzhou, China, and New York City.
They are going to have trouble in Miami, and we've been...
They're having trouble already. Well, we've talked about that.
Over and over. We've been talking about that for a long time, sunny day flooding.
Some of the sewers that they've built to take rainwater off the streets is bringing seawater in.
Yeah. And they're putting, I think it was $495 million into building check valves in those sewers and raising the roads and things like that. And you see pictures of places...
We've talked about exactly that.
Huh?
We've talked about that.
We have. And you see pictures of people sitting in an outdoor cafe that looks like it was sunk into the ground. And in fact, what happened was the outdoor cafe was there, and it was at ground level and street level, and the street was raised 2 feet.
Is this the one with the water up around everybody's knees?
No, that's...
It's a different one.
Yeah, it's a different one. Yeah.
Times are changing, boy, I tell you.
Well, yeah, they are. So do you want to go on? Do you have something?
Yeah, we got another one coming up here.
This is from Clean Technica.
Natural gas leaks are deadly for trees.
Yeah, and we have a picture here of a woman holding a dead tree that was apparently killed by natural gas. We have long known that drilling, gas extraction, and fracking are associated with huge amounts of water contamination, explosion hazards, and corruption of human health. But the situation is worse than that. Natural gas leaking from pipes is also deadly for trees that line our streets. And by the way, I think it's probably not very good for human beings either.
Well, I can't see any health benefits out of it.
Well, yeah, probably not.
Well, from the article, dead or dying trees were 30 times more likely to have been exposed to methane in the soil surrounding their roots than healthy trees. And the gas had leaked from natural gas pipelines, typically buried beneath the roadways.
And one of the things that we had come up several years ago, and I've mentioned it probably at least half a dozen times on the show, was that thing about a study, and I don't even remember what university it was, although it was a university in the Boston area. they got a car and they had a methane detector put into it, and they drove it on every street in Boston. And they found something like 2,500 gas leaks, 2,700, something like that. And somebody, it might have been the Natural Resources Defense League or you know, one Sierra Club, somebody decided they wanted to duplicate that study and find out what results they got. And they did. And they got a result of something over 3,000 natural gas leaks that they found in the Boston area. And that's natural gas coming out of pipeline. And of course, this is dangerous. You know,
yeah, it is. Every once in a while, you see a story about a fire in a house started by natural gas.
Or a fire in a neighborhood. And
a neighborhood, yeah.
You know, there was a neighborhood in California that burned down. The whole neighborhood burned down after we started the show. And I talked to Nancy Ray Mallory, the editor of Green Energy Times, which I write for, about this. And she said that when she was living in someplace in New York State or Pennsylvania, she said just down the road from her, propane had leaked in a town in circumstances where there wasn't much wind, and it had, because propane is pretty heavy, it had gone downhill and it had pooled, and it exploded and burned a bunch of houses down. These are things that you don't generally get out of sun panels.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
All right.
Well, we got another picture of more windmills.
Of more windmills. And this happens to be the Block Island windmills.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what it is. And which is absolutely proper when you consider that we're talking about Denmark here. This is an item from Renews. People who publish these articles on energy, they will pick up pictures from anywhere. And you know, I had a picture come up. It was like, oh, where was it? It was it might have been Morocco or something like that. And it was South Africa. And they had a picture of a hydroelectric dam in Bosnia, of all places. And it did not look like South Africa. Anyway, this is from Renews.
Well, what it says is a Danish consortium eyes a 10-gigawatt energy island. Think about that, 10 gigawatts.
Yeah, a gigawatt?
Large.
A gigawatt is what, Tom?
A bigawatt.
A bigawatt, that's right. Danish pension funds, Pension Denmark, and PFA, energy company SEAS-NVE, and Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners formed a consortium to invest in an offshore wind energy island of up to 10 gigawatts in the North Sea. The project, which is called Vindo, V-I-N-D-O.
Look out the window.
You look out the window, that's right. Could include 25 traditional offshore wind farms.
This is big.
This is gigantic. This is absolutely gigantic. And, you know, when you consider, well, for example, the comparison that we just read a few minutes ago about nuclear energy having a 59% capacity factor and wind having 60, this would be the equivalent of 10 large nuclear power plants. And
very large nuclear power plants.
And one of the things is
almost 20, like we had, like Vermont Yankee was.
That's right. And one of the things that I find really interesting about this is that they have a bunch of different ways that this electricity can be used. It can be taken through transmission lines to Denmark, but it can also be used in what they call power to X, which means that they could make hydrogen with it, or they could do something else to use that power.
Well, a quick takeaway here. Vindo would be an artificial island approximately 100 kilometers out to sea, out in the North Sea.
Yeah. Did you say 100 kilometers?
I did.
That's about 60 miles out. You're not going to be seeing these things from land.
No, I don't think so.
and what they were talking about doing was building what it sounded like I think they called them mulberries that were used at the Normandy invasion. Do you remember anything about those?
No, I don't.
Well, they built huge boxes of concrete, and the boxes were hollow, and they towed them to the coast of Normandy and then sank them there, and they produced sea breaks to reduce waves out of these.
Okay, yeah.
Well, what they're doing here is they're doing a very similar thing. They're talking about building floatable boxes and hauling them out to sea and then sinking them and then building the island on top of that.
Okay.
So, you all done with that one?
I think so.
Okay, we're up to Sunday, May 24th, with an item from Clean Technica.
And there's a nice picture, a map of the world with an awful lot of heat concentrating Siberia.
In Siberia, of all places.
Picture of world Earth temperatures, or world temperatures in the first quarter of 2020.
Yeah.
So that's very current.
Yes, it is. What do you got for title for the article?
Well, we mentioned Siberia, and there it is again. Siberia is experiencing record highs, 40 degrees Fahrenheit above average.
It's 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So if we were expecting averages of, say, 30 degrees in Brattleboro, that we'd be getting temperatures of 70.
Yep, that's what's happening.
And this has been going on for a long time. And by long time, I mean more than just a couple of days. Siberia is seeing record high temperatures of nearly 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 22 degrees Celsius above average. To put that in perspective, the Washington Post writes that in some areas, some areas of Siberia are hotter than Washington, D.C. Snow cover is disappearing, sea ice is melting, and really intense fires are raging. And I want to mention here, when we're talking about 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius, that is the amount in excess. So if you want to add 40 degrees Fahrenheit to 32 degrees, which is the melting point of water, you get 72 degrees. And that is the equivalent of 22 degrees Celsius added to zero. So 40 degrees Fahrenheit is same as 22 degrees Celsius when you're adding it. So
I was just going to say something about that.
When you're just looking at the temperature, 40 degrees Fahrenheit is more like 5 degrees Celsius. And the person who wrote the article made a mistake and asked, just got a conversion and asked for 40 degrees. I don't remember, but their temperature that they gave was way off.
Yeah. I see what they did.
Yeah.
I can't explain it yet, but I see what they did. Well, a town called Kantanga, which is north of the Arctic Circle, recorded 78 degrees last week.
78 degrees.
The normal temperature is 32.
Right.
And ice cover is thinner than average melting. It's thinner than average along the entire coastline, and warmth is conditioning the ice to melt further by melting snow cover laying on top of the ice. So we're going to hear more about this one, unfortunately, I think.
We will. The Russians, and I think this was something that we had on the show about 2 years ago, the Russians are really concerned because they've got a huge amount of infrastructure, cities in some cases, that are built on permafrost.
Oh, we've talked about the permafrost.
And the permafrost...
It's melting and it's causing problems all over Alaska and northwest territories of Canada.
Well, and Siberia. And when you have a city that's built on permafrost and the permafrost melts, you've got a problem.
Well, we've seen pictures of tilted buildings and stuff like that.
And everybody's got to move out. When everybody has to move out at the same time, what are they going to do? Move to Miami?
Yeah, right.
So we're going to have problems of migration,
I've got an interesting picture coming up of the Navajo Generating Station.
Yeah.
Which we've talked about here. They've closed it, and it's causing problems. And
this is from azcentral.com. That's AZ, obviously, is Arizona.
Well, with the Navajo Generating Station gone, we, meaning the Navajos, need help luring renewable energy investment to our land.
I got an email from a woman who lives locally to this, or nearby. I shouldn't say locally because she's not all that near, thanking me for putting this up on the blog.
Nice article here. There's 29 photos of the generating station.
Yes.
Which are kind of interesting.
Really stunning. They're really beautiful photographs. Navajo Generating Station closed last December, over 20 years early, because it was no longer economically viable for its corporate owners. Navajo Power can provide renewable energy and jobs, but it needs funding. Navajo Power, obviously, is an organization that could build renewable energy, probably solar, but maybe also wind power, I'll
talk about that in a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the Nanago Generating Station was a large 2.25 gigawatt coal-fired electric generating station. It's about 3.5 Yankees.
Yep.
And this Navajo Power is a public benefit corporation formed by the Navajo Nation.
Yes.
And it's seeking private investors to support clean, renewable, and sustainable solutions.
Yes.
So Indian countries' renewable energy potential represents over 60 gigawatts of energy production. So they're talking about a pretty high potential there.
They've got a lot of potential.
If they can get it going, they're set. They got a lot of income coming in.
That would help them a great deal. The Navajo and the Hopis lost 800 jobs. And in a place that is as sparsely populated as this is, that's a problem.
It's also one of the most beautiful parts of the nation.
Yeah.
That's Monument Valley. It's just the edge of Monument Valley, which is, well, I guess if you've seen a John Wayne Western, you've seen Monument Valley, because most of the Westerns were filmed there.
Yes, actually that's true. You know, you said John Wayne Westerns.
Yeah.
Anybody, you know, the movie Stagecoach is a really great movie.
Yes, it is.
And, you know,
classic.
That's where that was filmed, or at least a lot of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That is a classic. Yes, that's right. And it was, I think, the first movie. I mean, John Wayne had starred in a lot of movies before that came out, but it was the first movie that really was above the others. Aside from the one that I just mentioned, which was the big trail in which he goes to Oregon, which I think is a great movie. Has some really interesting pictures in it, you know, of wagons which were the actual types of wagons that were used, which compare to the things that you see on television the way, you know, a bus would compare to a pickup truck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, these things were gigantic. Absolutely gigantic. And they showed pictures of them being lowered over a cliff by using cranes that were made by hand locally out of trees.
Wow.
And, you know, it really kind of, you couldn't make that movie today unless you had a lot of the stuff done by computers, because they had people climbing down those cliffs with children hanging onto their backs.
Wow.
I don't think they would permit that today. Knotted ropes, that's what they were doing. Okay, should we go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got an interesting picture of a bus.
Yes, we do. This is from Clean Technica.
Electric bus fleet in Washington has completed 50 megawatt hours of wireless charging.
This is a really...
Washington State here.
Yeah, this is a really interesting article because of the wireless charging. In 2008, electric buses started running on urban routes in Wenatchee, Washington. That may not sound groundbreaking, but Link Transit also chose wireless charging for those buses. The buses have now used 50 megawatt hours of energy charging wirelessly. And
well, I'll bet you quickly how that works.
Yeah, go ahead.
Charging is delivered from a ground pad, and you're seeing a picture of that there. Ground pad to the bus automatically without the need for cables. The bus just parks there. It's enabling the bus to be charged throughout the day while on its scheduled route. So there's several of these things. So while the bus is waiting, the bus is charging.
Yes, and my
recollection have a range effectively exceeding diesel buses.
Yeah, my recollection is that and I could be wrong about this. I don't have the article in front of me, but my recollection was that they were having buses return to the place where they stay overnight at the end of the day with 90% of their original charge still in them.
Yeah, this is a relatively new development, but I think people are going to be looking at it.
The one thing that bothers me about it is I wonder how safe it is to a human being to be exposed to energy of the types used here. I don't know enough about this to know.
It it would really surprise me if it was harmful in any way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a magnetic field, you know. It's just sitting there.
Well,
I think, you know, if a human being laid down there and went to sleep, they might get a little bit of a response, but just walking across it or something like that, I can't imagine it would be doing anything at all.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. Some time ago, I needed a new mouse for my computer, and I looked into the question of the exposure that you get to radio frequency material from a wireless mouse versus a wired mouse. And this is important to me because when I do my blog, I've got my hand on a mouse for about 4 straight hours, and that happens every day. And
I'm doing it similarly.
yeah,
I'm writing a blog, but I got my hand on a mouse a lot all day.
and I know that the cell phone that I have, which is a smartphone, has a warning on it that says this can cause cancer.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it says don't leave it on in your pocket. And so I did a little study of that, and I found that a cell phone is said to be about 10 times as likely to cause problems as a wireless network in a house. So if you have Wi-Fi, you're constantly exposed to something, but it's nowhere near as bad as a cell phone. And
the thing with a cell phone is you hold it next to your brain.
Yes, or people...
And the radiation diminishes with the square of the distance.
That's right, and people will do things like put this in a pocket where it's always carried every time they go out on. So they've got one tiny part of their body that is exposed to this constant emission of radio waves. And the mouse is about 1/10 as likely to cause trouble as a Wi-Fi network, which is 1/10 as likely to cause trouble as a cell phone. But even so, what I did was I opted for a wired mouse so I could leave.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, on top of everything else, they don't cost anymore. And not only that, but you don't get up and walk away with a thing in your pocket and lose it. Not that I've done that recently, but as my mind continues to deteriorate. By the way, last time I said I was going to change my name to Bob, and that was for bald, overweight, and something I couldn't remember. I finally remembered what the third thing was this morning.
You're going to tell us?
Yes, befuddled. Well, I don't know. Anyway, should we go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of some canola.
Canola, and this is Monday, the 25th of May, and when I looked at that, I said, that looks like canola. But I had to look it up to be careful because, and it is. That's what it is. It's canola.
Well, you could drive by a farmer's field and see it all full of yellow, and that's what they're growing.
Yeah, very often.
It's a good money crop.
This is from Renews.
It is that. UK power emissions fall to a record low.
The UK power system's carbon intensity fell to a record low on the 23rd of May, pushed down by increased solar and wind power, according to research from Drax Electric Insights. Average coal intensity reached 61 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour, beating the previous record of 76 grams per kilowatt hour set on the 17th of August last year. I was really kind of taken by this because 61 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour is about 1/10 of the carbon intensity of natural gas burned for electricity.
Is it really?
Yeah, we're talking about getting down to the level of just wind power. It's pretty impressive.
And it's just sort of happening. It's happening almost by default.
Yep, they're moving more and more to wind power, and they're closing down their coal plants.
Well, total UK power emissions have fallen by about 2/3 between 2010 and 2019.
Yes.
So they're doing something right.
Yeah, and we've been watching this go on for years. Okay, we've got the Ning'an solar farm. I don't know how to pronounce it. N-Y-N.
That's a good guess.
Ning'an. And this is Renew Economy.
Well, New South Wales calls for wind, solar, and storage ideas for a first renewable zone. This is a kind of interesting article.
It is. The government of New South Wales issued a call for 3,000 megawatts or more of wind, solar, and storage project proposals to join the state's first renewable energy zone. The zone will be in Central West region, centered around the town of Dubbo. And, of course, everybody knows where Dubbo is.
Of course. What this renewable energy zone is, it clusters multiple large-scale renewable energy projects into a region with wind and solar availability, which allows a new transmission infrastructure and energy storage to be coordinated and shared between multiple projects. So this is kind of synergistic.
Yes. Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica, and we have a picture of solar panels at Disney World.
That's what the article says.
Yeah.
Why are we subsidizing fossil fuels? Seriously.
Subsidizing renewables, supporting renewables can cut emissions and boost the economy, all while providing cost-effective, competitive energy. The Trump administration, however, continues propping up the fossil fuel industry despite the sector's real financial problems, which began long before the COVID-19 pandemic. And you know, my conservative friends used to say we shouldn't be picking winners and losers. And the people who supported that idea started picking winners and losers when it turned out the winner was going to be renewable energy and the loser would be fossil fuels unless they did something about it. And now the Trump administration has been trying to prop up the fossil fuels industry, and it was not clear to everybody, perhaps in the past, but it sure is now. And it's throwing good money after bad.
Well, I got a bunch of stuff to talk about here, but I don't think we've got the time.
I don't think we do.
But the article talks about how the industries have been in decline and how the Trump administration has been propping them up.
Yeah.
So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, this is an interesting article, and it's a long article.
Okay, if you want to support fossil fuels, by the way, I've got a really nice slide rule I'll tell you, and I think we could probably find you a manual typewriter. Okay, we're up Tuesday, May 26th, and we've got an item from Renews.
A nice picture of a ship called the Offshore Solution.
Yeah.
And the article says the Oz crew to survey Australia to Singapore cable route. And we've talked about this already.
Yep. And Australians love to call their country Oz.
Yeah, they do.
Sun Cable hired an Australian company to carry out initial surveys for a proposed cable to transmit renewable energy from Australia to Singapore and Indonesia. Guardian Geomatics will start the preparatory work this month, and the vessel Offshore Solution is to deliver the results later this year. You know, that sounds like a lot of fun, working on a ship like that, surveying.
How do you mean?
Oh, you know, just, I mean, it's not like you're working hard swabbing the deck of a naval vessel or something.
No, I guess not. Well, what we got going on here, the Sun Cable project will supply power from solar energy and battery storage in the Northern Territory to Darwin in the north coast of Australia and to Singapore and Indonesia via a 2,500-mile HVDC submarine link. That's a lot of cable. And this is big fat cable. It's got to be.
This is going to be big cable. There's no question about it.
Well, I remember working with a company called Simplex that made submarine cables.
Yes.
And they crossed the Hudson River with 138 kV cable, and it was almost 4 inches in diameter.
Yes.
And now they're starting to talk about 1,000 kilowatt HVDC cables. So these are going to be big cables.
They're going to be big, but
probably at least 6 inches in diameter.
Yeah. The thing about high voltage DC, as I understand it, is the electrons of AC only run on the surface of the wires.
They tend to.
Yeah, but on DC they run through the wire. So
exactly.
That's one of the advantages of DC is that you can make a cable that will carry more electricity and it's not as heavy. But even so, this is
trying to figure out what voltage they were going to use, and I looked at a lot of articles, and nobody's mentioning it. But the highest voltage that I've seen in a cable is being made in China. They seem to have this technology, and they're doing 1,000 kilovolts.
Right.
Kilovolt.
Yeah.
1,000 volts.
By the way, I did a little research on how cost effective it is to transmit electricity.
Yeah.
And I did this not 10 years ago, but maybe 7 years ago. And what I found was that we've had progressive increases in the technology, improvements in the technology. In 1985, you could transmit high voltage DC about 2,500 miles cost effectively. By 1995, it was more like 4,000 miles.
Okay.
So this is well within the ability of cost-effective transmission once that cable's in place. But the current cables, the current cables, using the information that I've got from them, I would say you could probably transmit power from any place on Earth to any place on Earth cost-effectively.
It's probably true now.
If you've got the cable in place.
Yep.
Putting the cable in place, that's another story. Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica, and it's about batteries, and we have a slide of Nanotech Energy Research Lab.
Well, the article says that Nanotech Energy claims its graphene lithium battery will charge 18 times faster than a conventional lithium-ion battery. There's a picture of the battery of people looking at the battery, I guess.
Investors have pumped $27.5 million into Nanotech Energy based in Los Angeles. Why? The company claims its graphene-based lithium batteries can charge 18 times as fast as the more conventional lithium-ion batteries. It would be interesting to know whether these batteries need cobalt, but 18 times. That means that if you have your car and you drive into a place where you're going to be charging the car, and it would take half an hour to do it, and you don't feel like sitting around and waiting for half an hour, this thing will do it in about a minute and a half.
Well, that's what we've got to do, and that's the only thing that's really holding up widespread usage of electric cars, is that it takes too long to charge them.
I think you might be right, Tom, although there's a lot of places to charge, and people who figure out what they're doing properly will, if they're on a long trip, will coordinate charging and having long.
Well, they do exactly that, but not everybody's mind works that way.
True enough. That's why we have artificial intelligence to tell you.
In order for the electric car to take over, you got to be able to charge it as quickly as you can fill a gas tank.
That's right. Okay, our next
It's coming. It's going to happen.
Yep. Our next item is from Clean Technica. I'm sorry I'm rushing you, Tom, but we have to rush.
Clean Technica. I got it. There's a nice picture of them assembling a rotor.
Yeah. And if you look into where that blade is going, you can see a guy sticking his head out of a hatch in there.
Yeah, he's in there. It's pretty big. And all those little things sticking out of the end, they're screws. They got to be bolted together.
And I looked.
The inside's going to be busy for a while.
Yeah, I looked at this and I saw that guy and I thought, what's he going to do when they put that in? He's going to get stuck. No, he's not. He's in a hatch. So anyway, Clean Technica and
U.S. wind power plants show little decline with age. This is interesting.
It is a report.
Very long article, by the way.
Yeah, a report published by the journal Joule, Joule, by researchers at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory concludes that wind turbines in the United States remain relatively efficient over a period of time. The report shows only a 13% drop in production over 17 years of operation. So there you have it.
Well, it's interesting because the report finds that thermodynamic and mechanical efficiency losses tend to grow as plants age.
Right.
Okay, caused by phenomena such as erosion of the leading edge of turbine blades. But they also found that unique to the United States, a significant drop in performance after 10 years as the plants lose eligibility for the production tax credit. That seems interesting, and it's not as dastardly as it sounds.
Yeah.
Hypothesis is, it's probably a pretty good hypothesis, in order to minimize downtime during the period of the PTC, the subsidy, some preventive maintenance may be delayed in the final years.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's about economics.
That's a good one. Okay, we're up to Wednesday, May 27th. We've got about 1 minute, and we've got about 3.
Nice image of of what's the largest turbine you can get right now.
Yep, Siemens Gamesa. This is from Renews. Got a title, Tom?
Yeah, Siemens Gamesa lands a 2.6 gigawatt Dominion deal with 14 megawatt units. So that's a 14 megawatt turbine we're looking at.
Yeah, Siemens Gamesa secured a second major order. I didn't put the first one in for this show because that first order, there were too many things going on that day, so it didn't make it in. But this one is the second. They just introduced this turbine, and they've never built one, and they've already got 2 orders. And these things, they're going to be millions of dollars, many millions of dollars each, from a 2,640 megawatt Dominion Energy Coastal Virginia offshore wind project.
This is a big project.
This is a big project.
It will be the largest single offshore wind project in the nation. Well, yeah.
Well, Block Island, which is
there's three phases, and each phase is 880 megawatts.
Yeah.
So this is going to be large. Each phase is expected to bring more than 70 turbines.
Yep.
All of which will be located more than 27 miles off Virginia Beach, so you're not going to be able to see them.
Okay, our next item is from The Guardian.
Oh, there's Michael Moore.
We have a picture of Michael Moore.
And the article says that Michael Moore film Planet of the Humans is removed from YouTube.
YouTube has taken down the documentary Planet of the Humans in response to a copyright infringement claim by a British environmental photographer. The movie, produced by Michael Moore, allegedly includes a clip that was used without permission. And it's interesting to me, this guy did not approach Michael Moore and say, you're using my clip, you got to pay me money. Instead of going for the money, he went to YouTube and said, take it down. I don't like that film, take it down.
I saw the film, and I wasn't very impressed.
Well, I wrote an article about it, and I said, you don't have to know anything about energy to know that this is not a good film, because it is emotionally highly manipulative. There's a lot going on in that film that's just intended to bump your senses and make you mad.
Well, that's right on the money. I wrote an article I wrote a letter to the editor right here in the Reformer.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a link to this film, and I looked at it. And this is what I said in the Reformer. Planet of the Humans is very biased and deceptive, not to mention inaccurate. It repeatedly describes resources used up to build wind or solar installations, but ignores the resources needed for fossil fuel facilities. It's as if these plants spring up mysteriously out of the earth like dandelions on my lawn.
Well, I did a second view of the film and took notes on a scene-by-scene basis, and I found that there was something that I would label disingenuous about every single scene in the film. And, for example...
I was surprised. It didn't seem like Michael Moore kind of stuff.
No, it looked to me like a film that was made out of old footage, some of it 10 years old, some of it possibly much older.
It is. You're absolutely right.
And, for example, they had a solar farm in Michigan, and the solar farm was built in 2008. And they didn't tell you that it was made in 2008 and that the technology that was in it was absolutely obsolete. But they did tell you what was wrong with that technology, as though it were wrong with solar in general. Tom, we've got one more item, but it's not terribly important, and we're basically at the end of our time. Maybe we should wrap up at this point.
Well, we'll talk about it really quick. You got a picture of a smart car.
Okay.
And Kia, which is a car manufacturer, says micro EV could replace public transportation.
Yep. Cities rely on buses, trams, and subways, but the coronavirus pandemic, this is important, has caused many to rethink the whole idea of public transportation. Kia is looking at an inexpensive, ultra-compact, short-range electric cars, and they think they may be viable alternatives to public transportation. And, excuse me, the Citroën Ami is a model. That little vehicle will hold two people, and it costs 6,000 euros, and which is about $6,600. It won't go very fast. I think it's limited to 45 kilometers per hour.
I have that written down. It'll go 50 miles in range.
Yep.
Top speed is 30 miles an hour.
Yeah. So
it's as basic as a wheelbarrow.
Well, we should say goodbye to people at that point, Tom.
Well, I just wanted to mention there's one of these things floating around. It's a smart car made by Mercedes.
Yeah.
It doesn't say Mercedes anywhere on it. It looks almost exactly like this. They got rid of the back seat.
Yes.
And basically, they're making a little small car.
Yes. This is.
Can't buy a smart car in America anymore, but they are still making it.
I don't know that they ever did. Did they make them in America?
No, they never made it in America, but they were selling them in America. There's somebody in town has one.
Yeah, there are people who have them.
But they're no longer selling it in America.
Okay. Well, we got to say goodbye, Tom.
Well, goodbye, Tom.
Goodbye, George. I hope everybody out there comes back next week. And we have a message for you, which I failed to write down, but it was about having a wonderful week. So, see you all.
Have a wonderful week.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Hello all, I think that's my cue. I'm never actually quite sure when everybody's with us. But welcome, I have 6:15 on Apple time anyway, or maybe 6:16. So I'd like to call the meeting to order of the Brattleboro Select Board for June 2nd, 2020, let's say. And our first official business, which is traditional, is to approve the minutes of May 19th.
Excuse me for interrupting, Tim, just to say that the meeting has been officially warned.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
As you know, I always remember to do that, except right now. Thanks for that, Peter. Having everyone has, of course, studied the minutes of May 19th, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes of May 19th, 2020.
Thank you. Ian has made a motion to approve May 19th minutes. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand as well.
Aye.
Yeah, thank you.
Aye.
5-0. And I just want to, let's see, I'm going to try to sneak in our administrative stuff a little bit here and there so that everybody knows the deal. If it's your first time watching, we do ask that if you want to comment during public participation, which is sort of the open forum early in our meetings so that you can speak about whatever you'd like or ask any questions you'd like for anything that's not on the agenda. Or pretty much after every item, I'll be opening it up for public comment. Feel free to raise your hand, so to speak, in the chat window just by typing in, I'd like to say something, or I have a question and your name. That helps your chair out in sort of lining you up and figuring out what kind of interest we have for people to speak. Otherwise, when we get to the public participation part, I'm kind of like just waiting. And it's great to know in advance that some folks want to talk. Thank you. And yes, I think that's all I'll say there. And so chair's remarks is usually first. I really don't have too many remarks. We have a very full meeting. I did want to just say that, gosh, on the national basis, we are all experiencing quite a bit of emotion now. There is so much going on. And I want to just bring it down to the local level and say that I continue to be incredibly impressed with the community here in Brattleboro. We've had 2 major protests now featuring a lot of people who are justifiably upset by some things happening on the national level. And I just want to say that our town staff, everybody I've been encountering in our community, our police, everyone, our fire department, everyone has been coming together in support of free speech and the justice that everybody is seeking in these increasingly crazy times. And we're dealing with so much on top of our normal crazy, which is COVID-19. And now we have all kinds of unrest in our country. So anyway, that's my remarks. I'll pass it over to manager's comments, please.
I didn't have any prepared for this evening. I'd like to just add one thing to what you just said, Tim, which is in both cases, the organizers of the event coordinated directly with our police department. And we really appreciate that partnership. We're seeing many examples across the country of even some of the larger cities and lots of smaller towns where police departments and people in the community are working in partnership around these issues. And we're fortunate to have that be true here, that there has been communication that has enabled everyone to be able to have these major events and have them remain safe for the whole community, for the participants and for the rest of the community. So we're hopeful that people who may organize additional events would continue to view our police department as a partner and as folks that they can work together with around these kinds of major gatherings. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Absolutely. And I'll just remind people once again that if you're interested in the upcoming public participation part, which is to speak to anything that's not on our agenda currently, it's a busy meeting. We are going to be holding it to 2 minutes or so, if we can. because we're so much to do tonight. And thank you. And the next order of business is just to hear from my 4 fellow board members, any kind of committee reports or comments that you might have. And I have almost split-second raising of hands. Daniel first, if you'd like.
I just wanted to publicly state my gratitude for Chief Fitzgerald's op-ed in the Reformer the other day. You know, I appreciated its honesty. And I also think that at a moment like this, you know, we can't stay silent, even when what we have to say is complicated. And, you know, as white people in a 99 or whatever it is % white state, our role as allies is sometimes hard to navigate, and it's not always clear what the best path is. But I think that honest public reflection, especially those of us that have positions of you know, public trust and public power, is really, really important. And I just want to commend Chief Fitzgerald on that. And I think that, you know, continuing to have an open, honest dialogue in the community is the way that, you know, is the way I've seen us do business, and I hope it's the way that we continue to do business.
Thank you. Brandy?
I just wanted to say thank you to Brattleboro Solidarity for being one of the organizers of Saturday's rally. I was unable to attend that one. I did attend the one today that was organized by students from our high school, and it was passionate and it was well attended. And I'm very grateful for the amount of people that showed up to protest the murder of George Floyd. Yeah. And yeah, good job on both fronts. I have to say I was really, really proud of the high school students today because it's a big undertaking and there was a lot of people there. I have no idea what the final count was, but it was huge.
Thanks, Brandy. Ian, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to also show some gratitude towards the organizers and also the town for Sunday's demonstration or protest. My partner and I participated, and you know, it just reminded me again why I'm so happy I live in Brattleboro, and I want to just encourage that kind of discourse and respect to continue as we move forward and show solidarity and support for people across this country during this really trying time.
Thank you, Ian. And Liz, I think you're the only one left if you have anything to say. No pressure.
I was at Sundays and I thought it was really very well organized. And you know, I appreciated you know, the sidewalk chalk with the names of all of, you know, fallen. There was a lot of interesting details and a lot to learn from being at the march. And again, I'm also happy to be in Brattleboro.
Thank you. Next, we have public participation. I don't see anybody who's contacted us via chat.
I'm not hearing you.
Is everyone else hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Liz? Oh. I've done that before where you plug your and you don't know why you don't. So that's easy to do. Thank you. I thought that was. And as you were killing time, thank you, Liz. Someone does want to speak, and that's Andrea Watkins. If you don't mind me using your name, it now appears on the screen too. But,
Yes, that's fine to use my name. I just
wanted to follow on about the comments about Chief Fitzgerald's letter to the reformer, which I was very appreciative of. But I feel like there's still questions unanswered that citizens of every municipality that hires a police force need to be asking right now. Needed to be asking years ago, but we should definitely be asking now. I would like to ask Brattleboro to set up a more inclusive dialogue with him, some sort of forum. In particular, my question was about what we're doing to make sure that we're only even hiring in people to the police force that have the right characteristics, the right morals to be a police officer, because his letter addresses ongoing training, but the absolute brutality and callousness that we've seen over the past few weeks, I don't think can be trained out of anyone. So I would like to understand, since, you know, as a taxpayer, I'm paying these people's salary too, as we all are. What are we doing to hire the right people in the first place? And I realize you have a full agenda and this is not a one evening conversation, but I would like the select board as our representatives to carry on this dialogue.
Thank you, Andrea. Yeah, and I mean, I happen to know some details about Chief Fitzgerald's very proactive hiring practices, but I don't think we can go into too much details here. I don't know if Peter, you want to chime in at all, but I just wanted to remind people that there is a citizens police committee that we actually often look for people to participate in, and often there are slots. And that committee is sort of a direct dialogue, ongoing way to communicate with the police department and have sort of a two-way dialogue with them. Certainly not ruling out a forum or a discussion with Chief Fitzgerald. Peter, did you want to say anything?
The chief is probably on the line, and we could ask him to come in and speak to this in more detail if you'd like that. What I could say on his behalf in summary is the hiring process is rigorous, and the values of the department as expressed by the chief in the piece that was in the paper are what guide that process. And we haven't been at full staffing for quite a few years now, and the reason why is because we don't just hire police officers to fill slots. We make sure that we're hiring police officers that are prepared to be engaged with the community and positively engaged with the community. Not we don't. The piece that the chief referred to. Parlance in police training about the difference between a guardian role of a police officer and the warrior role of a police officer when things get disrupted. And all of the emphasis of the hiring and the training in the Brattleboro Police Department is as guardians, and all of the interaction that we have with the community is geared towards that, in the hopes that we never, and it's true that we almost never, have to have the police act in that more restoring order kind of manner. So, you know, some of the drug interdiction work that they do, for instance, and there's certain other times in their work that's very challenging in that regard. But here's the chief coming on to speak for himself about the hiring process. But the emphasis is always on that mission statement and the values. Chief.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you. That was a great question. And obviously we never know what truly is in someone's heart, but that is not lack of trying. The town manager was absolutely correct. our background investigation is very, very lengthy and very in-depth. And some of the questions we ask, like at our boards, are what have you done for your community without asking for anything in return? And you can tell what a person thinks about their community if they start rattling off all these volunteer programs that they took part in and things of that nature. And if you get stunned silence, then you know you have someone that hopefully is not just telling you what you want to hear to get a job. And that's what we try to weed out. And it is absolutely correct. We're short-staffed not because of lack of applicants, but because of lack of applicants that we want on our team and to police the town of Brattleboro. And I understand your time is really short and you do have a very full agenda, but I'd be more than happy to sit down with the community and a forum and just basically talk about what we look for in the moral character and values of our officers, how we ensure that they maintain the standards we are looking for, and how we work with the community to keep that dialogue and partnership going strong.
Thank you very much, Chief. Oh, sorry. Andrea, I don't think we can hear you at the moment. I think Andrea might be, actually, I can't hear Andrea.
I can't either.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we still can't hear you. I'm not sure. It looks like your microphone is on from what I can tell, but unfortunately we can't hear you. But at least from your facial expressions, I can kind of tell you were trying to communicate a positive response. I don't know if that's something that Patrick can help us with, but I do see your microphone is green. In the meantime, if you're working on that, let me just ask if there is a phone caller, I think, on the line. And oh, Andrea says, thank you, and I will follow up with the chief directly. Thanks. I like to repeat those and it's in chat because it doesn't reach the record if not. And I was just told the caller is off, so I don't have to be concerned about the caller. So thanks, Andrea and everybody. I think since I don't have anybody else raising their hand, we will move on because we do have a pretty packed agenda. One thing I neglected to do is sort of give a agenda adjustment announcement. Our next in line is to become liquor commissioners to address a second-class liquor license request from Retreat Farm. That request, at least for the moment, has been withdrawn, so we don't have to become liquor commissioners, folks. And we will see what happens with them in the future. And next on the agenda is water and sewer commissioners. We have some business to attend to here. So do I have a motion to become water and sewer commissioners? From anyone?
So moved.
Thank you.
We got stuff to do. Come on, let's get to it.
Daniel has made a motion to become water and sewer commissioners. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you, 5-0. Peter, do you want to tee us up here?
Sure, thank you. So this is follow-up to the discussion last week regarding both the proposed rate increase and the proposed budget. So the rate ordinance that's before you this evening for first reading is proposed by staff to be a 5-year ordinance. And the reason for it being a 5-year ordinance is so that it indicates the funding that will be necessary for the early years of paying the debt that we will need to incur in order to build the water treatment plant. So The first year, both for water and for sewer, is proposed to be a 2% increase, which is basically just carrying costs of the utility. And then for each of the 4 following years, we recommend 2% increases for sewer and 6% increases for water. You asked during the discussion last week for some additional information, three different types of additional information. One was to run a different alternative rate increase. And so we did that. I'll present that information in a moment. Another was you requested information that we have recommended. Let me say the calibration of the recommendation staff has made regarding the rates is based on a 2-part test where we believe that in addition to paying for the anticipated costs of operating the utility and paying the debt, that it's important to maintain at least a positive balance in the water part of this water and sewer utility fund. So even $1, but at least just into positive direction for water, not going into the red where it would be subsidized by the sewer operation. And then for the overall water and sewer together, we think the fund balance should be maintained at a minimum of $1 million. And so we used those 2 tests and ran cash flow analyses against those in order to determine how much of increased rates would be necessary in order to carry this through this 5-year period. And so you asked for some information about why the $1 million is the threshold that we recommend, about what kinds of, we advised you at that time that it's because there are major, there is major infrastructure within the utility system that can need to be repaired suddenly without notice and the opportunity for advanced planning. And when that happens, it's often either some very expensive pumping or filtration function, or pipes in the ground, which are expensive construction to do. And so either way, it tends to be more expensive than just say a roadway repair that might suddenly need to be done or something like that in other parts of town infrastructure. The utilities work is expensive. And so the Public Works Department provided for the backup for this meeting a memorandum that summarizes the kinds of things that can go wrong in the system and actually have gone wrong in the system over the last several years. We would be happy to go further into any further detail you'd like to go into related to that item. But that memorandum was responsive to that particular request. There was also a request for information about the impact to individual households, how the recommended amount of increase would affect consumers in Brattleboro households. And so Public Works again did an analysis and presented it in a memorandum that's part of the backup for tonight that showed the 3 different types of households and then how they'd be affected by the 2% magnitude increase and how they'd be affected by the 6% magnitude increase. So the range, the full report has information for each of those different permutations, but the range is from the 2% increase for a single person household, and these are actually real households in our system and real bills, but with the names and addresses withheld for privacy. The level of increase would be $10 for the year for that smaller household and the smaller amount of increase. And with a household of 5 people and a 6% increase, the level of increase would be about $34 for the year. So that gives you a feel for how the order of magnitude that would be felt by these increases for different types of Brattleboro households. And finally, you asked us to run a scenario where instead of so the sewer side would still be 2s, but on the water side, instead of a 2 and 4 6s, you asked us to do 3, 4, 5. Actually, the 5 years worth would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 instead of 2, 6, 6, 6, 6. When we ran that through the same analysis that we had done with several other alternatives that we discussed last week, it didn't pass both tests. It passed the $1 million test, but it didn't pass the water component test, and actually ended up with the water falling in a worst case year in about $200,000 in the red. So we worked some alternatives off of that, working our way back towards the 2 and 6s to see if there was a sweet spot where there might be something other than the 2 and 6s that would still pass both tests. And we found that there was. At 35666, the water balance would stay just barely in the black at about $2,200 in the black and in the lowest year. And at 45666, it stays $150,000 in the black. But of course, either one of those requires a larger amount of increase in the first year, and the 45666 requires more overall increase over the 5-year period than what we had proposed. So we didn't think that you would be interested in that. We thought it was important to share the information, the outcome of the analysis with you. Of what we've analyzed, and if you agree with applying the $1 million test and the water positive test, then the 35666 would be an alternative to the 2666. So that's our staff report for this evening. I guess I should also note that for the benefit of the public, I think the select board's well aware of this, but last week we discussed the budget for next year first and then the rates. We're doing that in reverse this evening because if the select board is comfortable moving forward with this ordinance and knows what numbers you want included in it for the annual increases, if that is the 2 and 4 6s on the water side and the 2s on the sewer side, then the ordinance as it's before you tonight is ready to go forward for second reading, and the budget that's before you tonight is ready for adoption or to be put up with that ordinance for adoption next time. If you decide that you want to change the ordinance, we can do that. You can do that tonight so that it can be read and adopted on second reading in the same form as you indicate tonight as your preference. But that also will change the revenue side of the budget if the first year numbers are changed. So if the first year numbers aren't 2 2s, then it'll change the revenue for the FY21 budget. And so we would make the necessary adjustments in that and bring that budget back to you next time for approval. And that's why we're asking you tonight to talk about rates first and the budget second.
Thank you, Peter. It makes perfect sense, I think, to speak to rates again. But we did talk it out pretty good. I'm wondering if I should just kick it over to Daniel, because I think you were the one who requested to see some direct rate information. So how are you feeling? Do you want to make a comment on that? Or?
I did actually want to say something, but it wasn't about that. It was helpful to get the information on previous large unplanned expenses, and it was helpful to see how it would look on a household's bills. In the memo dated May 13th, on the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4, there is an alternative rate proposal where it's 6s for water, but 1 for sewer. And that leads to a slightly lower than $1 million fund balance, but not so low that it's reckless. And I noticed that that's not really kind of highlighted in the most recent memo, but I was wondering if we would like to kick that around a little bit. I like the the kind of 3, 4, 5, 6 just seems like a bit all over the place. I like the it's this for this amount of time. So 6 and 1 seems okay to me.
Daniel, just for me and probably others, you said that was on a different backup materials, right?
So it's in the packet, but it's not the most recent memo. It's the one that we looked at last time.
And what were the numbers? Can you give me the numbers again? Because I was.
Yeah. So if you're looking at it, it's like page 24 of 4E, and then it's the.
I meant the year number. Sorry, the increase numbers.
Got you. Let me just get it right in front of me.
May I?
So, yes, Peter, thank you.
If it's okay with you, I'd like to speak to it because I'd like to also speak to your comment about it being not recklessly below. Staff agrees. And so I'd like to just advise the select board that what Daniel has suggested is considering the the 2 and 4 6s for water, but 1s for sewer. Correct, Daniel?
Yes, if that's how I understand the memo, right? So it says the one that included fiscal year 22 to 25 increases of 6% for water and 1% for sewer failed test number 2, but by a small margin, dropping the fund balance to 975.
Yes, and what I would say about that is I think there's enough play in this model. You know, when we do the modeling, we are doing reasonable estimates, but the reality is always going to turn out somewhat different. 975 is $25,000 from being $1 million. If the select board were comfortable with that, I think you've actually, you could approve that and feel like you've met the standard.
I like it.
Oh, go ahead. I'll ask my question after. Ian, you want to?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Daniel. I feel a similar way. And I was the one who was kind of caught on the second part of the test. And I really appreciate the work that went into providing us with all of those unexpected expenses in the past. I found that very helpful, and now can see why it is pretty important that we keep a substantial amount of money in there. But yeah, I think if it's close enough and we can reduce it a little bit for the sewage, why not? And if the town feels like it's sufficient and meets it almost, why not pass that and or have that instead?
Does anyone else have a comment? Liz or Brandy? I have a question.
I've been nodding.
I'm nodding.
It sounds reasonable.
Well, I just, for clarification, I thought that the purpose of the 2s was to kind of maintain a basic level of increase required to keep the system running efficiently. So does this fall into the the anti-recommendation of keeping parity between those 2 accounts?
This variation flows out of the fact that the sewer fund is more solvent throughout this period than the water, because water is where the major expense is being borne. So those 2 roles were reversed when the town was looking at this same kind of a question 6 years ago. And there was a 5-year ordinance that was 2s for water and 6s for sewer because of all the work that was being done in the sewer system. Now we're into a period that's relatively more stable for sewer, and we're going to incur some significant costs for water, which is why that has reversed.
Okay. Personally, my reason I threw up the 3, 4, 5 was to sort of ramp up the, to ease any ratepayer into the idea of getting up to 6s eventually, and it would be a little less painful, I thought. But I'm not sure, given that this is a 5-year plan that I think is very likely to be looked at before 5 years goes by, especially with, just as background, anybody tuning in now needs to know that we are preparing for what could be an $11 million water plant upgrade. I'm not sure Peter mentioned that this time, but it actually should be top of the fold, so to speak, as far as like, why are we considering these large upgrades? I mean, large increases. And these 6s we have done before on the other side when we were upgrading our sewer treatment plant. So there's a little bit of history there. Anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm very confident that this board or a future board would be happy to revisit, because a lot of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, is under the assumption, a sort of conservative assumption that we may have to have a debt service of 3% per year on the bond. And currently we are crossing our fingers and hoping that we're going to have a 0% bond.
Right.
So
that's That's correct. So there's 3 different ways in which this could turn out better for the town than sort of the worst case scenario. So we anticipate that the price might come in, the overall cost of this project might come in as much as 25% under $11 million. Somewhere in between the $9 and $11 million is where we expect to land, because right now it is an engineer's estimate rather than a fully designed plan. We're moving into final design right now. So we could have some savings there. And then there's a possibility that through the very advantageous funding program that is administered by the state using federal money, that the state might grant to the town 25% of that final cost, whatever it may be. So let's hypothetically say it might be $10 million. Then there might be as much as $2.5 million then that would be a grant rather than a loan, and we'd only be borrowing 7.5. And then that money might be at below a 3% interest rate, perhaps as low as 0%. We've seen that at different times in this fund where the money's actually been interest-free. So there are several different ways in which this might turn out better. We thought it was important for projecting the cash flow of the system to be a little conservative. So what we did is we only took the benefit of one of those two 25%, discounted off of the 11 million by 25%, but not further, and then expected that the interest rate would be 3%, so as to come up with these numbers. And we totally agree that you and future select boards ought to look at these rates every single year, especially next year when we have good firm numbers for the water plant project. But even beyond that, in case things change going forward and you have an opportunity to reduce the out year, the amount of increase in the out years.
All right, thank you for that explanation and further background. I did see Ian's hand first, and then Liz had a hand up.
Liz, I've spoken after you.
I was just going to bring up all those caveats that Peter just explained, and I think that they could be very real, and we should be prepared to be nimble.
Ian?
Yeah, I'm just, and maybe this is my first newbie question of the night. Why are we planning out 5 fiscal years of rates if the plan is to have the select board next year look at it again and maybe every year? Why are we torturing ourselves on it when maybe we should just be setting it for 1 year and then say, we're gonna have a lot more information next year to look at this, and whoever is on the board will look at it then?
Probably Peter's fault.
Yeah, so we meant no torture.
I know. I mean, it's all in good jest.
A couple of things. So the intent is because we know this major expense is coming, right? We don't know exactly the details of it, but we know it's coming. And so we think it is prudent and proper for the board to see what the expected impact of that is and demonstrate that we're looking to protect the integrity of the fund in the manner that we've been having a conversation about in these different ways, running these different tests against it, and being able to demonstrate that our cash flow analysis out 5 years meets those standards. Having said that, we have demonstrated that there's a plan here that we know is subject to change. If it is uncertain enough to be uncomfortable enough for the board that you'd rather do a 1-year ordinance and adopt the 2s, and a year from now be looking at a longer term ordinance using the real numbers that we've come to at that time, that's a responsible way to move forward. It means that at the time that we'd be looking for town meeting approval to proceed with the project, there wouldn't be this sort of stable funding plan in place, right? But we would be doing, we could do the math on it and describe this process that you've gone through and show what 5 years going forward from there looks like. We would do that as part of presenting this to the community. So if your collective level of comfort is such that you'd rather do a 1-year ordinance and come back and do a longer term ordinance next year, that's perfectly fine.
And the benefit of that would be that we would come back next year and we would have the real numbers. So we could make a more effective plan on the rate changes based on those numbers, where now we're kind of just like making an educated guess on what it's going to be.
Right.
Is that, I'm asking if that's accurate.
Liz?
Yeah, we could do that, or we could vote on this now for the longer span, and then next year, if needs be, change it. But I think, you know, we're all about long-range planning, and this is part and parcel of long-range planning, would give everybody a level of confidence that we could go forward.
Agreed. So, so what does the board want to do? I'm feeling like I'm willing to, knowing that I'll be on the board next year and one of the main advocates for taking another look, at least, if not changing anything. I'm pretty confident that ratepayers can understand that we'll at least take a very good look at all of these numbers again. I'm willing to let go of my ramping up proposal and defer to Daniel's. But I guess the question is, do we want to adjust the number of years we're going out, or do we want to just go for it? Ian, how strongly do you feel about your 1 year?
I think Liz brings a really good point up, that it's probably just more responsible to show that we're looking out that far. I think it was just, I want to just have the conversation about why we're doing that. If we're just planning on, I guess, you know, sometimes it just doesn't sit well with me to make a plan without the information that we know we're going to have in the future. So I guess I just wanted to talk a little bit about it. But no, I think we should just defer to Daniel on it. I hate saying it. I hate saying it.
Yeah. Daniel's over here on my screen.
I'm actually no.
I'm deferring to Daniel.
Below me.
Everybody point to Daniel on their screen. That's where he is for
Oh,
me.
now he's moved. He's up here now.
Very good.
Yeah.
Steve has joined.
Because Janet came on.
Steve
has something to add.
Oh boy.
Really?
Yeah. Twos this year.
If I could just add.
Oh, Steve.
If I could just add, that's the reason that we came up with the model. The model, that tool, that rate tool was developed when we did the wastewater to look out to do advanced planning. So that's the advantage of going the 5 years. To let people understand these are the rates that we're going to be looking at. And that's what's the money is necessary for the project. Now, if it comes in less, then it will also help the project. The board will look at this budget every year as you do. We go through line item by line item. So I would recommend sticking to the 5 year. That's the reason that we we actually spent money to build this model and paid people to come up with this. And it proved to be quite nice as we did the rates before with the wastewater. And the projections were real close. And as Peter said, they're conservative. So that's beneficial to everybody, because that may also help in times of need and to level the rates off in the future.
Thanks, Steve. I knew when you popped up, we were in trouble. Yeah, I gotta get on.
Back to being over here.
I didn't see your finger wag at all.
I get on and straighten these people out.
Yeah.
That seems to make perfect sense to me. So,
can I make it clear? One thing that might have gotten lost in the exchange when Daniel brought up about the ones is the first year in that particular example still is 2 for both parts of the utility. And then after that, it's 4 6s for water and 4 1s for sewer. I just want to make sure that that part was clear, because that's how that one's structured. If you do rally around that, if that's what you want to approve this evening, you could then move forward also and approve the budget, because it has those twos, the 2 2s in the first year.
Oh, good.
Sounds good.
yeah, I'm feeling like this is the way we're leaning. I don't see anybody who's typed in to make a comment, although I'll talk this out a little bit so that someone can do that and raise their hand. But how's the rest of the board feel about moving forward with the, let's call it the Daniel Amendment? And
Yes.
the Daniel counter proposal. And so that we can have some clarity going forward on this first reading. Got one thumbs up, a lot of nods. Okay. All right, so I don't see anybody else who wants to comment on utility rate ordinance. So what do we do now? We have a motion.
There must be a motion.
Actually, the rate ordinance doesn't require action this evening. We just needed to know what you want us to bring you for the public hearing and the adoption on second reading next time. It's clear to me that you want the Daniel Quip option. So, you know, the board has something else you want to specifically direct, we'll bring the ordinance back to you in that form, which will be 2% in water, 2% in sewer for the first year. 6 is after that for water, 1 after that for sewer.
Yes.
Sounds good.
And having landed there, we would recommend that unless you have any further questions or the public has any further questions about the budget was a pretty straightforward discussion last time. It's pretty level. It's actually slightly down in revenues and less than 1% up in expenditures. So unless you want to take a deeper dive back into that, we would just recommend that you adopt the motion that's in the administrative report for your approval, your formal final approval of the FY21 utility fund budget.
That's what I'm, as everybody thinking that too. I think that's the best course of action. Peter, we don't have to do anything official wise to make the first reading official, or?
No, it doesn't require a vote. It just requires that you have discussion that you've had and take public input and be indicating what you want to adopt next time.
Great. I should have said that earlier, that it was the first reading, possibly. Still figuring this thing out. So if anybody has a motion for us. Traditionally, the chair does not make motions, just anyone watching is probably wondering what's going on. Liz.
There.
Yes. I move to approve the FY21 utility fund budget as presented or modified. Are we modifying it for Daniel now? Or are we just approving it?
No, it's as presented.
Oh,
as presented. Thank you very much.
Not modifying the budget. Thanks, Liz. Liz has made a motion to approve the FY21 utility fund budget as presented. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Thank you. That's 5-0. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to Steve for popping in and straightening us out a little bit.
Thanks, Steve.
We are moving on to unfinished business, and we're going to have our traditional COVID-19 update from Peter first off.
Thank you.
Do we need to adjourn as water and sewer commissioners?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, Daniel, you're the whole package. Yeah.
I did my homework today.
Commissioners, so that we're not doing other business steeped in water and sewer. That would be uncomfortable. All those in favor, say aye.
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 I'm laughing at Brandy's face. Sometimes the screens are good because you can actually see everybody's face at once, whereas when you're there in person, you're doing this to try to see people's faces. That was 5-0 to adjourn as water sewer commissioners. Now, Peter, please.
Thank you. So the COVID-19 report, I've got just 3 things to highlight tonight. Everything else is steady as we go, but there's 3 pieces of good news, actually. The police department is back to responding to every call in person unless the caller asks that they follow up not in person, because of the potential risk of spreading the virus. So for about a month or so, about 5 weeks, we had been following a protocol where it was only certain types of very urgent matters that resulted in a police officer actually going to the door. And there was a lot of interaction between the police and the community that was occurring either over the phone or by email or other means. So it's a good thing for all of us. It's a good thing for the department. It's certainly a good thing for the community that the police now are, we're at a place as part of the reopening where we feel like it's safe. They're following all the special protocols that are already in place, that already were in place. They're wearing masks, all the cleaning regimen and everything that's involved, and standing 6 feet apart or more. So all of that is still in place, but now if you need a police officer, they will come to you unless you ask that they don't. So we were glad to reach that threshold moment yesterday. Likewise, we were able to announce at the end of last week that the swimming pool at Memorial Park will open this year. As of right now, it's with very limited, there are some special restrictions for this particular summer that are very restrictive compared to the amount of use that often gets, particularly in hotter weather. So, but we also, we're feeling like it's a good thing to be able to open at all. We were concerned that there might not be a safe way to do that. But the advice from the public health professionals and the standards out through the recreation and parks community are such that municipal swimming pools are going to open. And basically there's a lot more to this, and I would suggest that people who want to learn the details of it and learn how they can access this and come and use the pool this summer, go and look on the town's website, either under the recreation and parks website or under a daily update, which contains half a page of details and some links for how to access certain forms that give more information about using the pool this summer. But in its barest essence, what's going to happen is there'll be schedules of certain windows of time where 25 people will pre-register. You'll sign up ahead of time so that you can come in at your appointed time and enjoy the pool. And then when that time is up, when that window's up and ththose folks leave, there'll be a 15-minute interval where the staff cleans everything. And then a new group of up to 25 people will be allowed in for the next interval. And that'll go on every day for all summer long, as far as we can tell at this time. If the situation becomes such that we can safely have more access or less regimented access, then we'll announce that to the community. And the third item just gelled this morning. So we've been discussing this for the last week or 10 days, and it looked like it was coming together, but I wasn't sure that it would, and that's why it wasn't any part of the backup for this. But going all the way back to a year ago, the select board supported the creation of the Work Today program by Youth Services, so as to provide some day labor opportunities for folks who are not employed in an ongoing manner and need employment and need the money, and so as to provide some public services through that program. So a nice kind of combination of providing opportunities for individuals who are struggling, and then also a benefit to the broader community. Because of the unique challenges we all face with COVID-19 and the increased importance of cleanliness in our public spaces, we've been working on a plan for how we can emphasize that in the work that the participants in the Work Today program will be doing, and collaborating with Emily Kornheiser, who in her role as an employee at Youth Services has been organizing this program and communicating with me and with the town around how to make it work. We believe that particularly in the maintenance of the porta potties, because we think it's important for the same public health reasons that we had last year, that we need to bring the porta potties out. We just haven't done it yet because we haven't been able to be sure that we could keep them adequately cleaned. And so what we have been talking about as town staff is if the Work Today program wasn't able to move forward, because we weren't sure until just very recently that it could, that we should add some additional employees who would be able to perform this function of maintaining the wiping down the porta potties several times a day, and also do some other cleanliness work in downtown. So wiping the buttons at the intersections for the pedestrian signals, the parking meters, other things that are part of our public infrastructure downtown that get touched a lot throughout the day by lots of different people. We want to set up a program where we are keeping those things cleaner this summer when we all need that. And so what we think we have come upon kind of inadvertently as we were working on these two different things is a combination, because the other factor here is the Work Today program was intended to be 3 days a week. And of course, 3 days a week isn't going to be sufficient for maintaining the cleanliness of these areas that need attention throughout the day. We need that going on 7 days a week. So we think a combination of these two approaches, where this is a good focus for the Work Today program for this particular summer as we do the pilot project, but we will also, for the majority of the work that would be done related to these disinfecting cleanup efforts, would be done by seasonal town staff. And so our intent, unless the select board directs otherwise this evening, is to move forward with both pieces and to integrate them as best we can. We expect that we're going to be able to do that very completely. We'll set up a schedule where there's certain times when the Work Today slots are performing this function, and other times either overlapping or on separate days when it's town staff, all supervised by the same folks on the town staff so that we have continuity to this effort. And the funding, I believe, is an issue because it's not going to be an expensive investment in this these temporary employees who would do the part for the town. So while it's an unbudgeted expense, we think it will be readily absorbed. I can't give you a number this evening because we're not sure exactly how the two pieces of this are going to fit together and how many people we'll have and how many hours they'll work. So, but it won't be a large expense, and it'll be able to be easily absorbed in the overall general fund budget. And the funding for the Work Today pilot project has already been approved by the select board. So we're ready to move forward as soon as we can. We think that as soon as we can is going to be about a month from now. We'd like it to be quicker, but we don't think we can actually do all the things necessary to set it up properly and make sure that it's actually, keeping the promise of, cleanliness on a regular basis throughout the day, every day, until sometime early in July. So we'll be working right away on putting the details together. We'll keep you informed about how that evolves. If we can start sooner, we will. But our expectation is it'll be early July, and then it would continue on through the warm weather months and end sometime in October or possibly early November.
Great, Peter. Yeah, I mean, I think, sorry to just jump in, but I think it's a terrific use of the program and would also let a lot of people, feel a little better about those high-touch surfaces that are going to be, transitioning into back to normal life makes a lot of people nervous. So knowing that some folks are going to be on it is a nice peace of mind for some. Not everybody is going to respond that way, I guess. But and I think the timing probably coincides with, it's probably going to take another month to feel, assuming that everything goes as well as it's going now, we hope. It's going to take another month to feel like people are going to be comfortable going downtown, I think, on a regular basis. Liz?
I just want to mention that I always elbow the crosswalk button.
I saw someone this weekend use their toe, which was
wow.
Time.
I get my toddler to do it. So
I actually have a serious crosswalk question.
Yep.
My understanding is that the buttons are not actually necessary for you to cross the road. Is that correct or no?
The buttons?
So like if you were standing at the crosswalk and you don't press the button and nobody else is there and nobody presses the button, it's still going to cycle through and eventually
you only get a warning if you press the button.
No, okay. In fact, it's happened to me many times that I've gotten there, assumed someone across the street has already pressed the button, and you know what, they haven't, so we don't get the...
The nice thing about these ones is they have a little red light on when somebody presses it, so you can eyeball it.
That's exactly right. You show up and the red light is lit.
I've never noticed.
You don't have to touch the button.
I know, but if you're in a conversation,
I'm interested in these kinds of things.
I'm learning so many things.
Oh, me too, Ian.
Peter, you were
if you hit it
saying.
with your knee, go easy on it because those things can break eventually. So.
That's true.
Jesus.
We've had our ups and downs with them, but
Yeah.
I still get people saying, why do they say walk like a dog at all crossings? And so that's all I can hear now when I hear
know,
it.
I don't remember what it originally says.
I think it says walk light is on
walk lights are on at all crossings.
at
But
all
frankly, if
crossings.
you just think about it the other way, it's a little bit of whimsy even on a tough day.
Oh shit. Shoot.
We're still at family hour here, Brandy. So
sorry.
We'll lose our rating.
Yeah.
So does any other board members have a comment on that part of the update?
Porta potties are going to be in the same places as last year?
Oh, good question.
That's our intent, yes.
And those places are?
And those places are in the Preston parking lot, at the High Grove parking lot, on the Grove Street side, and at the Brattleboro Common.
Thank you.
I'm curious, was there any feedback of like the next spot, like if after those ones where the next spot would be?
I didn't hear that. There was some discussion early in the summer about whether they were in the right locations, and as time went on, everybody kind of seemed to gel around, yeah, this seems to work, was our feedback. I don't know whether I missed something out there that maybe we need to pay attention to. I never actually heard people saying we ought to have a fourth and it ought to go here.
No.
Okay.
I think some people wish the one on Preston was handicap accessible, but I think we did a good job of explaining why it can't be, even though that's really unfortunate, but the way that it's placed up on a curb. I remember that coming up, but.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Peter. And do you have a second? You don't have a second item under?
So that's the general update, and then we have a substantive issue to address regarding the parklets.
Right. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to flow right in. But,
sorry, I can. Happy to. So the parklet plan is coming together. It also isn't quite final, but it's pretty close now. I want to thank Stephanie Bonin, who's been a good partner in this. So we've been working with each other sort of at the connecting point between what the town can do to make this successful and what the merchants need to do to be our partners in it. And so she's been working to gauge, which of the restaurants and in two cases, purveyors of alcohol that are, I'm stumbling because one of them is Hermit Thrush. So, I mean, I wouldn't call that a bar and I wouldn't call it a restaurant. But anyway, Hermit Thrush and Arkham are in this plan. And then there are others that are restaurants, full service restaurants. And so we've been working together to identify where they could safely be placed. What would be the maximum that would get placed if all the potentially participating businesses chose to be involved, and then working to determine, basically at the end of the day, we only want to put in a parklet where we only should put in a parklet where a particular business is going to operate its business in that parklet. The sort of shared coming and going doesn't work from a health and safety point of view, and it also doesn't work from an alcohol licensing point of view. So it's important that we only construct a parklet at a place where a restaurant wants it there and is going to take on the responsibility of operating it. And so as of right now, we have 7 that are confirmed. We had 6 as of the time of the backup last Friday. We have a 7th now that's signed on. There's a pretty good chance there'll probably be an 8th or a 9th. I don't think we're going to get all the way up to 12. I'm pretty confident we aren't. But there's still a few maybes that are just, things are being looked at both from a safety perspective and from a restaurant deciding whether or not they feel like they have the capacity to operate a parklet and have that additional tables and additional table service that would require. So what we're asking for this evening is that you authorize staff to go forward with the implementation of this plan, that you authorize the expenditure of up to $30,000 from the program income fund as an economic development investment to help keep these businesses alive through COVID. It may or may not be recoverable as a COVID related expense. We don't think it will be, but as we pay attention to the ever evolving rules around the state and federal funding for COVID, if there becomes an opportunity for the town to recover these monies, then we'll certainly seek that. But we're recommending that it come from program income rather than from the general fund, because we think as an economic development investment, it qualifies, and we shouldn't count on getting the money back. And then the $30,000 is calculated because the town will buy and install the Jersey barriers that will define the boundaries of each of these parklets. And we estimate that it's going to cost about 20, that each one will be 2 parking spaces in size. And the number of barriers necessary to do that 12 times around the downtown at $2,500 per parklet would be $30,000. So I believe we're going to spend less in the end, but we're asking for the authority to spend up to $30,000 for this project. There might also be some related incidental expenses that we'd like to be able to, you know, if we don't spend the $30,000 fully on the Jersey barriers, it would be helpful to be able to have, you know, a little bit of money that we could spend on things that would help the DBA to, you know, get installed and get these businesses occupying in them. And those would be small expenses. I don't know exactly what they would be at this moment, but, you know, we wouldn't fill the gap. If, you know, if we ended up doing $25,000 worth of barriers, you know, we wouldn't be looking to spend $5,000 more on other things, but it would be helpful to be able to spend a little bit of incidental money if there's incidental money available. So with that understanding, we're hoping that you'll authorize the funding. We need you, if you're in favor of moving forward with this, to, in order for us to be able to move quickly and not have to come back to future select board meetings for action that it actually enables it to be successful, we would need for you to provide some additional authority to me and some additional authority to Hillary Francis, the town clerk. The additional authority you would provide to me, and we've provided, for those who are paying attention to the administrative report that was online, this came up over the last couple of days in discussions with town attorney Bob Fisher. So I have provided motion language to the board this afternoon that was not part of the backup for this meeting. But what those motions intend to accomplish is you authorizing me to implement this plan and to actually sign a document with each of the different participating restaurants where they obligate themselves to maintaining that space, and we permit them, the town permits them to occupy the parklet area that is otherwise public space. We allow them to have it as their private space just for this summer. We expect that these would be installed as soon as possible, perhaps within a week, perhaps a little longer, and then would stay there until, again, like with the prior conversation, you know, at least into October and possibly into the early part of November. We would make a decision about them based on the weather conditions in the fall and making sure that they're all removed in time before we get the first major snowstorm of the season.
Which could happen in October.
Hillary, I'm sorry?
It could snow in October.
It could, so we'll pay attention to that and govern ourselves accordingly. I didn't mention, I'm sorry, the details for Hillary. So there's the funding, there's the authority for me to actually implement the program, and then we'd ask that you delegate your authority. The select board, of course, as liquor commissioners, has authority over liquor licenses and outdoor consumption permits in town. There is a special program the state has initiated that is more nimble than the usual processes to try to get businesses that are going to go outside into areas that they don't normally provide outside service, but where they normally provide alcohol along with the meals indoors, for them to be able to get a quick provisional permit to provide full service outdoors. At the outdoor tables, they'd be able to provide whatever they're licensed to do. So it might be just beer or wine, or it might be beer, wine, and mixed drinks. But whatever they're usually licensed to do inside, they'd be eligible to do outside, either in the cases of the restaurants that have their own parking lot. This might be in their own property, where there would also be a permitting requirement through the planning services department of the town. Or for those that don't have their own private space to do this, it would be those that are participating in the parklet program. And in either case, whether it's on the private property or in the parklets, we'd like you to authorize that Hillary Francis is empowered by you on your behalf to issue the outdoor consumption permits that will be in line with what the state is issuing to these businesses.
Okay, great. Thank you, Peter. Who has questions, comments? I have a couple quick ones. Daniel and Brandon.
Insurance question. This was like public space, and now we're giving it over to private entities. Who is responsible for what happens in that space?
That's the purpose of the document. So we, up until yesterday, hadn't incorporated that piece, but we knew we needed to get Bob's blessing on how we were moving forward, and he called that out. He thought both from a just being legally proper about it, to have private entities occupying these public spaces and selling alcohol in them, which is prohibited by ordinance, that it was important that there be a legal approval from the town and an acceptance of responsibility by the restaurant. And so he's going to fashion up this simple agreement that we're going to use for each of them.
Okay, a quick follow-up on that. The responsibility for any kind of like trash or recycling cleanup in those spaces will fall on the businesses?
Absolutely.
And that's very much understood by them?
Yes. The reason why some of them are choosing not to participate is a combination of, proximity to their kitchens, number of wait staff that they normally have versus the number they think they need to have to be able to handle the outdoor space, and the obligation of the outdoor space. This comes free, and it comes very visible, and hopefully with some something that's going to be beneficial to the business in terms of the enjoyment of the customers. But it comes with responsibility as well. And so each potentially participating business needed to weigh those things and decide whether to be.
And then just like a question that I don't even think I really need to ask, but I just want to double check. Smoking is prohibited in these spaces, and that will be enforced by people responsible for these spaces?
That's a really good point. And the answer, I'm going to say yes, because we get to decide. And while smoking on the sidewalk is allowed, it is offensive to some. And more importantly, smoking in a restaurant is not allowed. And right. So since this will be an extension of the restaurant in the outdoor area, I think we should say no smoking.
Okay.
Me too.
Me three.
Brandy, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I have a question that may have been answered 100 times by either the governor or us, but I can't remember. So are these parklets only available if you are an establishment that serves food, but also serves alcohol, or are they available if you're an establishment that maybe serves kind of token food, but is mostly a bar?
So they can be for either.
Okay.
They also can be for businesses that serve food and not alcohol.
Sure.
And they also can be for businesses that are not in the food business at all.
Ooh.
In our case, the way it has evolved, it looks as though all the participants are going to be food and beverage operators.
Okay.
But when I was first discussing this with Stephanie, and I believe when she was first discussing it with the business community, we weren't strictly limiting it just to restaurants and bars.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Daniel, thank you for the smoking question, because I hadn't even thought of that nuance.
Yeah, we hadn't either. Thank you.
My question is, when you were talking, you said that each parklet is going to take up 2 parking spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I hadn't really absorbed that. For some reason, I was thinking 1 space per parklet. but that would be kind of small. Next question, though, is are they going to be together to any extent as far as they've been approved or not approved, but at least sort of fleshed out so far?
Yep.
I'm wondering how much parking we'll lose and how much pushback people will give us on that, because if there's a long stretch of parklets, that's a lot of parking.
We'll find out about the pushback. I don't know what to expect with that. Our assessment of the situation is in the balancing act, particularly this summer, the economic need, the need to have people spaced and not tight in indoor spaces, and the fact that, we've got the Harmony lot is going to be almost completely available. There'll be just a very small parklet over in the one corner for Arkham. The transportation center will be completely available, and there'll still be a lot of on-street parking. We feel like a problem. If we find out that we've given over too much of the street to parklets, we hear about it from people, then, that'll be one of the lessons learned from this that we'll have to think about. But for implementing this in the time of COVID, relatively on the fly, we think it's calibrated appropriately.
Okay, and just, of course, another question. Sorry, Liz, I'll just get done with mine. Of course, it's not going to be in any handicap spots, correct?
That's correct. We would not put in a handicap spot.
Thank you. And my last is a suggestion on, I'm feeling personally that it would be nice if we just limit it to calendar year 2020, because I don't want to kind of give anybody who does have a problem with this idea, the idea that we're not going to lift it at some point. I think we should revisit this for the next summertime season and not just have people assume that they're just going to be permanent structures. Obviously, they're going to go away in October or November, but I don't want to give any of the restaurants the idea that it's a done deal for the rest of time. What does everybody think about that?
I don't know. It might be cool. But then again, I'm not going to, it could be cool.
Well, no, I think it's good to limit it to this 1 year and see how it goes.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's impossible that we won't want to continue it, but I think out of fairness to the different interests downtown, we might just want to limit it to the experiment, the definite experiment, and then see how people feel about it.
Sort of a bit like the 1 year ordinance versus the 5 year. And I mean, I would love to leave the door open, fully open for like a discussion next spring. I think like it'll take time for people to adjust, and habits take a while to change. And I don't know, I've always been excited about the idea of parklets, so it's nice that we get to have this little experiment, even though it's because of this terrible situation.
So just for clarity, does that keeping the door open, does that mean don't limit it to this year or do limit it to this year?
Well, I think we can say we'll revisit this in the spring, rather than this will end and we will have a conversation about it and, we'll revisit in the spring. We'll see how it goes.
Well, the reason I put it that way is because a potential motion we were kicking around is that for the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro, I was just suggesting, for 2020. But
may I offer clarification? Because I think it may help you. We omitted a limitation on it that way, so it was a good catch that it's not explicit. But I don't believe any of the folks participating. I don't believe that any of the restaurants who are signing up. I don't believe that Stephanie, and certainly not staff. We didn't expect that if you approved this tonight that the parklets would be permanent. What we do anticipate, I think there's a fair amount of excitement around this, both from some people within town government and from people in the business community, that once we try this, maybe it'll need to be tweaked. Maybe it'll just, we'll get lucky and it'll go great the first way we try it. But I think there is a fair amount of at least optimism that it will go well enough that people will want to do it again. The select board will want to approve it again. But no, I don't believe anybody has any expectation that would just automatically happen without further review.
Imagine not.
So we could certainly make the document say 2020, and that'll be really clear.
Okay. Liz?
I just wanted to mention from a town planning perspective that parklets are all the rage, and that we've also heard from our own Brattleboro Planning Commission supporting this idea. They wrote us a letter identifying several economic development planning initiatives, and this is one of them. So it's just nice to know that we have their support in principle.
Indeed. Ian, and then I might go to a member of the public, but then Daniel's raising his hand too. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, this just seems like a great thing. I don't know. I think it might be clunky. We may need to change it around a little bit. We may not be able to refund the 30K, but we're making strong, definitive action during a pandemic to support local businesses. And it's also might make downtown even cooler than it already is. And, you know, I ran on trying to make Brattleboro a place young people want to be. And
Yeah.
I am so excited about this, and walking downtown and drinking a beer on a parklet. I'm super excited. So that's all I have to say.
Older people might like it too.
I was not excluding older people.
I wanted to just kind of make sure that we're going to do all that we can, and the DBA is going to partner fully in this to make these Jersey barriers look a little prettier than a Jersey barrier would usually look.
Yeah, so
right?
That actually overlaps with the kind of otherwise mysterious comment I made about incidental expenses. You know, we might get into some contracting that we need some help with. We don't expect that. We think we're going to be able to do all of the heavy lifting ourselves. But beyond that, the DBA is working on a couple of different ways in which these might be beautified, and might need some help with that. And it won't be expensive, but you know, being able to spend a little bit of that leftover money, if there is leftover money, to help them implement that part of this, we think would be part of making it successful. So we insisted on concrete Jersey barriers so that these would be safe. There was a fair amount of difference of opinion about different styles of parklets. But the counterbalance to that is we said, look, we're going to buy these things and we don't know whether they're going to be used again for parklets. Maybe they're going to be used for construction jobs in the future, but you can make them pretty. If you want to paint them all kinds of bright colors, you can do that. Yeah. And there's been also some discussion about how this might interact with the flower program. And so on all those levels, as we refine the details, we'll try to help the DBA make these pretty.
Just want to be really clear. These Jersey barriers will be the property of the town of Brattleboro.
Yes.
So beautifying
the property of the town of Brattleboro.
So beautifying cannot have like the name of a business on them.
That's correct. This is not advertising. This is beautifying. Right. Good point. Yes. Right.
Yeah. I just, you know, I'm like,
go ahead.
No.
I was going to get too deep in the weeds. I was going to tell you that. What's that?
I love the weeds. Go.
Okay. I was just going to say that, you know, if it turned out that some of these don't get used for parklets again in the future, you know, we might throw a coat of Battleship Gray on them or something in order to trot them out to a construction site. But so what, right? So initially the idea is, you know, we put out something there that we know is durable enough to protect people, and let artists and others enjoy themselves and express themselves. But it needs to be just about beauty and whimsy and not about advertising.
I happen to know that Daniel is a fan of chalk, so you know you could always use chalk on that surface. Yeah. That was a reference to your social media page. Sorry.
There was really good use of chalk at Sunday's presentation.
And I'm a fan of my toddler son out front here. Ian, I'd love to go to Wendy has a question. Do you?
No, I actually wasn't raising my hand. Sorry.
Oh.
I was just sort of, yeah.
Wendy, do you want to appear on screen or do you want to just chime in with audio? Are you still awake?
Yeah, here I am. Yeah,
Oh,
oh wait, I can do the camera myself. Here I am. Thank you.
hey,
Yay.
welcome.
So, I have two questions and they're separate about the parklets. The first, which was I think kind of answered as the conversation progressed, is what is a parklet? So I want to make sure that I understand this. So it's going to be an area that a business will use that's outdoors near the business. It'll probably be public space unless they have their own, like it's their own parking lot, like or something like maybe like what Whetstone Station has. And it'll be there'll be some sort of deck on it, like a different surface, and then it'll be protected and it'll be for outdoor use of that business and their patrons, right?
Maybe something like this.
Oh, okay. And it's something that won't get taken down like at night or on days when
No,
it'll be
it's going
for
to
the
stay there all
season.
summer long.
Okay.
There's only one thing, Wendy, you nailed it. I would say one thing differently than that, which is when you spread this all the way to a place like Whetstone or any other restaurant that has its own private property. We did mention that in the conversation, but those won't get parklets. Those will be doing their own sort of cordoning off of areas in their parking lot with the approval of the planning services department. So that's safe as well, but that's safe in their own private space to set up some outdoor tables. What the parklets are explicitly going to be on public property. They're going to be all but two of them in the street, picking up on-street parking spaces, and one will be in the High Grove lot and one will be in the Harmony lot. Otherwise, what you described is exactly right. And one detail that I didn't speak to, and you kind of did, but I think is worth just being a little more explicit about is the platform that'll be constructed within the parklet is an important part of this, both for safety and accessibility. And it is an understanding between us and the business community that the town will provide the perimeter with the Jersey barriers and otherwise, do all of the assisting and facilitating that we've been talking about. But the individual restaurant, one of the responsibilities of each individual business that sort of adopts one of these and signs on for the responsibility of it will be to put in a proper deck. They can be very simple, some framing and some plywood, but it needs to provide a flat, safe surface that's at the same level as the sidewalk.
Oh, great. So that will make it so that folks who use wheelchairs, walkers, canes will have equal access to everybody else. Okay, that's great. So thank you for explaining. My second question is about the hours of operation of the parklets, because on one hand, well, actually on the one hand that I'm about to speak is the bigger hand. The other one is the smaller hand. So in the bigger hand, I'm really excited for this. I've lived in places that since I moved, well, Jersey City specifically had turned one of its busier streets in the downtown area near Grove Street, it's called Newark Avenue, into no cars at all. And it's made that area, since I've gone back to visit, so much nicer just to be in and walk around. And I know we can't close Main Street because it's a state highway, but promoting more outdoors and walkability and reasons to be out and not just be in cars, I think is wonderful. But the noise complaint, that's where the small hand is coming from. I know it's a really weird analogy to use, but my concern is about noise complaints, because especially with alcohol establishments and because those are in mixed use neighborhoods, where people live, what's what are the orders or ordinances or regulations, et cetera, going to be around that?
We hadn't anticipated imposing anything that is particular to the parklet, but rather that whatever the business's normal operating hours are would be allowed out in the parklet. I would suggest that given the degree of uncertainty that we have about all the various details of this and how we're working our way through it very quickly to just get the stuff in place and give it a try, that we start there. And if that becomes a problem, then we can work together. The town possesses the authority to modify the liquor licenses, and also because it's our parklets to determine some behavioral boundaries in addition to the physical boundaries of it. So I would say, we all want it to succeed. The restaurants don't want to alienate the neighbors. But if we bump into some issues where it, that does emerge as a problem, I think we could just address it together as a community.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Actually, when you said noise, I thought you were going to say something about motorcycles and logging
Oh,
trucks.
God.
That'll
That's
be
a whole nother conversation.
Exactly. There's someone else who wanted to ask a question concerning decorating the barriers, and that was Felicity. If you are up.
Yep, I turned my microphone on. Liz, thanks for mentioning our Planning Commission letter. Glad you read it. And we've been, at least in another couple of groups I've been in, talking about public service announcements vis-a-vis safe behavior. I'm just wondering if you guys would consider using the barriers as artistic opportunities to inform the public about safe behaviors, demonstrating what 6 feet is, sort of things like that, or no, just pretty pictures on the barriers.
I don't have strong feelings either way, I guess. Who does?
Don't smoke.
Things being pretty and inspiring are very important. And, like there's that lovely mural that sort of just recently got finished on Elliott Street, right? And those things lift your spirits, and boy, do we need some lifting of spirits right now.
And I think probably each business that knows they're getting one, I would imagine, has been having their excited wheels spinning about what they want represented outside of their business. And I'm excited to see those ideas.
Liz?
I have a question for Peter. Your negotiations with Stephanie on the beautification, are individual artists being contacted, or does each restaurant and business have free reign to do it themselves or contact artists or whatever?
I don't know. I believe they plan some kind of a coordinated partnership between the DBA and the community of artists in some fashion, but exactly how they'll tie into that community, how the artists will be identified, is something I don't know. My understanding with Stephanie has been that the town would allow them to be decorated, and the DBA and the businesses would make arrangements with artists.
So that Felicity could give her a suggestion to Stephanie.
Certainly, yeah. And I know that Amanda Whitman, who works with Stephanie, Stephanie wasn't able to be on the meeting tonight, but Amanda is, so she's hearing all of this and can certainly take that idea back to Stephanie and to the businesses.
Great. Thanks, Felicity. So we have a little bit of business to do if we want to move forward with the parklets. And should we start with the more boring legal motions there, or should we group everything together?
Ooh, I'll do the boring legal ones.
No offense.
Yeah.
When you're ready for the Hillary Francis boring legal motion, I have one change I need to ask you to make, which I'll explain at the appropriate time.
Do my fellow board members have that in front of them?
Yes.
Excellent.
Shall I go ahead?
Please.
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay. So the wording of the motion includes the word provisional. It says to authorize the town clerk to approve provisional outdoor consumption permits. I had a misunderstanding that Hillary corrected for me late this afternoon. The provisional permits are the ones that are being issued by the state just for this very short window of time to keep people, get them into business outdoors as quickly as possible. The follow-along permit will be a regular outdoor consumption permit issued both by the town and by the state. And so when you adopt this motion this evening, you should just drop the word provisional from it, please. Thank you.
Great. So would anybody like to make do we
Wait.
do that motion now?
Yeah, I move to authorize the town clerk to approve outdoor consumption permits in conjunction with the outdoor restaurant use during COVID-19.
Cool.
Excellent, thank you. Ian has moved to authorize the town clerk to approve outdoor consumption permits in conjunction with outdoor restaurant uses during COVID-19. All those in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. There is another motion.
Is it the parklet motion?
There's a couple.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, there's the authorizing the town manager to assign parklets.
I'll do that one.
Why do I have this?
It's in your email.
Oh, thank you. I'm like, look, all I see is one motion here, and I'm getting
It came late
confused.
today. Okay, so I move to authorize the town manager to assign particular parklets to particular businesses and to take any other actions necessary to implement the parklet program.
Thank you. Daniel has made a motion to authorize our town manager to assign particular parklets to particular businesses and to take any other actions necessary to implement the program. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And that also passes 5-0, Jan. And there is one last very important motion to make. And have I been bullied out of my 2020 addition to this one? Or? That's fine.
Yeah, bullied. I'm sure that's the correct
Ian is
term.
nodding. That's what I was looking for.
Jesus.
A democratic process
Perfectly
has allowed us to get to the point where we don't need to put that in there.
Bullied.
Absolutely. Who wants to
Okay.
make that motion?
I lost it. What's happening to me?
Oh, no, sorry. Liz is raising her hand, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I move to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $30,000 for the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro.
Thank you, Liz. Liz has made a motion to authorize the expenditure of an amount not to exceed $30,000 from program income.
Yes.
For the creation of up to 12 parklets in downtown Brattleboro. All those in favor, say aye.
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 And that's 5-0.
Thank you.
I'm saying a lot. It's driving me crazy. I hope you're not driven as crazy as I am by it. Here I go again. So it's approaching 8 p.m. and I think maybe a break might be in order. Who agreed? Good, lots of nods.
Aye.
Would everyone be comfortable coming back fairly quickly at 8 p.m.?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take a break until 8 p.m. or 8:01, something like that. So I'll call the select board meeting of June 2nd, 2020 back to order, if you don't mind. Do we have everybody? Yes. Everybody's in different windows. Perfect. Confusing. Next up on our agenda, we're still in unfinished business, but we're making some pretty good time, I think. I shouldn't have said that. So we have a FY20 general fund budget that Peter's going to tell us about.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, so the news here is really good. We've lost Ian's picture on our screen. Hopefully we haven't lost Ian.
Yeah. Okay. Ian,
So
you still with us? Oh, there you are.
The news is really good about the current year's budget. So, we've done projections for each meeting over the last couple of months out of concern that the COVID situation might cause revenues not to come in as normal, might cause us to incur some extraordinary expenses. The early estimate was very cautious about that, particularly on the revenue side, but we have had far better than expected performance of the property taxes, rooms and meals, local option tax, and sales local option tax. And so I can go into the details if you'd like, but given the length of the agenda and the fact that this report doesn't need action tonight and it exists online, people can see it, it might be best just to summarize by saying, until about a month ago, or less than a month ago, we were cautious. We didn't think we would have a deficit, but we didn't think we'd have much of a surplus. And we thought that, it could go a little bit either way. Because of all three revenue sources coming in far better than expected during the fourth quarter of this fiscal year, or during the May period, I should say, because it was actually fourth quarter property tax collections, but third quarter deferred sales tax and rooms and meals tax collections. So there's one more quarter to come. But based on the performance of those three sources of revenue and everything else being about as we expected, we now expect that the outcome for the year will be potentially as much as $500,000 to the good. We were currently estimating $480,000. Now there will be some additional expense going against that isn't necessarily in the forecast, but the revenues are still being forecast on a relatively conservative manner, we're not being overly optimistic either. So I think we're in a pretty safe space where we certainly are going to come in with a favorable experience, and it looks like it might be as much as $400,000 or $500,000 to the good. There's a nuance to this I just want to be careful about for the record, which is when we say to the good compared to the budget always presumes a certain amount of use of fund balance, which we roll over and have made a good practice of in recent years of rolling that from the general fund balance out into the capital fund to help us accomplish more capital work than we would otherwise be able to afford. And this year that number was $337,000. So if we had a break-even outcome, we would use $337,000 of the fund balance. The way we currently forecast how we think the year will end is that compared to budget will be $400,000 to $500,000 to the good. What it means is we'll have a small surplus and not have to use any of that fund balance. We'll actually roll some new money into the fund balance. So a really good outcome for us, especially in COVID. One of the reasons why, but not the only reason why, but it was a huge, unexpected, pleasant surprise, was the under state statutes for how property taxes are collected for both municipal operations and schools, the town is obligated, the municipal government is obligated to collect all of the taxes and then to pay 100% of what is owed to the schools. So in a year where anything gets adjusted related to the state education taxes, and there's usually some adjustment, usually it is smaller than it was this year, but whenever that kind of adjustment occurs, or whenever we see a decline in the rate of payment of property taxes, the town is obligated to keep the school system whole, and then any benefit or cost of that, any under collection or over collection of that particular revenue accrues to the town. And so there have been years when we incurred a little bit of a loss, if you will, a little bit of an under collection in order to honor our obligation to the school system. There's been some years when we had a little bit of a benefit from that relationship and that structure under state law. This year, the adjustment for the fourth quarter was $234,000 to the benefit of the town. The amount of money that we were expecting to pay to the schools was reduced because of the state. And I can't explain exactly what caused this, but it's a factor that's caused by the state's funding formula for education statewide. And it happened that this year, the figure that we got, basically like a household getting an invoice, our fourth quarter invoice to make our payment for the education portion was $234,000 reduced from what it had been in the earlier quarters of the year. And so that accrues to our benefit, and it's a big reason why we are so confident that we're going to end the year in a really good, strong financial position.
Good news.
Yeah, amazing. Especially this year.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Newbie question.
Did you
And
get
this is
those?
sort of like in advance. I think I still get to use this a little bit. In advance, really, of like the parking fund discussion.
Yes.
Is there any way that like the general fund can transfer some money to the parking fund to pay for some of that capital work?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Thank you. Daniel and I have not discussed this matter, but when we got to parking, I was actually just going to mention that if you feel inclined to do that, that is something that would be within your authority. There's enough that we would still end the year to the good against the budget, and you could transfer some funds within the discretion of the 5 of you to the parking fund, which is your responsibility. That's one that the parking fund budget is one that is within your authority. You could do that in order to be able to proceed with some of that capital work that we otherwise won't be able to afford. Absolutely.
That's my only question.
You would need to do that before June 30th. After June 30th, that money will fall into fund balance and it'll become part of a future year's budget discussion.
Okay.
I would like to do that if we can.
Yeah, if you indicate tonight as a group that you'd like to do that, we'll bring you an item for June 16th that would make that easy for you.
Great.
I'd like to give that indication.
Yeah. Would you be looking for details of exactly what we're talking about? Because
I think we should either talk about that now or maybe more appropriately under the parking. And then we can prepare an item for you for next time.
Makes sense. Now, part of this being having this good news is about people paying their taxes, right?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry I left that out. So we mentioned back when we were only at about 97% collected weeks ago that was not abnormal, that there's a lot of money that still comes in after the deadline for people who, for whatever reason, are able to pay but don't quite pay on time. And so the money that comes in at the end of May and into June usually brings us up to the figure we expect to get to for the year. Sometimes it's later in the summer when people get tax sale notices that's sort of a motivating factor for folks who needed a little more time, but realize now they're facing a deadline. They want to stay out of the tax sale. So in any event, it can vary a little bit from year to year, but we usually do get to that eventually through delinquent tax collections to 100% collection. But in the fiscal year before these books close at the end of the summer, we expect to get to 98.75. We already are at 98% as of tonight. As of the additional monies that we've received, we received another couple of $100,000, $300,000 of payments since May 19th. And on May 19th, we were a little over $400,000 shy of that 98.75 marker that is sort of the expected collections for the real-time fiscal year. So we're getting very close to that now. We've only got about $100,000 to go, and based on past rates of payment, we would expect to hit that mark for the fiscal year. Another indication that people have found a way to pay taxes is the applications for abatement. This is not to say necessarily that there won't be more that come in later in the summer. That's another item that often the publication of the properties that are subject to tax sale will sometimes trigger a few more applications for abatement. But as of right now, we only have 3. And the reasons cited for those 3, only one of those is inability to pay. There's one that is believes there's been a mistake made in the assessment process that they're asking for correction, and one that is related to an uninhabitable structure. So it's a really normal looking year for tax abatements as well so far.
And thank you, Peter. You saw that I sort of fished for that extra comment because it kind of blows me away that in this very difficult year, I mean, it's been difficult on our family, and I know it's been even more difficult on many families with jobs disappearing and unemployment benefits being uneven, I'll just say, that people are prioritizing or at least valuing paying their taxes. And I just want to thank everybody for doing that. And I hope it means that there's a confidence in how the town is run and the value of the services that the town provides. So I just want to call that out and say thank you for everybody who pays taxes, and that includes renters and landlords doing the right thing. So thank you. Anybody else want to comment on the general fund budget for FY20? Okay. Well, we don't need to take any action on this. I didn't get anybody on chat wanting to chime in, and just want to check if I have any phone people, and I don't believe I do. So do we want to move on, everyone? Or okay, lots of nods. Our next item coming up is the fiscal year 21 general fund budget, which is not an ordinary year for this.
No, it's a very extraordinary moment.
Yeah.
So in a normal year, the select board would receive a proposed budget from staff about the 1st of November, spend 3 intense months working through November, December, and January to come to the place where you're comfortable with what you're ready to recommend to representative town meeting. That budget, the recommended select board's recommended budget, goes into the town report. Town meeting addresses that as part of the warning for town meeting in mid-March. We then have a budget approved by town meeting of one form or another, and are ready well in advance of July 1st to go into the new fiscal year. This year, of course, all those other things happened right up to the select board recommending a budget and it going into the town report. But you know, when we almost had a town meeting, and we'll be talking later this evening about alternatives to try to still do that under these difficult circumstances. You know, got up to having the information meeting 10 days before the town meeting, trying to squeeze in, you know, this business before the COVID restrictions became too strict to be able to have 180 people in a room. And we didn't quite make it by a few days. And so the March 21st representative town meeting was canceled. We don't yet have an adopted budget. As time went on and it became really clear that, you know, some of our early optimism that maybe the COVID curve would be a quicker experience, and you know, perhaps in June we could have a representative town meeting to adopt the budget and do the other business of representative town meeting. That early optimism faded quickly. We came to realize that we would need some special permission, and State Representative Emily Kornheiser and State Senator Jeanette White and the others locally, as well as, you know, good strong support across the state. I think it ended up being unanimous in the Senate and the House. I know it was at least unanimous in committees of government operations. So there was a really good recognition that in Brattleboro and in a handful of other communities that had not yet held an annual meeting, we needed another way to move forward and have a budget before July 1st so that we could continue to provide government services. And so the action of the legislature has made it possible in this 1 year, due to the COVID emergency, for the select board to adopt the budget. You do have a representative town meeting. You will publish a warning for that representative town meeting once we have figured out how to move forward towards that. And you know, you could place a ratification question before town meeting to follow something that is, you know, sort of consistent with the normal processes, but you're not obligated to do that. You are empowered by the state this year to adopt the budget, and we need you to do that. We need you to exercise that authority, at least in this first instance, so that on July 1st we can keep providing government services. And so the question for you tonight, staff is recommending to you that the budget that is before you, and we put it so that you and the public would have ready access to the entire document. So it is everything that appeared in the town report related to the budget. It's the budget message that describes the major major aspects. It's the entire line item budget. It's the summary document, and it's the pie charts that we were asked to prepare for this year to give a little bit more accessible visible impact of the different aspects of the budget. All of that is in your backup for tonight. And if you, having had a chance to take another look at that, feel as though you're ready to move forward and adopt the budget that you recommended to representative town meeting, you just need to tell us that. We think it's appropriate that you do that. You vetted this very thoroughly and you had a lot of public input back in the winter. If, on the other hand, you have any level of concern in this review that has caused you to think that any of this needs to be looked at some more, then we need to know that tonight, because I believe then you should schedule a special meeting during June for that purpose, to make sure that you can do that additional vetting and then still adopt a budget by the end of the month. But if you're ready to move forward to adoption, then we will bring the budget back to you with a motion for adoption on June 16th.
Thank you for that summary. It was excellent. Can't think of anything you left out there. My feeling, if no one else wants to jump in, is that we sure did go over this pretty well. The one exception, of course, is Ian. Does not have to feel like this is his budget. Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, I'll let you finish, please.
Oh, I was just going to say it's a very unique circumstance, whereas we all feel like, wow, we know the ins and outs of everything, and you're playing catch up basically. So I don't know. I was just going to make a joke about if you vote against it, you know, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You get a free pass to go to
I
Gulf.
dare you. Yeah.
There's only one of you.
Yeah, that's true. I was actually going to say, I have been thinking a lot about it, and I was thinking about maybe abstaining because I was not part of the rigorous 3 months that Peter was describing. And while I did my due diligence in preparing and reviewing it really very thoroughly for tonight and for next week, yeah, I think I would inform the board and the public who's watching that I intend to abstain unless someone gives me a really good reason why I shouldn't, because it's not mine, and I recognize that and the unique situation that COVID-19 put us in. So.
Oh, hands. Liz.
Well, I would just suggest to Ian that he's a select board member and he's reviewed it and he can have his opinions and judgments and he can vote. He doesn't have to abstain. He can certainly choose to, but you know, you're a voting member of this board and you have the full authority to vote on the budget as you see fit.
Brandy?
Yep. I had something different to say, but since this is fresh, I will say Liz is absolutely right. And I probably would have, I also get where you're coming from. I would probably abstain too, but Liz is absolutely correct that if you feel like you dove into that sucker and when the vote comes up, you feel confident, you shouldn't in any way think that you don't have that right to vote as you want to, which includes abstention. I want to say that this makes me so uncomfortable. This is not the way that our town is meant to do business. I have thought long and hard about it, and I think it's what we need to do this year. But it makes me feel kind of sick to adopt a budget that hasn't hit the representative floor. I have to be honest. It hasn't sat well with me. I also think there's enough inconsistency just in life right now where we don't need to be halting the services that the town provides. We need consistency. We need things to run smoothly. And as you said, Peter, we can offer a ratification option when we can finally meet. And so I'm going to vote in favor of this, but it definitely on a moral level doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, I certainly, as a disruption, not only a technical disruption, but sort of the spiritual disruption, if you will, of how we run things here. Daniel?
I'm in favor of adopting the budget that we spent all those months, reviewing and working on. I guess I have a question about, like, what does town meeting look like after this, right? So, like, the budget is only ever one article in the warning anyway, right? And, like, in some ways, you spend more time talking about the other articles than you do about the budget. So town meeting will still have the authority to vote. Well, I guess we haven't decided on the warning, but were the warning exactly as it is right now, they would still be voting on all those things that are in there. And then the question would be ratifying this adopted budget as opposed to, like, approving it. Something like that. Is that accurate?
I believe you described that well. At the appropriate time, we need to go through the warning for town meeting that you previously issued carefully, because there will be some changes in addition to just the daytime and place change, obviously up front, that needs to be changed. There'll be also some substantive changes to it based on just the passage of time. So one example, for instance, is town meeting ratifies the select board's appointment of a town treasurer. And at the time that we issued the warning, you had appointed at that point an interim town treasurer, Debbie DeRosiers. We now have Andre Yeager, so as the town's finance director and treasurer because of the passage of time. So it'll be appropriate to change that article so that we're asking town meeting, you are asking town meeting to ratify the appointment of Andre as the town treasurer. There'll be a few other things like that. We'll go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and you'll, in the end, decide what is the final warning to publish for the meeting.
Great. Thank you. Here, Liz?
There's one thing that I wanted to bring up about, I'm fully in favor of authorizing this budget. But there's one thing that I think we will miss in terms of town meeting. And, since our world has upside down from COVID, I'm concerned about the human resource budget. And, the representative town meeting committee for human resources reviews the charitable giving of our budget. And there's a benchmark that it's 1%. But I would think it would be a good idea for us to ask Lauren Crisp, the town moderator, to ask the Human Resource Committee to check in with those agencies to see if how they're doing under COVID and have their responsibilities changed dramatically. And does there need to be some sort of a minor adjustments to those calculations? And, I know that the Human Resource Committee does a tremendous amount of work. And this year they had this great matrix model that they used. But if they could be asked to revisit that, if only just to report at town meeting that the assumptions that were made pre-COVID remain valid post-COVID, I think that would be the responsible thing to do.
So a suggestion to representative town meeting committee, basically.
Yeah, I agree.
Great. Let me bring in Wendy from the Commons, who has a question or a comment, perhaps. Are you with us? Are you on the line?
I am with you, but I'm not with the Commons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tim, you got to read the news.
No, that was a brain,
That's okay. I'm not opposed to being affiliated with the newspaper. Anyway, I'm speaking as a voter and as a resident and also as a town meeting rep from my district. So I have a couple comments. I appreciate Ian's cautious stance, and also the response to it, to him. I also appreciate Brandy's expression of hesitation and discomfort with the way that, this is kind of all turned out. As a town meeting rep, that's something that's really important to me, is this process for approving the budget. And I get why it's happening now. And I also understand that without a budget, it would be really disruptive to, to running the town in the coming fiscal year. So I would caution that we never use this as a precedent, except for the most extraordinary circumstances, such as we're having now. And I think, to go back a couple months ago, well, I don't know what day it is. It's probably more than a couple months ago. The vote on whether Brattleboro should have a mayor, in my opinion, affirmed that voters in this town want to keep the form of government that we have. And so, again, just let's not use this as a precedent. And, from where I'm sitting now, I support kind of the consolation prize that you all have to do this. And I understand why the legislature approved it. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank
Wendy.
you.
Thank you.
Well put, and I'm sure well heard. Peter.
Yeah, just to the degree that it might provide some reassurance to Wendy and others, I think that we probably all hold that opinion of the importance of, recognizing that this is a deviation in our form of government only because of the circumstances. And so the reassurance I provide, regardless of whether that comment was accurate or not about how we all feel about it, it is in fact the law that it can only happen this one time. The act of the legislature was very specific to this COVID emergency, and it cannot ever happen again unless there is some other extreme circumstance that is dealt with on its own merits at that time. Otherwise, this happens one time, and forever after we go back to normal processes and representative town meeting.
Good.
Well said. And I'll remind representatives out there that usually select board members start out as representatives, and often they go back to being representatives. So the last thing I would want to do is give more power to a select board that someday I'll be on the other side at representative town meeting trying to hold them to task. So that's my attitude too. So I think we don't really have an action unless anyone has any final comments or